It's very accurate. Information is the constant data people have swirling around them. Then they try to make patterns out of it, and that's knowledge, right? So information is not knowledge. They listen to the experts to get the knowledge pattern about the information whirlpool. But knowledge is not wisdom, because knowledge would just be practical and relate to the issues of the day, so it's limited. But wisdom is not truth. And then truth is not beauty. McLuhan has said that. Beauty is not love. And then he says love is not music. Then music is the best. It's a pretty good poem.
Food for thought.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so what do we play? Don't you love this? I just want to play a second of this. Don't you love this beginning? I kept repeating it. This. See, that's an Ian. We've heard Ian saying, "Don't you know?" This is the sound showing. This is the music slows down speech. So it turned an ionic statement, "Don't you know," into an operatic that has Puccini in the brackets. You get what I'm saying? This is "Don't you know?" Hey, Roxy, I figured it out. You were asking, talking about Zappa having essentially observed. And so we can say we're a comedy group, I and them, or Carol and I. But you can't be just standing there trying to make jokes all the time. You have to get into the process of understanding the drama of cognition, which will renew your sense of weirdness, and that's what you're laughing about. So we've got the information to move it into a serious mind talk with Ion that creates the antidote or ground for more humor. Right? Get that?
Right.
Yes.
So comedians, they're boring because they come on and joke. They should take a break from whatever jokes they're telling in Las Vegas and just start explaining the five bodies or Thomas' doctrine of heterological personality. You go serious.
McLuhan and Joyce.
Yeah. And then after a few minutes, you can then shift into a joke that comes out of it. But our humor comes out of the absurdity of the ideas that your mind is entertaining. The new ideas. That's where the humor comes from. Very organic.
That's what Zappa was doing in his concerts. He will do these parodies of romantic songs or whatever, rock and roll. And
whatever was going on in the audience.
Yes, and then he will go real complex in his music. But he will just take a break and do these funny things, and then he will just fly.
Yeah, so he said that
he will make a solo amazing.
Right. And he would say he would play, you build up tension through dissonance, and then you bring in consonance to relieve the tension. So that simple little dialectic, like Leslie saying, "I'm in this world but not of it," that expands into all the multiple ways he's doing it. So look how he introduces Edgar Varese. So he's going to do an Edgar Varese song. This is what he says.
I think he was also influenced by the fact that these composers were also mixing orchestras and electronic environment. Yeah, but he had to become a composer of the electronic environment. He could not stay only in the orchestral. And he was not a rock and roll musician. He was really beyond that definition. And many said the only way to classify Zappa is he is Zappa. But he was influenced by Varese also in the fact that he was using electronics and he went to study technology really in depth. And to master the studio techniques as Frank Zappa did, you also, and before was even more, you had to study acoustics and mathematics and all these things to understand the machines or how to make a good mix. And how to program a synthesizer. So he had a deep understanding of physics, statistics, and electronics, not only music.
Yeah, that gets back to how the environment is the key for him.
Yes, he was aware that of this media and ecological side of the environment.
Yeah, I think even the fact that piece was something he spoke out about being such an influence, that when you listen to that piece or you watch it being performed, it doesn't really come from a listening of enjoyment of progressions or a lot of melody or anything that's very sort of for people to grab hold of. But the piece itself is reflective of an environment. It's almost like you have to. There's something that you're aware of other than what's being played. That helps you decode or sort of get a sense of what's actually going on there. It feels like it's beyond the sort of typical melody and that kind of construct, which is, I guess, for me as a musician, it's really noticeable, those differences,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes, it's a very complex conversation between the musicians. All these rhythms, all these very difficult patterns, to play that right takes a lot of work and understanding of your instrument and of the composition and all.
Are you talking about ionization or Zappa? Are you talking about Zappa or ionization?
Zappa playing Barres. Zappa playing Barres.
We were talking
my
about...
phone went dead.
Yeah.
I was wondering, I was telling you guys something, and I went on, and you weren't there. What was the last words you heard me say? I was telling about Zappa's introduction to this piece that we just heard. Did you say that?
It went dead. It went dead during the recording.
During the recording?
He introed...
I'm going to ruin it for you.
He produced the music, and they were about to start playing when they...
Yeah.
You guys... Oh, yeah, no, that's when I stopped it. When he finished talking... You never heard me come in and say what I had to say. Okay, so it stopped right at the end of him talking. And you didn't hear... Well, what I came in to say was, you can hear he's presenting as if he just heard of this guy and this story. And the audience, this is 1968, they don't know Zappa that well. He's playing in Vancouver, they're up in Canada. They don't know much about him. And they don't know that he's put Varese on every album with the quote, "The present-day composer refused to die." They don't know that Zappa, that's his expertise. And it's like talking about, for me, like talking about McLuhan or something. And he just says this casual thing. There was this guy, and he was an old guy. He's really smart. He makes fun of Canadians. He says these very smart musicians who end up laughing at him.
Their tune. These very complex compositions, he's calling them. The complex Barres compositions, he calls them, they're going to play these
couple of tunes. And so you can see every 5 words he's targeting somebody or something. He's cynical at every few words or noun, like these very smart musicians from Canada. He's setting you up to say they were really dumb because they laughed at him. And they even had Perez gets up and acknowledges the wonderful orchestra that laughed at him. So it's incredibly improvisational conversation he's doing there. And it's a total theatrical presentation because it's probably what he used to say to his high school buddies in 1957 If I bring up McLuhan, I'm not going to go in and say he's the greatest mind ever. You start off real light about introducing this interesting guy you met once. You know what I mean? That's what he's saying to the audience, and it's like what he said to his high school buddies when he would introduce them to Perez. So there's a whole smiling behind it by Frank if you are tuned into what he's doing. He's winking at you as he's doing this.
Totally.
And it really is a good example of him doing it. Yeah, he's just this old guy. He wrote a few tunes, and nobody liked his music. They never played his music, but they thought they'd do a favor. Not in the United States. I mean, he hurt the American ears. The American ears couldn't take it. They hated this guy. But a couple of smart guys up in Canada thought they'd play it. And then the story ends up with everybody laughing at Perez, but Zappa doesn't emphasize that. He just says it and then moves on about how he's going to play it. He doesn't emphasize the punchline was that these idiots were laughing at him. You know what I mean? He just says it as if it's a story he's passing on. He heard this. He's rather detached when he gets to that point.
I feel like laughter is a result of torque. There's like
laughter's a torsion field, yes.
Yeah.
The magnetism, the polarity, and the fucking dualism collapse into vibrational frequencies that approximate looping torsion fields. That's laughter.
No, but there's a squeezing. No, there's a squeezing.
You made the loop.
Loop-de-loop that one. That's good. What are you trying to get across, Alyssa? What are you trying to tell us?
You're bringing up this sly sort of, whatever, and then you're talking about the comedy of you, Carolyn, and everything, and it's all related to a sort of subtle squeezing that people aren't going to just let you say that and not react.
Yes.
It's
and nobody's reacting here, though. I'm just rehearsing in front of you guys. I'm just rehearsing my Charlie Rose interview, where all this stuff will be said and will cause headlines and the market will crash, So you're saying I'm going to get a reaction, but you're not reacting that much, right?
Oh, but it's just even listening to Zappa, he's saying this stuff, and it's funny, but not very funny. It's very straightforward, and yet they're laughing. It's like that. There's an environmental understanding going on there, and there's a friction that causes people to feel like they need to laugh.
Yes, and I forget. Remember, he said, "And now we're going to destroy his song."
Yeah.
That got them laughing. It's perfect. He's walking a fine line between the fact that education works when it's entertaining and pleasing. So he's being a teacher in this rock and roll environment.
Another thing. Yeah, he was always educating not only his musicians but the audience. And he takes this music is usually played in a very elitist environment, very arrogant, very intellectual.
Illuminati bitches in the audience.
Yeah, he presented this as fun. Look, this
to a bunch of kids.
We're going to destroy it. Then.
We're actually on your side. Those John Cage think Edgar Perez is a big deal. I personally don't think he's a big deal, so we're going to fuck with his music. That's what he's conspiring with the kids to destroy adult culture.
That was the rock and roll of Zappa.
That was the rock and roll of Zappa? What's that mean?
Yeah, it's him creating that play around something quote-unquote serious and saying he's going to ruin it. That's kind of like the environment of rock and roll.
Yes, that is the environment of rock and roll. That's what rock and roll was doing.
He's expanding. He's doing what media does. He wants people to expand their patterns, to go beyond their limits.
Yeah, so Alyssa made a good point. He has infiltrated the destroying of Perez rock and roll environment to pretend he's with them, but to somehow undermine what these kids were being seduced by. You know, that's what Alyssa seemed to say. He's pointing out the effects of the rock and roll environment was destroying Varese and everything else. And then Frank was pretending he was with the kids on that, but he actually was forcing it on them. He was trying to, remember the title on his album was Kill Ugly Radio. That talk about going after an environment. He's demanding everybody to turn off the whole radio industry. It was in big letters. And when you hear about or see the pictures of what he was like when he was young in Bobby's book, and then you project ahead in 1967, he's got this Charles Manson face on Absolutely Free. You know what I mean? He looks like the Antichrist. That's what Don McBurney said back then. He said, the guy looks like the Antichrist, you know. And he's this funny, whimsical, gentle person projecting himself as the Antichrist who wants to kill ugly radio.
Yes, this thing that happened to him, like being set up to make this porno soundtrack and then all his equipment taken away, I think
all those great tapes.
That event also changed him forever.
Yeah.
Like, he knew he had to be intelligent. He had to revolt, but he could not revolt as just being a hippie, a lazy hippie, or taking drugs, or
right.
Like everybody.
No chemical body revolt. Not a chemical body revolt.
The change must be done in a more intelligent, subtle way. Just by expanding your ideas. That was already a big revolution.
Right. Like he was all happy. He's happy that Dylan was able to get access to the kids. Then he thought nobody got the message, so he said, okay, I'll get access to the kids. I'll infiltrate rock and get my information out there. So we should save this for our proper Zappa thing. I mean, there's a lot of good Zappa stuff said here, but I can't post 18. Here's Zappa Hour Plus. We play 18 fucking hours. Okay, the people over at Alt Fan Frank Zappa are not going to put up with this.
We're just warming up.
Yes, we're just warming up. Or Ross says torsion, wheels within wheels.
So this is the rehearsal. Then we play.
Who said that? Kelso? What did you just say?
This is the rehearsal.
Yeah, this is rehearsal. That's right. We're rehearsing for Frank, for our official Frank performance in a few hours. Okay, I'm going to play some more music, set the phone up, and set up for McLuhan, okay? So, does anybody want to hear one of the Zappa things that you didn't hear earlier in the day? Did anybody here, other than Roxy, nobody here now was there in the first hour or two, right? Bert?
No, I wasn't.
No.
Okay, he says, he begins one of them. He says, okay, put your mouths around the horn. I think he tells the horn guys. Actually, let me play that and then stop it because we don't need to. Let's see if it's this one. What was that called? Yeah, see, I think we hear it here.
Saxophones in mouth. Ready? Begin.
So did you hear that? He said, saxophones in mouths, ready, begin, like it was a drill sergeant. Saxophones in mouths? Let me do that. Go back. My thing was, I would have stopped it earlier, but my thing was spinning. Okay, I just want to emphasize that again.
Saxophones in mouth. Ready? Begin.
Isn't that great? He's directing them like a commander in an army. All right. Saxophones in mouth. Ready? Begin. And then they start playing the most basic boogie music. Pretty good, eh? Yeah. All right. Let's play. What?
Shoot your ammunition.
Sugar amnesia?
Shoot your ammunition.
Shoot your ammunition. Right. Very good. Yes. All right. Here's a proper Zappa song.
Yes, and then we go like ah.
Okay. Where is it? This one.
As long as they don't feel their environment and they don't worry about it, they're not going to do anything to change it. And something's got to be done before America scarfs up the world and shits on it.
Wow, there it is. Talk about the environment.
Right.
Pretty impressive.
That was his agenda, to change the environment.
Right. Had you heard that section before? I didn't play that when I played the song many hours ago. I dropped that.
No, but I've heard that interview before. That
oh, okay.
He's saying that.
Now, here's what he did. So he's on the BBC. He says very seriously, this is a song that they would never allow us to play in the United States. And it's this ridiculous, satirical doo-wop thing sung by Roy Estrada, who was a very good doo-wop singer. He grew up with that. But here he's doing this silly tone, right? It's like, and so when Zappa says they never let us play it, he slams his arm down and hits the side of his body. And that's the signal for the military band to start playing. Like he does this real rigid, militaristic beginning point, slapping the side of his body. And then they start, and then Roy comes on, dedicated to a bunch of Mexicans, right? Nachos and Moncho. Did you get those names, Roxy? He dedicated to two Pachuco guys. And then they go to this ridiculous high-pitched thing. Oh, that's pretty funny, eh? They won't let us play crap like this. We want to thank you, Mr. BBC, for letting us play shit on your network. Pretty neat. Okay, so I think we must stop this foolishness. We must get into get out of our apathy.
Get your sax in the mouth.
Yeah, get your sax, your orifice, what would be organ of your choice in your mouth. Organ of your choice. Right? You know what that means. And I will have to mute everybody for a few minutes till we get into the serious frequency. So let's bring up the rigmarole. And by the way, I got some great Zappa in the Evergreens coming forward shortly.
Woo.
Yeah, really good. So, we better check with Big Mouth Susanna. I'm sorry, Susanna, you've been on mute. Is there something wisdom we missed from you over the last few minutes of topics?
Actually, just unmuted me, Bert. Bert.
No, and she was on mute. Or she fell asleep. She was on, got knocked off and came back on. So, Susanna, anything you want to correct us? Oh, she's not there. Okay, now we have to get ready for Frank. Are you guys still energized, still awake?
Yes.
Yeah.
So let me just play a few songs while I ready myself for the long haul. Great song, very nice song. Let's bring in the staff. Lunch break is over. Back manning our cashier clerk's desks. So, Bert, what do you think of that previous song, Frank, wailing, shredding endlessly?
It's amazing, Bob. It's something you said last week that Frank never practiced his all of his lead guitar riffs were improvised. He never practiced. He just did it based on what the groove was or what they were playing. That's amazing. That's amazing.
I mean, he knew his guitar. It's years of doing it, so he had his muscles ready to go and riffs to do, but it left him open to do incredible stuff. Let's just, what was that? Just to hear the first minute again. That's not human. If he's not practicing it, he could sail into that like that.
Yeah. And plus, there's an environmental. I could imagine what you went through to actually be in, because he was really big in the environment, that to be in a concert hall and how he liked to play live, it was probably a whole different experience than what we're experiencing right now, just listening with our ears, but the whole experience.
Right. So what he used to say, started saying this in the 70s, he loved pushing air molecules around huge stadium, preferably indoors. But that's what he thought what he was doing was pushing around air molecules, sculpting them.
Yeah. Yeah.
So he's actually he's playing as if he's sculpting the air rather than making melodies for your mind.
Yeah, but he had that. There was something Roxana said earlier, and I found it in the Mother of All interviews. He knew a lot more about physics than he let on because he talked about isotopes, and I found his reference to isotopes, and it was amazing because it's spot on of what Ion describes what an isotope is. So
so he says something about it.
Yes. Yes. It's in the Mother of All interviews, but I have to find it.
And that's transcribed.
Yes. Okay, here it is. The guy asked him, the question was, how do you protect or store your work? And Frank's answer, well, operating the sonic solution is a bit like playing with isotopes because you never know when it's going to do weird things to you.
Well, that's neat. I forgot about that.
Yeah. Listen, and what he said, during his childhood, he almost blew himself several times because he was into chemistry and he liked to have this mercurium in his room everywhere. And I mean, he was aware of the substances, and I think it's very revealing that his studio was called the kitchen.
Utility Muffin Research Kitchen. Research. That's what we do with the RNA drops. Make new generations.
Yeah, the food. He was aware that he was feeding the people needed not only the physical food but other types of food.
Yeah, he called his column non-food. So we're starting here. And I think I heard a snore, so I'm going to mute everybody, and then I'll, if I see someone waves or wants to come in, and we'll let them in. But we'll just have you and I and Bert. So, Anonymous, I don't know if I clicked. Can you speak, Bert? Did I include your Anonymous?
Yes.
And Roxy, you're the other Anonymous. You want to speak?
I suppose.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, because there's a couple other Anonymouses that I turned off, and they could have been you guys. So for our new second Zappa Hour, should I include the Zappa music, the Cruising for Burgers, and Easter Hay first as part of our recording? We begin with music? What do you think?
Yes, I think it's nice to let Zappa be part of the conversation.
Right. So we were starting to talk about the chemistry and substance. Okay, so what I want to start off with, let's hear what Frank has to say after my interview with him in 1994 through the Evergreens that was published in 1996, say, in Flipside magazine, came out of California. And then in later, what's the date? The date is, got to look up my notes. It's 96 or 97. I go back to the Evergreens, and we asked Frank to talk about the reaction among his fans and people in general to the Ghost interview that we had done and published in Flipside. So I've got to find my notes. Where is the notes to what I wanted to do? Rewrite. Let's rewrite. Okay, just a second. I must look up my notes draft. You can talk, either of you, while I look for this. State your thinking.
Yeah, is Snore there?
Snore? No.
No?
He wasn't planning on coming to this one. But then Wally, but I didn't tell Wally to come. I didn't remind him, so maybe they don't know about it. But where are my notes? Just keep talking. Think out loud.
Yeah. So, what's your favorite Zappa song, Bert?
Son of Orange County. Son of Orange County. There's a couple, but Son of Orange County is one of my favorites.
Yeah.
And why do you like it so much?
I like the way it's composed, but then it really made me like it that when I found out from Bob that it was actually Zappa poking fun at Richard Nixon.
Yes, from Orange County.
What's yours favorite, Roxana?
Oh, I have not one favorite, because there's so many things I like.
Yeah, I would say the same. That's just one of them that I thought about.
But I like the most experimental things, like the things he was doing at the end with the orchestras.
Yes.
Because he could go all the way, or the things he was doing with his synclavier. He could really, for example, with the synclavier, he doesn't have to pay the musicians to rehearse, so he has all these samples and it's a hybrid synthesizer with samples, and he could experiment and doing things that maybe humans cannot do, like speeding up things or reversing or mixing. So that's, I think, very, very interesting how he could go all the way. But I like everything. Yeah. Also the funny songs.
Yeah, the depth of his compositions of all of his music. It's wide range. I mean, it's interesting to hear. Like, he can play rock, then he can mix rock with doo-wop. I mean, he can mix so many different varieties of music in one composition. It's amazing for me. Because, like I said before, Bob turned me on to the Zappa was a composer, I was always, because I grew up listening to classical music, and I got bored with the normal Bach, Beethoven stuff that people always walked around thinking like, was there ever a modern composer that was still doing music? And I never knew until Bob turned me on that Zappa was. And then you listen to it, and you can listen to all of his music, and you get a whole different feeling with each song. It's amazing. It's amazing for me. Amazing. So this is like opens up a whole new world for me just to listen to his music. And then actually, did you read The Mother of All Interviews? Have you read that?
No, I've read many things, but extracts of things, and I read a lot of things online. But the thing is, I think most of these books are not talking about the whole Zappa. He was not only into very complex music, he was really much more than that. And that's why we're here talking, and there's so little music. And I think he's already a classic. And we have the music, but also his speeches. I think he will be like the founding fathers. The mother will be quote in the future. The founding mother, the mother of invention, will be quote as we quote Washington or Jefferson or Franklin, because what he had to say was really moving society.
Yes.
In many ways, he really had an impact on the environment.
Yeah, so he was an expanded notion of an alchemist, and he did make a composition named after a legendary alchemist, Fulcanelli. So he includes that theme in his object, active alchemy. And he talks about it in the booklet, in Uncle Mead, about scientists or government engineers molding people through sound. So he had an alchemical agenda, but not a limited New Age Aleister Crowley kind of alchemy. He actually was a scientist and incorporated the eras of alchemy before science, before chemistry. The alchemy of the big note, the alchemy of the Grand Wazoo, the alchemy of the brain police, the alchemy of the little green rosette. So it is very appropriate to talk to Frank through a major alchemist, Michael Blake Reed, who channeled 6,500 to 7,000 entities known as the Evergreens. So I think I already said it, and it will be included on the recording, how this is me talking to Frank after Flipside Magazine has published the early edition of the Alchemy, Bob's Alchemy with the Astroplane, and Frank's discussion back in '94. So you have your points were well made, but you're ready to listen, right?
Right.
Yes.
Okay, so let the mother speak.
Okay, so mute everybody. Why isn't that going? Oh, it's spinning. So just a second. I got too much stuff on the board here. So I have to wait till it unspins. Well, maybe you guys just be quiet, and I can start the... No, I don't want to interrupt it.
All participants are now muted.
Ah, there it is. Okay. Everything's muted. Sounds up. Okay, this is recorded on October 15th, 1996. And we're starting at the 49-minute position of the session. I've already talked to many other topics before I get to Zappa. So 49 minutes and 7 seconds into the October 15th, 1996 session. Wow, there it is.
Thank you, Marshall.
Talk about the environment.
I'd like to now locate Frank Zappa.
Right.
Who was
Pretty
born
impressive.
December 21st.
That was his agenda, to change the environment.
Right. But you heard that section before? I didn't play that when I played the song many hours ago. I dropped that.
No, but I've heard that interview before.
Oh, okay.
He's saying that.
Now, here's what he did. So he's on the BBC. He says very seriously, this is a song that they would never allow us. I think that's, I accidentally clicked on Mateo. Mateo's broadcast came on. I don't know why that happened, Mateo. So we got to go back a little bit here, start over again. Okay, just a second. Coming up to the beginning point. Okay.
Thank you, Marshall. I'd like to now locate Frank Zappa, who was born on December 21st, 1940, and died in December 1993. Do we have him?
Yes.
Greeting, Frank. Did he enjoy the publication of the Channeling Through the Evergreens of my talk with you, Frank, in Flipside magazine?
Stuck a stick up their nose, he said, doesn't it?
It stuck it up their nose?
Yeah, stuck a stick up their nose, didn't it?
Yeah, there was not really much overt popular or positive response. It was sort of ignored, but are you implying that many people noticed it?
Oh, they noticed it.
And kept their reactions to themselves?
Yes, but there were reactions. You would be surprised the number of people who cut that out.
Really?
Pasted it to the back of an album.
How did his wife Gail react?
Positively.
Would she like to talk to you through the Evergreens herself?
Yes.
So I should get in touch with her and tell her how to do it?
If she wants. It's always her choice.
Right, but was she struck by the reality that it seemed to ring true?
She thought it was a rehash of an interview that actually took place, of an editing, and that it was ascribed to some source. But that interview never took place anywhere.
But it sounded so real to her
yes.
that she couldn't believe that it was done through medium, so it was an echo of an actual interview she thought she knew.
Yes.
So she's not clear, she's not ready to believe it really yet.
If you tell her exactly how it was done, then she will know.
I could even play her this dialogue here.
If you want.
Yes. There's one particular thing. You're aware of Jerry Fialka, who used to work with you? With my associate.
Yes.
Jerry Fialka and I, in August, tried to find the date of your bust at Studio Z in Cucamonga in either the fall of 64, early 65. Can you give us the exact date? Because the newspaper clipping doesn't have the date, and the court records are lost.
I would have rehashed this again. It was October the 29th, 64.
That is why do you say, who rehashed this again? I've never...
No, he says it's up to you if you want to bring up all this, but it's long gone.
Right, and the records are gone accidentally.
Oh, they're gone.
Why did it...
Not exactly accidentally.
Was it influenced by Frank's father?
No, it was influenced by a person who figured that it didn't need to be there.
Because they were thinking of Frank to benefit?
No, they were thinking of it didn't need to be there.
They didn't think it was important, the document?
No, didn't think it was important at all.
Right, now so the newspaper clipping that he published with the article on his bust never had the date. Is there a reason? Did he not want the date to be known?
No, there's strictly sloppy reporting.
Right, so he was arrested on October 29th, 1964, and was in the can for 10 days.
Yes.
All right. Did Frank's father have a very knowing influence over Frank, more than Frank as a young man realized?
In a way, yes.
Because I've created this scenario, this sort of play, drama, that the father was a real person behind Frank's thinking. Because you can look at how Frank, as a young man in his teens, criticized his father for watching TV so much, but in the end, the last 10 years of Frank's life was devoted to watching a lot of television. He ended up like his father.
Yes.
Was his father watching TV acutely like Frank says he did?
You see, you have to understand Frank's ability to observe. He was a good observer from the very first, and grew up to be a very good observer. But Frank, at that time, was looking at the world and wondering what the world had to offer and what he had to offer the world and so on. These things that pass through a young man's mind. And he observed his father not participating and said, you really see TV too much. You're too caught up in what television has to offer. There are other things to be offered. His father agreed, yes, that's true, and then turned back to television. Frank, as he got older, began to realize he could observe the world also through the television.
So did he reappraise his father?
He reappraised television.
Right.
But still, in his own mind, said that his father spent too much time doing it at a time when there are other things to see. But then it could be said of Frank, as in those days that he wanted to watch television on a constant basis, that while he was observing through television, he was not observing through other means, which is exactly what his father was doing. His father was observing the world through television, and Frank had not realized that his father was doing this. To Frank, his father was just watching television, not observing the world, just watching television.
So his father was observing pretty discriminately.
Yes.
And Frank realized that
when he was older,
yeah.
But not fully.
All right, now, the metaphor in Uncle Meat and some of Frank's works goes on about Uncle Meat it sounds a lot like his father's meteorological metaphors, the fact that Frank wanted to make music like a climate. Were these because, jokingly, he was making reference to his father's profession?
Of course it was.
So he was making fun of his father and using him as a model for satire.
Yes.
And yet it was useful information to bring meteorological science into the world of music.
Yes.
So it worked for many purposes.
It worked to make a point. And the point is, what are you going to use to describe this world with?
Right. So he took the experience around him, the experience that he observed in his father.
Yes.
As a working man.
Yes.
Now, I came up with the idea that the conceptual continuity of a particular motif that really struck me this year, and I feel I cracked the code, because on the first album of Freak Out, you have, side 4 has the ritual dance of the child killer. And then I noticed the dwarf motif and the Rumpelstiltskin motif running through his work, and to the point he described his own home as in Rumpelstiltskin decor. Did I hit on, so to speak, the meaning of the electric doll in the Captain Beefheart, Uncle Meat movies?
It's a midget.
Yeah, it's a midget. Now, in the first album, Ritual Dance of the Child Killer, that's what Rumpelstiltskin did. Was he thinking of the midget and Rumpelstiltskin in reference to that?
Yes.
So I did hit on the mother lode of his main motif.
On that aspect, yes. There's still more to learn, he says.
Right. Now, why the midget? Why was the midget a useful motif? What is the meaning in relation to the 60s?
Now, what is a midget? A dwarf, a small person.
Yeah.
What small people are there?
Children.
How much power do they have?
None.
You see power and small?
And Frank felt that was him as a fringe musician in relation to the Monster Media Machine?
Yes.
So it was an image referring to himself?
Yes.
Which is what I thought it meant.
Yes.
And then that can be translated into musical concepts.
Yes. But then again, as he says, he dwarfed them.
And he was aware he'd do that from the beginning?
Yes.
So that was part of the metaphor joke?
Yes.
So that's pretty, would the everything agree, that's pretty ingenious and insightful for a young man to come up with those ideas at that time?
Let us speak for ourselves, not for Zappa for a moment.
Yes.
Remarkably intelligent and perceptive. Yes. That he chose music was his choice, because it was his form of expression. There are other forms of expression that he was moving towards. He was beginning to realize that this is what worried him, that would he be as smart older as he was smart younger? We see intelligence, but we see philosophy too. Some people do not realize there's a very powerful philosophy in Zappa's work.
Well, is Frank happy with the new book, Negative Dialectics of Poodle Play, which approaches Frank as a deep-thinking philosopher?
Yes.
He appreciates that book.
Appreciates it naturally. But what he said...
Okay, I had ended there for reasons. What comes up next is not that important. But I want to unmute.
All participants are now unmuted.
You were saying he was moving into other areas.
Yes, and you saw it. That
I did.
He had the whole philosophy.
Yes.
And
he was trying to expand from his specialism of music into something else, to the environment, managing environments or doing something environmentally. Within music...
How the frequencies can bend the mind, making you think beyond normal structures, for example, like easy songs. Yeah. You can hear a lot of notes and see, for example, his solos, they're great. They just capture your attention, and he takes you like a surfer. You're in this wave of sounds, and yes, he just wants you to pay attention, listen, and think.
And surf the waves and shifts of the water, of liquidity, sound liquidity. So he was a specialist in music. He knew to move out of the specialist range. And interesting, he was a bit nervous about if he could excel, because he was a perfectionist, so he had to excel if he moved into other things. When Michael Blake Reed came out of trance at the end of the session, he talks about being inside Zappa's brain. I mean, this is what he was dreaming while the everythings were coming through, and he said he'd never been in anybody else's brain, but Frank's brain was so big, he found out he could be inside it, and he asked Frank, why don't you do these other things, write plays and whatever other things you want to do? What's holding you back? And Michael said that Frank said that it was my name, Zappa, and what people associate with it. And Michael said, well, you can always change your name. And Frank says, yep, I could. Oh, there's the...
But I see the similarity with you. He was also trying to educate people and help everybody get it.
Yes.
So
what was the first part? Trying to do what?
To be a pedagogue, to educate everybody.
Yes. Pedagogy, right.
And he was self-taught. That's another commonality with Bob. He taught himself a lot of things.
Yeah, we didn't. He went to a few classes. I went to a few classes. Never got to credits. I never took exams, but I would befriend professors and hang out with them, sit in their class. It's called autodidact. I'm an autodidact. Now, it's having not heard this in a long time. I asked about the date of his bust. And when that footage of us going up to Cucamonga in 96 or so, it had to be 96 because this is later in October 96. We stopped in the library to find the article, the date of when he got busted. And we never did because in some booklet that Frank put out with the article, there's no date on it. So I didn't find the date. We looked for an hour or two in the library through microfilm, couldn't find it. So I'm asking them, when was it? They say October 29th. Well, no, it happened in March 25th, 1965, 5 months later. So they were wrong on the date if you take it as what date did he get busted? It looks like October 29th. But reading Bobby's book, I always thought that the Evergreens were wrong on that point. But reading his book, it turns out that they busted Frank because they wanted to get him out of the studio so they could tear it down and widen the road to build more houses or bring money into the community. So there was a conspiracy to nail Frank on a engineering level from City Hall or something like that, whoever would be doing it. So I now think that that's the date that they started scheming to get rid of Frank, October 29th. That's maybe when the idea came up. Up to this point, it's been presented just as the cops were out to get him because he was opposite a Holy Roller church, which had more influence in the little town than Frank, and they didn't like Frank. So they might have complained to the cops, and then the cops did their bidding and busted him. But other than if it's to give the Evergreens the benefit of doubt that they had the wrong date, it's sort of like dealing with Ion. They have other reasons for the date, and I didn't pursue it. So that's my present theory. I just found that out the other night reading Bobby's book about how the larger picture was to get rid of the building, widen the road. So that could have started 5 months earlier. So that's the little, other people may find that a big discrepancy, not believe anything, but reading Bobby's book prepares for me to hear that because it was a big problem. Mr. Zappa, the father, watched TV way too much from the normal perspective and didn't relate to the kids enough time. So there's a lot of complaints about that. And that's what the Evergreens are saying. They nailed the description of the father pretty good. Also, when Life magazine did an article on rock stars and their parents in 1971. So they had a picture of Frank's parents, mother and father, in Frank's home. And Bobby says he got to read the transcript of the whole article, and some of it was edited out. And he didn't say exactly, but he said his father was saying things like he was a big influence on Frank. And Bobby and Frank, they wouldn't agree to that. It was an irritation for them, according to Bobby's book. And the father made a fool of himself from Frank and Bobby's perspective. But the way the father thought he influenced Frank, he says that in the Life magazine interview, that Frank's an extension of him. So interesting dynamic there, which is what I think the Evergreens were getting at when they were saying, well, he had an influence on Frank, but not in the way you'd normally think. But, yeah, what were we going to say?
Yeah, it's maybe hard to judge people in the way they engage media and how long they engage it, because I suppose this fascination with TV, for example, many people I see, they work and they get home and they turn on the TV and that's it. They work and they watch TV. And maybe they don't pay attention to children, or they use the TV also as a babysitter. If they want to get things done, they just turn on the TV and let the children watch TV, and they're not bothered by the children. But it's like now we don't interact with each other. Sometimes we meet somebody and everybody's concerned with their cell phone, and we are absorbed in the media, but it's maybe something we cannot control. The power of this attraction of
right.
It's not that people are stupid or it's just they like to be fed or turned on by this.
Well, they're not so jaundiced about television. As they said, his father realized that he could watch the world and use it to watch the world, and young Frank didn't understand that. Then Frank used it to watch the world later. But the Evereens have talked about how people solve a lot of their problems watching TV, whatever they're watching, whatever the drama is. And it's an incredible education that's going on for people. There's millions of people who've never had a advanced education. So now they can observe people, and the scenarios are pretty intelligent in a lot of the shows, and it's a big classroom. So Frank didn't realize that, but his father did, and the Evereens would not see too much numbing going on by watching TV. They looked at the services of it. But they did say Frank's father watched too much TV, so you have a bit of a truth there, Roxy. Yeah, I mean, if you're not getting any stimulation at your job, why wouldn't you go through a portal and experience all the TV shows you? Why wouldn't you spend your off hours doing that, being a cyborg?
Yes, and for example, for me, what's the relation, what Zappa said, that language is also an artifact, and media are only this medium for language, for this other artifact.
Right. Zappa's quote in the 80s saying the media is all there is. That's all there is, just media. So
right. So this engagement is also this fascination we have with communication and language. It's not only that we want to be programmed and consume and be dumbed down. It's something maybe that humans cannot control, this fascination with the conversation going on, and that they can engage. Maybe in a passive form, just listening. Or
what'd you say about form?
Yeah, they're more passive, but with the TV, there's more involvement, like McLuhan said. So people felt they were really part of the conversation of the whole global pride.
Yes, the TV will make you, especially with these bigger screens, it'll make you feel it's for you. They don't think about TV looking at them. They think they're looking at TV. But the vast information and interesting stuff that happens, I find that most people can't take advantage of all that's there. They can't absorb it, so a lot of it ends up just to be background. But they do some parts of themselves engage it. Do you watch TV, Bert?
No, not much. Not much at all. Maybe I watch probably twice a week. I watch the news, and other than that, no.
Well, you and I and Roxy, we have our own artistic motivations of doing things. We have things to do by ourselves. We can do things. We're not living a dull life and then trying to create an excitement around it. So we're not following the normal pattern of the charm of TV. Though I do watch TV now, since I only sleep 3 hours a day, I watch a lot more TV than I ever did in 30 years. And to me, it's improved. There's a lot of interesting things being done. But I can see the person's average sensory life. That's an extension of their senses. Most of people's sensory lives are boring. Why wouldn't they travel through their sensory situation? But it's interesting how a young mind like Zappa's didn't, and maybe he was right that his father watched it too much, but he couldn't see that it was real experience.
And it's things to talk about, like the program there that is in trend or whatever they see, they have this common ground and they can engage each other in conversation and real conversation with other human beings.
Right. Yeah, that would be the language part of it, the meme generation. Meme generation. That's your cute.
But couldn't it also, Frank's father couldn't have been also, because Frank's father was a chemist or what have you, and because of the television at the time was sort of new for most people, that the television was sort of a new teaching tool or learning tool for the father, because they talked about that he was observing the world through television, which was probably something if he was a trained chemist, he was mainly a book knowledge, and then all of a sudden this technology comes where you can sit and watch, and then it's captivating, because I remember when my great-grandparents got a television, how my great-grandfather was amazed. And he watched television all day. So it may be like a sensory stimulation that most people, if you never had that, how it captivates them. Sort of like how the smartphones now with that trend now where everybody's looking down and looking at the small screen of what's going on.
Yeah, and all the...
and I think media becomes like the shaman or the oracle. They have the authority of, it was on the news or it was printed, it has to be truth, or like this guy told you, I'm going to Google to see if what you're saying is true. It's like they need these media to confirm the information.
Yes. That's right. The TV is the passive consumption. You pick up stuff on your iPhone and on the internet and all that, and then you need to have it translated into the old chip body, or TV body. So, but this, as McLuhan predicted, would create multi-consciousness, decentralization of consciousness. So there are millions of people who watch TV to enjoy the misfortune of people. They're looking at it for the enjoyment of the survivor emotion.
Yeah.
There's not a common, what you were saying, Roxy, that wouldn't be the only way TV would be used. It would be used by all kinds of different states of personality and mind.
Yes, but one thing that I also found very interesting about McLuhan is that he saw TVs projected on you, and there are other things going on that are not evident. And all these bodies, all these new bodies being created by media that were needed to be where we are now in the hexadic and
what's that?
We thought
the hexadic.
Hexadic, because we thought evolution has ended because there's no more evolution at the biological level, but there was still there were things going on, but they were not evident. They were happening in these other elements or etheric components of what we are, that we are not just the meat body.
Right, and that's what McLuhan said, that the Darwinian evolution was replaced by technological evolution, which is the beginning of virtual reality or new media being embedded in people, new bodies. That is impossible to stop. I mean, even the Evergreens predicted that humans would, in 500,000 years, be 2/3 metal. And it would be bars of steel, be like maybe the Terminator liquid metal.
And it's interesting how humanity has created this parallel reality, which is the virtual, and there is no more borders between the virtual and the real. And I think it started with the book and then the radios and the TV, the movies, the TV. This line between what is supposed to be non-real, virtual, and the real exists no more.
Right.
We are already as much in the online as offline.
Right. And the Evergreens were right to say that Frank later realized in his, he didn't work in an office, he worked at home, that he could watch the world. And he increasingly brought those ideas into it, the cyborg, the idea that technology was inevitable and that you were going to merge with a good chunk of it. So he always talked about watching C-SPAN and watching different networks. So he became a student of the media. And maybe you could find the changes in his composing and his ideas with that. There is one chapter on virtual reality. I think Ben Watson, in his appendix to his book, Negative Dialectics of Poodle Play, added an appendix on virtual reality, because that was becoming a popular word in 93, 94. But I don't have that particular copy. I can't look it up. I don't have the one with the appendix, which was the paperback second edition. But you can see it in Frank's interviews. He's wrestling with the fact. That's why he couldn't answer who are the brain police. Jury was still out about what was happening. Now, when he saw McLuhan in 1984-85, the documentary on McLuhan, and he said to me in March 85, he'd just seen it, and I showed up, and he said, McLuhan seemed to be not all there. He found McLuhan looking odd. And I explained to him, well, McLuhan was an actor, and there was a lot of put on in his being, so you wouldn't be having a genuine personality there. You'd have a calculating personality about what he wanted to say, and maybe that came across as bad acting or a weak personality, whatever Frank meant by saying he was not all there. Well, he wasn't all there. He was detached. He was manipulating the interviewer. So that was my defense of how he shouldn't give up on McLuhan. So let's go to part 2. That was October 15th. Now we're going to October 18th. And I'm going to mute everybody and get the positioning.
All participants are now muted.
And I don't know what is said in this part. Oh no, I think I get into conceptual continuity. So, let's go back. Unmute.
All participants are now unmuted.
Idea.
Yeah. That was fascinating about was it an Uncle Meat and the Midget, and it was a symbol for himself?
Yeah, it was on the cover of Lumpy Gravy. The angle of the photograph makes him look like a little person. So he's saying you start off being dwarfed, but he represented a way of taking your power and dwarfing society, which would be the autonomy part of media evolution. See, media makes more and more people embedded in the mass mind, but at the same time, tactile-wise or schizophrenically, you are getting more and more separated from the mass mind and able to float around it. So you start doing your own thing technologically. So Frank was showing how you could make yourself a giant. Now he has in the booklet, in Uncle Meat, somebody goes up the beanstalk, Jack and the Beanstalk, to take on the giant. So that would be about, that album was put together right when Frank was starting to become famous, and that would be his agenda, to become a giant in some way, programming environments. So he was always getting the latest technology to do that. Okay, so no other comments?
All participants are now muted.
Okay, let's bring this up. A second while I get the 209. Start 209. Just a second. Still counting. Okay. Here we go. So this is October 18th, 1996, at the beginning of this particular session with the Evergreens.
Greetings, Evergreens.
Greetings, ma'am.
I have a couple of questions from Tuesday overlap. I'd like to locate Frank Zappa again.
Can you locate Frank Zappa for me?
Yes, we have this one.
The other aspect that I discovered about Zappa's work in listening to an interview with David Wally that he did in 1970-71 preparing for David Wally's book, he talked about the making of the film, the training film about bizarre behavior for the Cucamonga police in 1964. This turned out to be a setup for his arrest, but the concept that he was making a film, which Frank was happy to do, to put his studio to work, to educate the police department about bizarre behavior in the population so they could have better public relations with these deviants, struck me that was a basic concept that he expanded for the concept behind his first album, Freak Out, which he wanted to educate the American public about people who do different things and do bizarre behavior. And he did this through the music industry, but to me it seemed an expanded notion of his original concept of educating the police department. So it is an interesting motif of his conceptual continuity that his whole educating of the American populace through the music industry about bizarre behavior was a replay of what he did with the original police department, Cucamonga, which led to a setup. So that complex situation made Frank very ironic and self-conscious about his albums because he knew he was educating the public, but he could get in trouble for it. Was that Frank's thinking at the time of making the Freak Out?
You're almost exactly on.
So there's no more, is there anything you would add to what I said?
You can educate, but sometimes they don't listen.
And you also can get in trouble for those people who don't want to be educated.
Yes, indeed.
And that was, you learned a lot from your police bust about American society and the corrupt side, and that was always a reference point in later ideas and scripts and plays?
Yes.
So that is part of the conceptual continuity?
Yes.
Including Up Till Civilization Phase 3, your last work?
Civilization was more of what would it be after they learned.
And of course the other conceptual continuity motif we discussed was the dwarf. So we have two parallel major themes in all your work here. The dwarf theme and the original porno bust, and educating from that.
Yes.
I'm correct on that?
Yes, you are.
All right, one point, as you know, maybe you know, I've re-met Dave Wally, and he has put out the new final edition of his biography of you, which probably was the first rock biography. And he found my interview with you in 1988 very helpful, but it also was very dramatic because he didn't know I had done it, and so we had a great meeting earlier this year of synchronicity and coincidence when he found out that he used my 1988 interview to do his wrap-up essay on your work. But of course, you know, David Wally and yourself had a falling out, and so I told him I spoke to you through a medium, and he's open to that, and he said, do you have anything to say to Dave Wally now?
Frank Zappa is a kind and gentle soul loved by millions. Never forget it.
And that's for Dave Wally to hear?
Specifically him.
In that tone?
In that tone.
Because I sense a satirical tone there.
Oh, there is.
So will Dave, but you, Frank, feel that's a way to say it to Dave at this time?
Yes.
Okay, well...
But also, to be not as sarcastic, but in truth, trying to capture another person's life in a bottle called book. It's difficult, but nonetheless, better him than certain others.
Are you, Frank, you have more positive attitude toward his book now than you did?
Absolutely. The point is, even though there were differences, better him than someone else.
At that time?
Now.
Even now?
Even now. Better him than certain others.
But you do like Ben Watson's book?
Absolutely. But the point is, we stand by it. Better him than certain others.
And you say we, that's Frank talking through the Evergreens?
Yes.
Okay, thanks a lot, Frank.
Okay, so that's the second part.
All participants are now unmuted.
How about that?
It's really fascinating how he's responding, and yeah, I think when he did this freak out, people got the wrong idea about Zappa. He thought he was one of the freaks.
Yeah, they thought he was one of the freaks.
And you're showing what that was really about.
Yeah, like the cops apparently asked him to make a movie where he could go around and interview the oddballs and then present it to the police so they wouldn't be so intimidated or upset or bugged by them. So he ends up doing that on a mass scale a couple of years later by educating the teen audience or whoever else to look at this new desire to express oneself that was coming in with the new media and the new autonomy that was created by electric media. not just the mass effect. So the freak out was a leading syndrome. So he was like working for the cops. He was working for society in general, working for the establishment to get the establishment to look at their outmoded attitudes. So there's the teacher aspect we were talking about earlier. He's a high school teacher on an outreach program.
Yes, because so there must be a change. The environment must change, but it cannot be just like being a hippie and a dropout and taking drugs or just staying a freak. I mean, it's good to non-conform and try to go beyond with your patterns and ideas and be yourself in a more authentic way.
Yeah. Now, you were impressed with how the way Zappa could, in the log cabin, focus on his composing while all these freaks were running around him in the house.
Yes, because it was an extreme time. Everybody was engaging in this excess experiences with the LSD and all this and sex and all these young, sexy people, all these groupies, all were behind Zappa, and everybody says he was just composing all the time, working.
Yeah, working.
I mean, I suppose for him was stimulating to be surrounded by all those freaks and the environment, but he was not into that.
Right. He, I don't think he ever took LSD, but he simulated some parts of the LSD experiment in the first album, sides 3 and 4, and he had an understanding of what somebody would go with. Maybe he read the different books that had come out by the mid-'60s on the effects of LSD on people. So he simulated the multiple voices, information overload on the later parts of the 2-disc album. So he's pretty good at miming that. But he was so good, people thought that he must have taken LSD himself to sort of imitate it. So
well, as an artist, I think he will sort of be a channel of what was going to come. He could already see this information overload, as you said, all this stimulation with all these substances. And
now, in 200 Motels, when he's got Ringo showing himself composing, he's listening to the radio and sort of getting ideas from the pop culture coming to the radio, but at the same time he's spilling his coffee on the paper that he's composing on, mixing the coffee in. There's your substance, your food, mixing it in with the abstract notation. What's that? You said the note?
Yeah, with the notes. Yes, I find it very fascinating to discover that he was so aware of the substances. Like he said, I'm a product of peanut butter, coffee, and cigarettes. But he was aware of that chemistry going on. And
well, he had a sign in 1970. He had a sign on his basement lab. Dr. Zircon. It was Dr. Zircon's Happy Valley something lab, but he was calling himself a doctor.
Yes, and he was also very aware of how not only the ideas and the TV, all this programming ads are manipulating people, or the lyrics of a romantic song that tells you how to behave, how you're supposed to be when you're in love, for example. He was aware that beyond only all these ideas and all these medias, there was also substances programming you and affecting your interior and your exterior landscapes.
In Time magazine, when he talked about the movie, I don't know if we call it Cat and Beefheart versus the Grunt People or Uncle Meat, whatever it was, in Time magazine in October '69, he said it was found out that the whole concentration camp was run by Colonel Sanders, who was a doll and like a dwarf. But there's the food thing. They were being taught verities in McDonald's burgers and that. So the diet was really big. Now, he has on the cover of Uncle Meat, Cal Schenkel told me he moved into some place and it was an old dental office, and he found the filing cabinets are still there, and he found all these old dental pictures. So he made the album cover of Uncle Meat with all these dental shots of teeth in various states of unrepair or disease, whatever. So it's all this mouth emphasis. Now, that would be eating. And so the eating metaphor is right there in Uncle Meat. And then the title is Meat. It seems that people weren't thinking about their eating in any critical way at that point. They ate things and experimented, but he was looking at the effect of the foods and the non-foods, which Carolyn was doing at the time too. And on the album he had a song called 9 Types of Industrial Pollution. He said that was before the formation of Earth Day, and he was on to pollution before anybody else was. He liked to say in, I think Jacques Cousteau, who, was out there sailing around the oceans and appalled at the pollution, he was, somehow Zappa did something with Jacques Cousteau, I think. Maybe he did a soundtrack for some film that Cousteau was making. But so Zappa, he had a conventional perception about pollution different from what Ion says. But we don't have to go into that. But just for the record.
Bob, did you hear that he called at the end when he was talking about the author of his autobiography or whatever the gentleman was, he called the book a bottle.
Yeah,
David Wiley. He called the book a bottle.
Right.
Which is, he was a very clever and perceptive person. I mean, he was very aware of his environment, what he was operating in. He was like I think you talked about earlier. He was like a military tactician. He was really a general-like. I mean, he was very aware of what was going on, whether he was in rehearsal or even interacting with someone. He would seem to me to be very aware of
almost paranoid.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, but he really knew what he was against. I mean, what he was up against. I mean, the whole fact, which you said earlier, that he knew that what he was trying to accomplish, but he also knew that it was dangerous, that he even got his brother to get him coffee and cigarettes. So he knew he was in really critical, a dangerous territory. But he really wanted to do it. He really wanted to do it, and it's amazing. It's amazing how he did it. Really, I mean, we're actually sitting here to talk about it and see how. I mean, for me, it's amazing because I mean, around the time that he was out, I remember hearing some of his music because I had no idea about him as a person.
Right. Okay, listen to this.
He really was a scientist. He's a scientist.
Right. So I looked up the word fugue. I was reading LaRouche's book, and he talks about the economy as a fugue. So it says one definition is a contrapuntal composition in which a short melody or phrase, the subject, is introduced by one part and successfully taken up by others and developed by interweaving the parts. But the second meaning, which I didn't know, fugue means a state or period of loss of awareness of one's identity, often coupled with flight from one's usual environment, associated with certain forms of hysteria and epilepsy. Have you ever heard of that definition for fugue?
No.
No.
So you have the musical meaning of fugue, but if you're studying the effects of chemistry, substance, and media on people, you're going to notice they've lost their identity in different phases of it. So the fugue that Frank was writing was one of psychology and sociology also, not just musical structure. Not that I know if he was aware of that meaning, but it's pretty interesting, this little-known definition of what a fugue is.
Yeah.
Okay, so what I want to do is go get some articles and pick up where we left off and get into some of the statements he was making in the early years. So be free to say something while I go get it. You know, go into speak without me saying anything. You guys can add some points that if you haven't said it all yet.
Well, one of the things is when you're into I&M, it's like if I see some of the lyrics, of course I see another layer of meaning on that, and things may be banal or funny, but you can start giving things other types of meanings. And now that we're talking about foods, I was thinking there is this song, I promise not to come in your mouth, but that's also the food, but from the ionic point, that food is actually good. It's something we need, this type of proteins, and it's funny how one starts giving things other types of meanings. And maybe
you mean the play of words? The play of words, yes. The ion. Yeah, it is.
It's because when I started giving us these very banal songs and all types of songs like country or pop, and to make a point that something very complex he was talking about, or things that were happening in the environment, for example, the ring of fire, that the environment needs more carbon, and he tells us to listen to this Ring of Fire song. So it's like there's, in all these human utterings, even if they seem to be banal, there is something behind language that has a higher meaning, like another layer of meaning in all these lyrics, in all these words, in all the outering.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure what the point is you're making there in relation to Frank and Roxy.
Yes, that because Zion was giving us all these songs that seem to be so banal or trivial. Yeah. But I started listening to the lyrics, like I had the impression all human language has different layers of meaning, and they may seem to be banal or trivial, but there's always something higher behind. apparent meaning of a phrase, of a word.
Now, you said you always were aware of that.
No.
Oh, no. That's what you've discovered.
Yeah, with Ian giving us all these pop songs, country songs.
Right.
All these.
And showing the different unknown, unnoticed meanings of them.
Yeah, but everything has layers of meaning. That,
right.
Like if the non-physical is always there to behind or something else is also there. And it depends where you listen to something, you get like other angle of what that might mean, or what would that the relevance of you hearing that at that point, or what maybe like a message from your non-physicality to you that you are listening to some lyrics. Well,
yeah, you say Bert.
Well, I see your point, because it's when you first tune in to Ian, it's the music that Ian was like when he was on the Yo Gotti thing. Was someone not really tuning into the frequency, they would be probably turned off, but there was a message behind the tones that Ian was emphasizing, just like they always emphasized best of good. And so I see Roxana's point that the lyrics and the music, it's not, this environment includes, it's very inclusive, whereas the older environments like classical music or country music, there were certain sections, whereas with Ian presenting the music, it's very inclusive, so it included everything from pop, country, rock, and gospel, all the different branches of music. So I see, and what Roxana was saying, that the lyrics, that there are multiple meanings of words. That's what's funny, is because most music that people listen to all over the world is English-based. That's popular.
Yes, and that was one very important thing that Zappa was doing. He was quoting pop culture to make his point. And
changing the words every
night. Ian
night.
Does a lot. Yeah.
He's adapting the words to wherever he was in his concerts. Yeah. Okay, so let me point out, we talked about Vito, the head freak dancer, last week. Well, another character on the scene was Pamela Zarubica, who lived with Frank, or they stayed together at some point, maybe in that little house that's in the footage when Jerry and I went up and filmed the 8 little houses, and Zappa lived in this little tiny cottage. So she adopted the name Suzy Creamcheese, and she's featured on the first album. Well, she writes, she was a bright woman, young woman, and so she writes things here and there. And I want to read a couple of things she wrote, because this will be what Frank says. Pretty sure she's totally influenced by Frank here. And so she feels like she's partly a PR person for Frank. So look what she says. I got a one-pager. I don't know what else is on there other than just this letter. So I'm not sure exactly what she's referring to, but she says, and maybe she just means this, what she's writing. She goes, "This is about the mothers of invention." So I assume it's this article is what she's saying. "This is about the mothers of invention. We have watched them grow, and with their growth, we hopefully have grown. Their honesty has offended some and been provocative to many, but in any case, their performances have had a real effect on their audiences. The mothers' music is very new, and as their music is new, so is the intention of their music. As much as the mothers put into their music, we must bring to it. The mothers and what they represent as a group has attracted all of the outcasts, the pariahs, the people who are angry and afraid and contemptuous of the existing social structure. The danger lies in the freak-out," that's in quotes, "the danger lies in the freak-out becoming an excuse instead of a reason. An excuse implies an end, a reason, a beginning. Being that the easiest way is consistently more attractive than the harder way, the essential thing that makes the freak-out audiences different constitutes their sameness. A freak is not a freak if all are freaks. Freaking out, in quotes, freaking out should presuppose an act of freedom, freedom meaning a liberation from the control of some other person or persons. Freedom meaning a liberation from the control of some other person or persons. Unfortunately, reaction seems to have taken place of action. Fortunately, reaction seems to have taken the place of action. We should, big letter should, we should be as satisfied listening to the mothers perform from a concert stage. We should be as satisfied listening to the mothers perform from a concert stage. If we could channel the energy expended in freaking out physically into freaking out intellectually, we might possibly be able to create something concrete out of the ideological twilight of bizarre costumes and being seen being bizarre. Do we really listen? And if we really listen, do we really think? Freedom of thought, conversely, brings an awesome responsibility. Looking and acting eccentric is not enough, big letters, it's not enough. A mad tea party is valid only as satire, commenting ironically and ending in its beginning, in that it is only a trick of interpretation. It is not creation, and it is not enough, big letters again. What we must try to do then is not only comment satirically on what's wrong, but try to change what's wrong. The mothers are trying. So there's Suzy Creamcheese being, public relations propagandist for Frank, and there is the element of a serious political movement attempting to be developed there, right? What do you think of that?
Yes.
You hear that?
And their attitude really reminds me of Wyndham Lewis, this rebellious vortex.
Yeah. But rational, saying there's an intellectual purpose here, not just expressive behavior of your costumes. There's a freaking out intellectually she's asking for. Now, Pamela Zarubica...
It's not only the fashion or the trend.
Right, not the trend. So you have her trying to be a serious social commentator, on behalf of Frank. Now, at the same time, it looks like in July 8th, 1966, she writes a letter to the LA Free Press, and she's responding to some suggestions. She says, "Dear editor, Doc Stanley's proposal to subdue a potential riot through the use of rock and roll music is not only an intelligent plan, but an exciting idea. Now, this is the Uncle Meat Room in the Jets agenda." You know what I mean? So they're going to use rock to quell a riot. Are you getting this? You remember the Uncle Meat scenario? He gets his band to play music that hypnotizes the people. Then they take over in some way. Okay, that's the early plot for the Uncle Meat movie, one of the levels of it, one of the subplots. So some guy, proposal to subdue a potential riot through the use of rock and roll music is not only an intelligent plan, but an exciting idea. She says, there is no question that rock and roll is a powerful force in what is happening today. Now, these are words that Frank would be saying back then. However, just a loud, consistent, trite beat will never do it. It must be a combination of message, melody, and rhythm, in brackets, musical and verbal rhythm, which will massage the brain and nervous system into a dulcified state of ecstatic diversion. I bet you Frank wrote this.
Yeah.
This is what he's writing to the newspaper. Which I had forgotten about this letter, but this is Frank talking this way a couple of years before, the Uncle Meat scenario. So he had the idea already. It's just watching Dylan, and then say, well, I got to redo Dylan. He was very conscious of his agenda. He had an agenda. Dylan didn't really have an agenda, I don't think. He just wanted to play and express himself in a new way. It turned out to be a new way of kind of singing. So then she says, from my own perception of the scene in quotes, this could only be done by a rather new group called the Mothers of Invention. There's the political point. She's saying, we have to do this, but only the mothers could do it. Then she has in brackets, I am in no way connected with the group, but a few readings of the liner notes on their just-released album, so that means this is in July 66, and a listen in depth, in quotes, and a listen in depth to their music will convince any telesthetic being. Now, what's that mean? Telesthetic. Any telesthetic, that's like ESP, aesthetic and ESP, right? Telepathic and aesthetic, or an aesthete, will convince any telesthetic being that this is, quote, where it's at, unquote. Instead of blood and destruction, the riots could become freakouts and the whole world could be better off. Sincerely forever, Suzy Creamcheese, Los Angeles. What do you think of that? What a letter. Did you write a letter, Bert, to some editor recommending a massage, an environmental massage to calm people down with an emphasis on ecstatic diversion?
No, that sounds like that seems that Frank wrote that to me.
Yes.
Unless that lady's really, she may have mailed it, but it appears to me that Frank wrote that, because that's really.
Well,
that's really
lying.
Lays out his strategy.
Right. I am in no way connected with the group, she says. But she's basically just reading his liner notes of the just-released album. So let me just read that again, get the quick overview. Dear editor, Doc Stanley's proposal. So some other person proposed this in some way. Doc Stanley's proposal to subdue a potential riot through the use of... Because remember, the problem is the riots on Sunset Strip. That's the big controversy in San Francisco in this period. The clubs are going out of business or getting trouble having business, and the daylight businesses are having problems because all these youth are walking around with other purposes. Okay, so Doc Stanley's proposal to subdue a potential riot through the use of rock and roll music is not only an intelligent plan, but an exciting idea. There's no question that rock and roll is a powerful force in what is happening today. However, just a loud, consistent, trite beat. There's Zappa against the dull heartbeat kind of stuff, 4/4 stuff. However, just a loud, consistent, trite beat will never do it. It must be a combination of message, melody, and rhythm, musical and verbal rhythm, which will massage the brain and nervous system into a dulcified state of ecstatic diversion. From my own perception of the scene, this could only be done by a rather new group called the Mothers of Invention. I am no way connected with the group, but a few readings of the liner notes on their just-released album and a listen in depth to their music will convince any telesthetic being that this is where it's at. The mothers are where it's at. Instead of blood and destruction, the riots could become freakouts and the whole world could be better off. Now, the art world is now from the first half of the 20th century being recycled and miniaturized for high school and college students, because this is a mini version of Marinetti's Futurist Manifesto in the newspaper. You get that, Roxy? Are you still there?
Yes.
It's a replay for the... youth are smarter in the second half of the 20th century than they are 50 years before. They're more informed and all that. So this is a miniaturization of the futurist agenda. It's causing a revolution by making declarations and manifestos or advocating people. So how Frank is including all the art movements of the first half of the 20th century, like I have on my chart. He's absorbing all the impulses in a world where traditional art was gone, dead, obsolesced by new media environments as the art form. So Frank is trying to work with that awareness of the media environments, but thinking that the content can still be hijacked for other purposes. So don't you find that interesting, this letter?
Yes.
Yeah.
So then, in the same issue as the letter, July 8, 66, this Jerry Hopkins guy who wrote the article on Big Mike trying to intimidate Vito. Remember, Big Mike was saying he was killing this person, that person, and just being an aggressive person, and he interrupts Vito's seminar on peace and love. So the guy who wrote that article, Jerry Hopkins, and witnessed Big Mike at Ben Frank's, he has another article. Yeah, and that one, Big Mike is January 7th, 66, so this is 6 months later, July 8th, 1966. So it's titled Kooks, Little Green Books, and Zappa Blows Bicycle. So it says, 3 years ago, a small office on Vine Street in Hollywood. So he's setting the scene. So he goes, 3 years ago, a small office on Vine Street in Hollywood, an incredibly cluttered desk, no title on the door, but my boss, Steve Allen, says I am his, quote, vice president in charge of left fielders, unquote. So it turns out Jerry Hopkins worked for Steve Allen, and it's the famous Steve Allen show that Frank plays the bicycle on 3 years earlier in approximately March 63. So this guy is in the showbiz world as an assistant to Steve Allen, who was a famous comedian at the time. So Jerry says that Steve listed him as vice president in charge of left fielders. At the time, I am listed as talent coordinator on Steve's late night show, but I am called the program's kook booker. Books kooks. So this is like 3 years later. We don't know when he got the job, but he may be explaining how Frank got on the show. He says, I am responsible for uncovering and booking some of the show's more interesting people. I held that job for 2 years, leaving to plow my way through the back lot and the black lot of Universal Studios, black in quotes. I lost contact with many of the people I met when I was with the Allen Show, but not all of them. From time to time, one of my kooks comes back into my life and brightens it. It was through that show I met Vito and his wife Sue. Vito I still see, usually dancing at the Whiskey or the Trip, or I go by his house on a Friday night when he is conducting one of his sculpture classes, a kind of terracotta seminar. What's terracotta, Roxy? That material.
Clay.
Clay, okay. A kind of terracotta seminar. As mentioned in an earlier column, which would have been a column 6 months before, it was Vito who turned me on to Cheyenne Schatz, an artist and writer in one-man band. I spent a day at the beach with Cheyenne a couple of weeks ago, and then he sent me 4 of his little green books. He also gave me hell for saying the books were mimeographed. He says they are printed on a historic Schatzograph. Remember, his name is Cheyenne Schatz, though some machine named after himself. I will not argue. The books are delightful. Some of the titles, Fat Man and Bobbin, not Robin, Fat Man and Bobbin meet the one-man band. Another one, Schatz's Monster. There's this monster theme running through L.A. Cheyenne Schatz and his rocket ship trip to the moon. That would be a Menippean satire, right? Cheyenne Schatz and his rocket ship trip to the moon. Be an old-fashioned type of Menippean satire. Another one, Cheyenne Schatz versus Chief Thundercloud. 4 of a series. So he gave me, reading 4 titles. And it says, the little green books are really groovy and should be this decade's answer to the big little books. To the big little books, whatever they are. Suspense, adventure, violence, laughs. Illustrated by the author and available from Schatz Little Green Books, 346 North Crescent Heights, LA 48. And he says, other kooks I see occasionally are Gypsy Boots and Professor Voss. Gypsy sometimes turns up on the Strip, but mostly he's doing a nightclub act in West Covina, running around promoting his autobiography, Bare Feet and Good Things to Eat, and making good, healthy noise. Yeah, Gypsy Boots was an early health freak. So he's doing a nightclub act in West Covina, running around promoting his autobiography, Bare Feet and Good Things to Eat, and making good, healthy noise. Professor Voss is 86 years old, and he lives in a bus with a couple of dogs and dozens of bins of nuts and dates. Professor Voss is a strong man, and not too many years ago he pulled a freight car along a railroad track, pulling the load by tying a rope from the freight car to his hair. We didn't have any tracks on Vine Street, so on the Allen Show, Professor Voss had to settle for pulling 3 automobiles in the same fashion. He had to use his hair, I guess. Last time I see the good professor is the 4th of July, and his bus is parked in the field where Malibu Canyon comes into the Coast Highway. If you see the bus there, go talk with him. He does not get many visitors, and he will tell you some interesting stories and maybe give you a sack full of dates and nuts. Then she says, another kook I lost track of was the guy who came into the Steve Allen Theater and looked me in the eye and said, quote, I play musical bicycle. I said, what? And he quotes Frank, I blow bicycle, man. I want to teach Steve how to blow bicycle. So it looks like he didn't find Frank. Frank intruded on them, imposed himself on them. All right. So Hawkins says, I said, okay, go get your bike and show me how it's done, which is exactly what he did. Tuning in quotes, tuning the spokes with a spoke wrench before plucking them. Then he blew a few notes across the open end of the handlebars. This went on for some time, with variations. The melody was intriguing, if less than consistent. 2 years went by before I saw this fellow again. Now he has a record out and an album. The fellow's name is Frank Zappa, and he's the leader of the Mothers. The album is called Freak Out, and it is 2 records for the price of one of psychedelic music, for lack of a better phrase. It is a good album. In its original selections titled The Return of the Son of Monster Magnet, being an unfinished ballet and 2 tableaus running 12 minutes, 17 seconds. Also, Who Are the Brain Police and Hungry Freaks Daddy. Even if you don't like psychedelic music, you should buy the album, just for the liner notes. It says the song Hungry Freaks Daddy is written for Carl Oresti's Franzoni. He was one of Vito's dancers. And it says about Carl, quote, he is freaky down to his toenails. Someday he will live next door to you and your lawn will die, unquote. The album also lists 184 people who have contributed materially in many ways to make our music what it is. Please do not hold it against them. End of quote from Zappa's album. The only groovy names not on the list are Billy Batson and Gail Sondergaard, says Jerry Hopkins. That's in brackets. There are pictures of charter members of the United Mutations of Los Angeles. There's your alchemy, Roxy. His group was called the United Mutations of Los Angeles. Lots of things like this. This is Frank Zappa's gift. Lots of things like this. This is Frank Zappa's gift. Frank Zappa and Vito and Gypsy Boots and Professor Voss may be kooks in somebody's book. Not in mine, they aren't. The normal people are the baddie ones. Normal in quotes. So, what do you think of that, guys? This creating of the scene in L.A. through journalists and Frank at the middle of it. Any thoughts?
So Frank actually went on the Steve Allen show and played a bicycle, or he just did that for?
Yes, you can see it.
He actually.
You can see it on YouTube. Just put in Steve Allen Zappa and you'll see it.
Okay.
A lot of people have looked at it. Yeah, he gets the whole orchestra playing absurdly. And I think there's a quote. You know, he got on there and he got everybody to do as much as he could in the extreme level. Never knew that he would have the opportunity to do it again. So he put his all into this. Right? Could have been the only time he'd ever get on TV. And back then it was hard.
I think when he did the bicycle, he was into maybe becoming a more experimental composer. Yeah. But I think he was turned off from that when he started to study music and harmony and.
Well, he had studied it 2 years before, a year before the Steve Allen, because that's 63, and he's talking to Carl Cohn in 61, 62. I think other factors. It says in one of the articles that he learned guitar when he was 18 because he was a drummer for a band he put together called the Blackouts, and he was the leader, and he found he couldn't be a leader effectively sitting behind the musicians playing the drums. So he learned guitar so he could get out in front and lead more visibly. So he's well into setting an agenda, by 1966. So what you were saying is what, Roxy? Could you repeat slightly what you were saying?
Yeah, that maybe at the beginning he was really planning to become a more experimental composer. Yeah.
Oh, experimental. Right, so we're talking about why he starts incorporating the pop. Well, his first move was to give up the drums and take guitar on.
To see all these freaks, all this environment in the East Coast, all these things going on. So he was surrounded by all these eccentrics, and he saw he had to be part of that scene and use it, but he will never be limited to be a rock star and just make songs and be famous.
Right. There's a book out that says Frank. Right. I mean, generally, it was his way of knowing and finding out knowledge. But there's a book that says Frank was working for the CIA. So let's read this article, which comes out a couple of weeks later. I read you an article from July 8, 66, LA Free Press. Now, this is that was a local community paper, so to speak. Now, this is the mainstream paper, Los Angeles Herald Examiner, July 24th, 1966. So the headline is, Mothers Invent Sounds Worse Than Music. How would you like that for your introduction in mainstream society? So it says, and it's by a guy named Bob Levinson. Starts off, they call themselves the mothers of invention. Consensus, a form of group Confucius, has it that this alone will set necessity back a few years. So because they are the mothers of invention, consensus, or the general interpretation of the mothers, is that they will set necessity back a few years. Now, necessity is the mother of invention, but McLuhan changes it to invention is the mother of necessity. So new dependencies come in with new technologies. So consensus, a form of group Confucius, has it that this alone will set necessity back a few years. The mothers advocate a form of music currently alien to all except members of the United Mutations of Los Angeles, whose congregation is a delicatessen on Fairfax Avenue. So they quote Frank, and he says, "If you think I'm weird, you should see some of them," unquote. Frank Zappa advised, interrupting his dissertation on freakout, to conquer another piece of peach pie and sip coffee. Frank is the head mother, the group's leader, musical director, composer, arranger, spokesman, and style setter. He is skinny, tall, and emaciated John Carradine, and wears his hair long. A goatee lurks defiantly under his lower lip. On this day, he was wearing a collarless white shirt, candy-striped pants, and tennis sneakers. No socks. It was a warm day. The head mother does not go unnoticed, and people were prone to stare now. Okay, I guess in the restaurant. The head mother does not go unnoticed, and people were prone to stare now. He was eating and orating at a sidewalk table on the Sunset Strip. So Frank says, "I don't believe pornography exists. If pornography doesn't exist, how can it be there in my music?" So he's saying, "I don't believe pornography exists. If pornography doesn't exist, how can it be there in my music?" All right? He's using the "I doubt that" point. I doubt there's pornography. So then it says, he carved out another piece of pie and sneered at this interpretation of the 58 minutes of sound that constitutes Freakout, the remote Verve album that also has been classified as vulgar, ridiculous, a dangerous influence, and several unnice things as well. Just looking for something I thought I read. Doesn't seem to be there. Okay, so then they quote more Frank. "Our whole bag is outrage," he explained. "That's it. The only way you can fight for survival is with outrage, because someone's going to outrage you right back." Any thoughts there?
I think he's exaggerating there because he was, everybody says he was always very quiet and calm.
Yeah, they're talking about the way he's on stage. They're describing what they're known for as performers. They're reacting to that. So, now this is an interesting sentence. He says to the interviewer, each song in our album is an abstraction of certain trends in pop music. I tried to make it as gross as possible so that somewhere along the line someone could say, quote, that's really gross. You want someone to say that's really gross. Even when it's supposedly serious. The whole thing is a satire. It satirizes all those groups that cut stuff that oozes. It's satirizing every puker rock and roll. It's satirizing every puker rock and roll group and all that teenage nonsense with oversimplified lyrics, ooh-wah-wah, falsetto, and mumbling business. Too long playing records. Yes, Bert, did you say something?
No, I'm just laughing, and he's really cutting it. He's really cutting it in the interview.
Too long playing records contain a plethora of sounds and styles and titles, such as Hungry Freak Steady, Who Are the Brain Police, Wowie Zowie, Help 'em Rock. Now, they're all on the cover of the Freak Out album, or they're part of the liner notes, and their songs are used. Oh, yeah, and, okay, so we did Wowie Zowie, Help 'em Rock, and The Return of the Son of Monster Magnet. The last song, Return of the Son of Monster Magnet, runs 12 minutes and 17 seconds, includes one section subtitled, Ritual Dance of the Child Killer, unquote. The composition is incomplete, but Verve needed something for side 4, Rank declared. Is that the way that you describe people here, Bert? Rank? Frank declared. Unless he means Frank, but the composition is incomplete, but Verve needed something for side 4. Frank declared. Okay, Frank. So he got the second disc to put his stuff on. Very lucky, because it looks like the album was going to go with just one cut. It says, inside the album are photographs of the mothers, in brackets, Ray Collins, Jim Black, Roy Estrada, and Elliot Ingbert, close quote, some of the Mothers' Little Helpers, and United Mutation members, as well as reading matter authored by Zappa, much of it relevant to the music. Read that part again. Inside the album are photographs of the mothers, Ray Collins, Jim Black, Roy Estrada, and Elliot Ingbert. Some of the Mothers' Little Helpers, and I guess they took photos of that, and United Mutation members, as well as reading matter authored by Zappa, much of it relevant to the music. So he's writing something. One part explains that their freak out is to practice free expression on an individual or collective basis. The mothers do it on their records, and one infers the delicatessen delegation on their rye bread. Those who obtain the album may do it by discarding the records and playing the cover. This is a rough beginning, the head mother said, whether or not I believe I was meant to do it. Whether or not I believe I was meant to do it. So, any thoughts on that article? We get him talking about the abstraction of certain trends, looking at sociology.
Well, I see what the Evergreen said, that he was a really good observer.
Yeah.
And
Bobby says that in the book. Bobby goes on about that. And the Evergreen said it before anybody. Very good point there, Miss Roxy. Any other interesting facts?
You could see that he was poking at the pop music from a composer standpoint, that it's just like thrown. Yeah.
He's. Yeah, listen to this. So he just points out that.
Go ahead, Bob. Go ahead.
Well, you can finish your sentence. I didn't really get what you were talking about. Clear it up.
What I'm saying is, I could see his that he's a composer and he appreciates composing music, but he was poking at the normal pop music and how people put it together as he saw it.
Yeah. He's also criticizing, satirizing those with big ambitions with their celebrityhood. You know, like we saw with Mick Jagger and the partner who just got off the road with him. Remember we talked about that? Sometimes I don't know what I've said compared to Tuesday. Are you guys there? Oh, you get muted? Yeah. Fell off? No, you're not falling off.
No, because I think on the one side, all these rock stars thought they were great artists, but Frank could see they were actually only in an ego trip, and they weren't there because of the money and the fame, and
they were uninformed.
Really,
Frank knew a lot.
It was not really,
they didn't know anything.
Yeah,
Frank knew a lot, and these young kids, his competitors, didn't know anything other than music, but they weren't able to be a spokesman. So what's interesting, I've met different fans of Zappa and older people. They'd often say Frank was their hero, and he would get people saying that this early, 1966. So he was pretty impressive as a political entity. So let's see. So it's an abstraction of certain trends in pop music. Each song, so it's exactly McLuhan's definition of art that tries to create an effect. You know, tracing things backwards. But people were I don't know, a certain kind of person would notice that Frank was different. Now, I was a pretty big megalomaniac back then, so I probably didn't notice it. I didn't notice that Frank had this ability. I did notice that he could work for me, though. We have no response. What's wrong with you people?
Well, listening to you, it's a revelation.
Yes.
So you were behind the CIA, Frank.
Yes, I was from one part of the CIA, and he was from another part. We didn't know which part. One left hand didn't know what the right hand was doing. I mean, I arranged that meeting in June '67, a year after this, a year later. I can't say that I knew about this happening in '66. I got more back in touch with Frank in '67. And I just knew he was a guy that would be talented and you would want to sort of be associated with or have him be associated with you. So it's pretty interesting for me to read this early. He's making a big impact. I mean, they are getting written up. So he says, the mothers do it on their records, and one infers the delicatessen delegation on their rye bread. There's the bread of life. The mothers, one part explains that the freehouse to practice free expression on an individual or collective basis. The mothers do it on their records, and one infers the delicatessen delegation on their rye. The delicatessen delegation on their, they do it on their rye bread, I guess they're trying to say. Those who obtain the album may do it by discarding the records and playing the cover, says the. So this is the main newspaper putting it down. Those who obtain the album may do it by discarding the records and playing the cover. And they end by quoting Frank, who's called the head mother. This is a rough beginning, the head mother said. Whether or not I believe, I was meant to do it. There it is, the prophetic inspiration. This is a rough beginning. Whether or not I believe, I was meant to do it. He's not even admitting he believes in his own work. What do you think of that? Pretty McLuhan-esque.
Yeah, he had this sense of destiny.
Yeah. Whether or not I believe I was meant to do it. Okay, so that's mothers invent sounds worse than music. So they probably get a lot of sales from that article because the people are smarter than the journalists. And they know, hey, this guy's different. We're going to hang out with him by getting his records. So now there's another. They take out a big page of the LA Free Press, and they put out the Freak Out, the official news of the mothers. And I've circled a couple of points. See what they say. And Frank and them organized this, paid for it, designed it. It's like the cover of the Freak Out magazine, and then sold to the Los Angeles Times. Paid for it. What is it? They paid for it to be given a paid advertisement page. So it says on this page, probably written by Frank, look at this. It's a bit distorted, but it might be interesting what he's saying about them. Let's see. So it says, the Mothers of Invention, a talented but warped quintet. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, no, they're quoting an article from the Los Angeles Times within this paid advertisement. The Mothers of Invention, a talented but warped quintet, have authored an album poetically titled Freak Out, which could be the greatest stimulus to the aspirin industry since the income tax. The two-record set, which is selling for the price of one LP as an attraction to teenagers, contains some potent satire, but the group often meanders into excesses of abstraction, blunting their numbers to pointlessness. What do you think of that? Any comments?
That's Frank.
Very
good.
That's
Frank.
You got to say something. You could be off. I could be disconnected. What are you saying?
No, could you repeat that again?
Could I what? Read it again?
Yeah,
a journalist named Pete Johnson.
Okay.
Who's saying the mothers are talented but warped quintet. And if you listen to music, you will help the aspirin industry. You'll want aspirin, he says. It could be the greatest stimulus to the aspirin industry since the income tax. And it says it's an attraction. What? You laugh there?
Yes.
Okay. The two-record set, which is selling for the price of one LP as an attraction to teenagers, contains some potent satire, but the group often meanders into excesses of abstraction, blunting their numbers to pointlessness. Now, we love that music now. A lot of people do, but I guess it was odd for people back then. Freaking out is defined loosely as free expression inspired by casting off outmoded and restricted standards of thinking and etiquette. Sources of inspiration for the vocalist listed at length inside the album jacket. I don't know why they're saying that. These names are inspiration for the vocalist. Listed at length inside the album jacket include Salvador Dali, Brian Epstein, Jules Pfeiffer, James Joyce, Sacco and Vanzetti, J. Arthur Rank, Elvis Presley, and sundry other miscellaneous wellsprings. Then it says, lists off the songs. Okay, see. It says all the songs are derivative of rock and roll, and one, Go Cry on Somebody Else's Shoulder, is a perfect satire of the archetypal woe-begone teenage rhythm and blues ballad. The gibbering falsetto and bass accompaniments set an ideal background for inane lyrics about a boy giving his love his high school ring at the root beer stand, having his car reupholstered and his cockies pressed, but still being deserted by the girl. Then he talks about the song Who Are the Brain Police, a free-form nightmare built from mechanical imagery. Who Are the Brain Police has the strangest instrumental break ever recorded. Unidentifiable noises superimposed on top of each other, including voices babbling indistinguishably. A bass electric guitar being tortured to death in what sounds like a factory steam whistle chorus. How do you like that? Would you like to get that kind of review?
And this is the ad that they posted in the Examiner?
Yes. These bad reviews, Zappa is putting into the one-page ad, this full-page ad. He's celebrating, I guess, either the only reviews they got, and he had to show that they were a viable group, or he loves the misunderstanding of what he's doing.
Well, in the time where people were trying to rebel against the establishment, the back critics were actually good.
Yes.
It appears that he planted that to get some attention.
Yeah, and he gets out these articles for us to read. Or I Xeroxed all these from microfiche up at the University of California in L.A., UCLA's library. It's been a week. I went through all the microfiche to find stuff.
When did you do that, Bob?
When Carolyn was doing her elective, I mentioned it many hours ago, at the UCLA Pain Control Clinic. Yeah, the Pain Control Clinic. And some guy had gone over there after Nixon had opened it up and looked into acupuncture and was amazed. So he became famous opening first alternative medicine kind of experimental university-supported lab. And Carolyn got a gig there, studying for her college degree, get it for an elective. She got the gig of observing what the stuff that they were using, observing it. Well, of course, she wows everybody, and then everybody wants her to learn their technique that they were doing in this place. So then she learns everything from everybody. So she has a great time, including she does medical acupuncture or something on Aldous Huxley's wife, Laura Huxley.
Wow.
So that's 1977. So she's getting the breakthroughs, getting early information, like Wyndham Lewis going around Europe in 1905. Doors are opening to him. Well, doors are opening here. And that's when I met Mary McLuhan at a Don Van Vliet painting gallery scene with Dave Worster. So the next part about this review says, there are a few tunes which sound as if they might be semi-serious rock and roll. I ain't got no heart, and how could I be such a fool, for instance. But most of the tunes are very experimental and are hard on the eardrums and the patience. What do you think of that? So I think I've looked at each one. There is this little article by Ralph Gleason who thought Frank was just an ad man infiltrating youth culture. He has an article on the Mothers and Lenny Bruce, and it just has the part about Lenny Bruce. Now, he's going to be dead in 2 weeks from well, we don't have a date for the paid advertisement, but let's assume it's the summer of 66, and I think Lenny Bruce dies in August 66. So here's another article. Do you mind me reading these? Do you find them interesting?
Yes. Very interesting.
Right. So there's another journalist, Ronnie Oberman, who writes, doesn't say, but he has a column called Top Tunes, and he's on the East Coast. All right. So he writes, freaking out moved a bit closer to the East Coast earlier this week when the chief proponents of the movement, there's a movement to freak out. Proponents of the movement swoop down on Washington City. What do you think of that? Freaking out is a movement. That's right at the sort of the end of the 50s aspect of the first part of the 60s. Now the second part of the 60s is going to burst forth, and all the kind of turmoil is going to happen. So you see the naivety, the sheltered sensory life of these journalists, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
One-dimensional man, as Herbert Marcuse would say. So it says, the Mother Invention, a West Coast group with a liking for the unusual, both in music and dress, visited the Kirby Scott Dance Party on WCA-TV, where they engaged in a happening quotes, and then paid a surprise visit to Georgetown's Round Table nightclub. And it quotes Frank, freaking out on a personal level is an individual expressing himself as creatively as possible within his environmental framework. There he is using the word environment. Explains the group spokesman and writer, Frank Zappa. He's a writer. Our stuff is what I like to describe as free music. It takes elements from different sources. So the journalist says, Freak Out is the title of the group's initial album on Verve Records, and it's on the way to becoming one of the most controversial LPs of the year. It's a double album package, selling for the price of one, and features some of the wildest rock and roll ever. Frank says they preferred releasing an album before a single so that listeners could hear what a wide range of sounds they can come up with. One of the album's cuts, quote, How Could I Be Such a Fool, will probably be their first single. Baltimore-born Frank, he's the one with scraggly black hair, beard, and mustache, joined the group about 9 months ago when the other members, Ray Collins, Jim Black, Roy Estrada, and Ellie Ingber, put out a call for a guitarist. So that's, too bad we didn't know the date. So late 65, early 66 is the date when Frank's getting this attention, and the album hasn't even come out yet. He puts those who hang out there into several classifications, like a PR ad agency, including teeny boppers or bubblegummers, young people who are getting out for the first time. Freaks, his band is included in this category. Those 16 to 20 years old who are in the mainstream of activities there, and swingers, the ones who still get their hair done with a razor cut and wear patent leather shoes and sport coats at night. So that's he's up against the swingers, and he's in the mainstream. And then he says, in the over 20 age group, he adds, there are a number of hippies or freaks. The freaks are known for their wild tastes in clothes and long hair. Frank is against the rigid stereotyped dances such as the swim, frog, and monkey, and I hate records that tell how to do such and such. The way kids dance in L.A. is very advanced socially, he says. It's completely improvised. I can vouch for that because when I was there in the summer of 66, I went to some dance parties, and I learned how to dance quite differently due to the new rhythms. Became a pretty wild dancer. Little did I know, I was just one person removed from veto. I could have gotten the training, beat up Big Mike, and gone to New York and made it as a ballet dancer or something, or an usher or a canteen clerk, something. I would have made it. I tell you, I would have been really good at whatever I did. But fortunately, I didn't have to do anything. So they put out a call for a guitarist 9 months ago. Frank, who has lived on the West Coast most of his 25 years, is somewhat, okay, if he's 25, that's 60, okay, that'd be 66, is somewhat of an expert on the happenings on Sunset Strip, where all the youth who want to be in are gathering these days. Where was it?
It's really interesting to see the complexity of that time, because before I thought it was just like hippies taking LSD.
Right.
But it was
that's freakish.
It's quite interesting.
Yeah, so he says...
The freaks
Frank,
are very interesting.
What?
The freaks. I mean, there were not only the hippies. I didn't know that it was like a movement.
Yeah, Frank went on to say that the hippies were San Francisco and the freaks were L.A., and the difference was that the freaks cared about what they wore. They designed their costumes, whereas the hippies and McLuhan twins were Calvinists. They didn't care how they didn't dress for aesthetic reasons. They dressed for uniformity reasons, whatever you want to call the Puritans. And the hippies were kind of empty, not as sophisticated on the media as the freaks. They were just into simplicity. Get on a commune and get out of San Francisco. So Frank is against the rigid stereotype dances such as the swim, frog, and monkey, and I hate records that tell how to do such and such. The way kids dance in L.A. is very advanced socially, he says. It's completely improvised. Then he says, one of the most serious problems among youngsters on the coast is drugs, Frank says. I don't use any, and I've never encouraged it. Anyone who takes acid is taking his mind in his own hands. The same state of psychedelic happiness can be induced through dancing, listening to music, holding your breath, and spinning around, and any number of the old, easy-to-perform and 100% legal means, all of which I endorse. Did you hear that? Talking about how you get a state of psychedelic happiness can be induced through dancing, listening to music, holding your breath, and spinning around, and any number of the old, easy-to-perform and 100% legal means, all of which I endorse, said Frank. Frank believes that much of what the group is trying to put across on records is explained in the following lyrics from one of their songs, Who Are the Brain Police? And here's the lyrics. What will you do if we let you go home and the plastic's all melted and so is the chrome? Who are the brain police? What will you do when the label comes off and the plastic's all melted and the chrome is soft? And in brackets, insert instrumental interlude. What will you do if the people you knew were the plastic that melted and the chromium too? Who are the brain police? So what do you think of that one? Isn't that fun?
Yeah, I would like to ask you, who are the brain police? What would you say?
I would have a very complex, I would say that my chart, tiny note chart, is a picture of the brain police. So you got every kind of theory embedded in there. The theory of artists anticipating technical problems, the theory that technology dominates an era, the theory that the magazine, the athlete, the musician, the scientist have a common pattern underneath them. What else? What do we say about them? About anybody? Okay, so I'm building an army, okay? Get over it.
An army of freaks and bored.
Yes, and kooks with little green books. And they blow bicycles. Okay, so that was Ronnie Oberman. But Pete Johnson writes an article. And I started reading it, and we did Go Cry on Somebody's Shoulder, Archetypal Woebegone Teenage Rhythm and Blues Ballad. Okay, so the next sentence. The gibbering falsetto and bass accompaniments set an ideal background for inane lyrics about a boy giving his love his high school ring at the root beer stand. So we did all that. Then it says, we did that. Okay, so I read that guy, Pete Johnson. I read most of it. Okay, so then, here's another article. If You Get a Headache by Lorraine Alterman. I've heard of her. It says, mothers and fathers, you thought the Beatles were bad. You got up in arms about the Rolling Stones. Sonny and Cher made you cringe. Well, as the man said, you ain't seen nothing yet. How's that for predicting Ion, Roxy? Using our favorite phrase. Hey, what are you doing? Are you in the kitchen? You're too far away. Can't make out what you're saying.
No, I said, wait till you hear Bob.
Ah, right. The Mothers Invention are here with an album called Freak Out. Someone suggested it should have been called Flake Out. They come from Hollywood. Their clothes are dreadful, and I dig mod clothes. Their hair and beards are filthy. They smell bad. You just can't believe it. This is the review Frank's getting. Endless abuse. Tuesday afternoon, the Mothers appeared on Robin. Oh, what's this? On Robin. Okay, here it is. Tuesday afternoon, they appeared on Robin Seymour's TV show. As Art Servy, swinging time talent coordinator, said, quote, We've never had anyone on the show that brought anything near the controversy they caused. The switchboard was flooded with viewers either saying the Mothers were great or awful. Hey? Wait at that. If you missed them Tuesday, you can see them Saturday on Dave Prince's Club 1270 TV show. Pity the poor WXYZ switchboard operators. Meanwhile, here's what lead mother Frank Zappa had to say. We play the new free music. Music is absolutely free, unencumbered by American cultural suppression. We are systematically trying to do away with the creative roadblocks that our helpful American education system has installed to make sure nothing creative leaks through to mass audiences. The same patriotic feeling expressed in songs like The Green Beret and Day of Decision are embodied in our every performance, only on a more abstract level. Blatant flag waving gets to be a little nauseating. So Frank is saying, blatant flag waving gets to be a little nauseating. We represent the only true patriotism left. Here's instructions on playing our album. First, you buy it. Second, you don't leave it on the backseat of the car so it melts. Third, take out disc 2 and play the last side first. Turn off all the lights and sit in front of the stereo with your head
in your head.
And my paper's stuck here with your
searching,
yeah, searching, spinning, searching. Can't get the paper separate. Hear me scraping it? I'll get you close to the mic. Hear the thumb trying to separate the page. This is. I recommended this for lumpy gravy, but Frank wouldn't use it. We can't get the pages split. We need Carol.
What's your real theory about Frank being CIA?
No, he wasn't CIA. No way.
And what about Gail?
Well, Gail kept to herself. I hardly interacted with her at all. She was not a friendly person. I remember one time standing on Frank's front lawn on Woodrow Wilson Drive before he put the big fence up. This would be about March 1970. And I'm there asking him about his conceptual continuity and talking about certain things. And the whole time, Gail, who was attractive, was sitting there with her arms folded, staring at me with a frown, like very, very pissed off about things. I don't know what she was up about. I don't know if she was very protective of Frank or didn't like anybody else around. But she came down when we were doing the Bob Marshall interview. After 45 minutes, she came down and said, "Okay, Frank, is that it?" And Frank said, "No, we're just getting started." So luckily, Frank wanted to continue the interview. She would have stopped it. Then she came down an hour or two later and saw Frank was still talking to her, so she just poked her head in and said, "Beverly," and she was married to Al Pacino. She played in the country singer song. Remember Sissy Spacek? Played the coal miner's daughter.
Mm-hmm.
Patsy Cline. I think, Beverly, whatever his name, played Patsy Cline. She was pretty good at it. She was a good friend of Gail's, and so Gail puts her head in and says, "Frank, Beverly's upstairs," implying, he has to go up because she wants to see him. But he didn't go up. Not right away. We talked for another hour or two, and then he put on his new album. We started listening to it, and about 1/3 through it, I had my eyes closed listening to it, and I opened them, and he was gone. So that's when he went up to see Beverly D'Angelo. You ever heard of her, Beverly D'Angelo? Hey.
Mm.
Yes, you guys falling asleep? Is this Bert? Are we too fucked up here? And are we too bored? What's going on?
No, I've been on mute. My Skype cut off, and I had just called back in. No, it's fine.
Okay.
You see him?
Who's that laughing? Is that Roxy laughing?
No.
Is it Ginny?
Someone else.
It might be Ginny.
Oh, can you hear us? I'm laughing at my brother's Halloween costume on Facebook. Sorry, Bob.
Yeah, why even listening to us if you're engaged with Halloween?
Well, because I have a legitimate question for you, actually. I was calling in to ask you something.
Okay,
But I heard you talking about Zappa and all that, so I want you to finish your topic. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, let me just finish this part here. I think I found it. He says, blatant flag waving gets to be a little nauseating. We represent the only true patriotism left. Here's instructions on playing our album. First, you buy it. Second, you don't leave it on the back seat of the car so it melts. Third, take out disc 2 and play the last. Third, take out disc 2 and play the last side first. Turn off all the lights and sit in front of the stereo with your head in front of the speaker and turn the volume all the way up. Fourth, the cut lasts, I can't make a certain number of minutes, 37 seconds. If by 8 minutes you have a headache, burn the album. If you get a headache from the album, burn it. Be careful not to inhale the fumes from the liner notes. Save the ashes because they're used in the removal of warts and athletes. Oh, there he's being the doctor. My theory's confirmed. He says, careful not to inhale the fumes of the liner notes as if they were on fire. Save the ashes because they're used in the removal of warts and athlete's foot. Fifth, if you get through the 12 minutes, 37 seconds, proceed. So someone says, why the mothers of invention? Why the mothers of invention? Explains Frank with popsicle dripping on his mustache. We're here to something them. Them being the non-thinking plastic robot types of Madison Avenue, nonsense poverty programs, and all the red, white, and blue rigmarole. You try to get a better version of that. That's pretty good. He's saying these various things. He's being political. Okay, so we're not going to get it perfect, but he's putting down the plastic robots of Madison Avenue and their nonsensical poverty programs and all that red, white, and blue rigmarole. to the article, Lorraine Alderman says, so, mothers and fathers, next time the Beatles, the Stones, or Sonny and Cher come to town, welcome them with open arms. Next to the Mothers Invention, these other groups come on like the Bobbsey Twins. Oh, that's July 15th, 1966. There's the date. 1966. The album hasn't even come out yet, I don't think. It comes out like a week later. Now.
No, but he mentioned often that he considers his music to be a therapy against the environment.
Right. He's a doctor, a new kind of doctor. It says here, we did the way kids dance in LA is very advanced socially. It's completely improvised. And it says one of the most serious problems among youngsters on the coast is drugs, Zappa says. I don't use any, and I've never encouraged it. Anyone who takes LSD is taking his mind in his own hands. Okay, we read that. And he says you can get psychedelic effects through dancing and holding your breath. Frank believes that much of what the group is trying to put across on records is explained in the following lyrics. Oh, we did that, the Brain Police. Sorry. Okay, now here's another article. The mothers consider themselves a group of singing social workers. There's your therapy, Roxy. Singing social, like they're out to start a new civilization. Sounds familiar. What do you think of that, Roxy? Well, therapy, there's your therapy, man.
Yes.
They're trying to even reform the welfare office. The mothers consider themselves a group of singing social workers exercising free speech through music. They have found that through music they can speak more freely to reach more people. Then Frank says, we consider ourselves therapeutic workers, massaging the brains of people, dancing to our music with the lyrics to our songs. So that's what Suzy Creamcheese said. We sing songs with feeling like they were done in the late 50s in the El Monte Legion Stadium, not the commercial noise that is being put out today. He's calling it commercial noise. Remember, he says he doesn't listen to the radio. He doesn't know what's going on. So he's actually talking like an old-fashioned composer from the 19th century. Right?
Yeah.
He's actually very straight in the help your neighbor sense. He actually believes society is falling apart and he's got to get out there and save it and bring it back to the real values of the past. I've never seen him say that about music. It's just commercial noise. So it says, some examples of lyrics from the mother songs are, quote, take your little white plastic boots and melt them down and send them back to the shoe store. Take your little white plastic hat and crumple it up and send it back to the hat store. That's the lyrics. They're just basically arguing with the public. There's your conversation, Roxy. We're building up proof.
Yeah,
He's talking.
He's very serious, and he said, this is our agenda. This is how we're going to save the world. And then he starts with these funny things.
He's talking. His lyrics are fucking just somebody, they're yelling at you. That's his lyrics. Take your little white plastic boots and melt them down and send them back to the shoe store. Take your little white plastic hat and crumple up and send it back to the hat store. Then he says, we get so tired of playing for these phony people in blue velour sweatshirts and poor boy sweaters. They're trying so hard to be cool and think they're so in. And, of course, they go to the go-go clubs to be discovered, said Frank. He's actually older, right? He's not a teenager. He's an old fucking CIA agent trying to fuck with people. He is in the CIA. The other mothers are Cherokee Jim Black, drums, Roy Estrada, bass, Ray Collins, harmonica singer, Henry Vestine, guitar. I think he went on and formed Can't Heat, which I think I said it the same way last week. I think he went on to form Can't Heat. I'm repeating myself. A description of today's world through the eyes of the mothers can be found in the last verse of their song, Watts Riot, which later becomes, Trouble Every Day, I guess. So this is the end of the article with this long quote. We got to sit around at home and watch this thing begin, but I'll bet there won't be many live to see it really end, because the fire in the street ain't like the fire in the heart. And in the eyes of all these people, don't you know that this could start? He's actually being a responsible politician here. On any street, in any town, in any state, if any clown decides that now is the time to fight for what he thinks is right, and if a million more agree, there ain't no great society as it applies to you and me, and that our country isn't free, and that the law refused to set, and that the law refused to see if all that you can ever be is a lousy janitor unless your uncle owns a store, you know that 5 in every 4 just won't amount to nothing more. They'll watch the rats go around the floor and make up songs about being poor. Well, I actually remember reading that last week, so for those who attended last week, I hope you're not too irritated by me screwing up here. Here's the headline.
You're like McLuhan. Just repeating.
How am I like McLuhan?
It's a pedagogic tool.
What?
Repetition.
I repeat myself. In-depth perception, yes.
Yes, but
here's the headline.
For pedagogic reasons.
Yes, pedagogical reasons.
We remember.
No ego, no desire to become wealthy, just here for your spiritual nutrition. So these are the articles I've been reading that they put in the paid advertisement. Then they have a headline. The mothers find a way to bore nearly everyone. At the top it says, the clean-cut folks don't like us much. Freak Out, Sonic Wombo, Incredible Light Show, Shrine Exposition Hall. That's where I saw Krishnamurti once. Okay, so I think, well, there's another big ad, October 28, 66. That's the time me and Carolyn started. That's the day me and Carolyn decided to get together, October 29th. So here's an ad. It says, Vito, Sue, and Godo, that's their kid. These are the dancers, present a freak out, freak in, freak up, freak down, Halloween costume, mostly paint genitals, must be covered. Oh, look at this. Vito, Sue, and Godo present a freak out, freak in, freak up, freak down, Halloween freak down, like hoedown. Halloween costume, mostly paint. Genitals must be covered. Dance at the Hullabaloo Sunday, October 30th, across from the Palladium. And over ID required light show music by the Daily Flash. Okay, so I Xeroxed that. So I think this is going to be good, this part. In this next ad, October 8th, 28th, there's a lot of text. So it says, the mothers play dirty. So they've been running around the summer of 66 with their album, pissing people off, right? So in this big one-page advertisement, they have a little block, and it says, little square, Ronnie Herron wants her stash back. Somebody stole her dope, and they stick that in the ad. Ronnie Herron wants her stash back. Then it says, the mothers play dirty, and they have, yes. They're not saying who says it. So it says, read this first. Many people have been under the impression that the mothers are engaged in the field of entertainment. This is not true. The mothers are striving to communicate with, not specifically entertain, their audience, no matter how small that audience might be. That's like us. He's fucking doing Ionic. He's on a mission from Bob or God or Zeus or Gnosticism or rationalism or the analogical doctrine of proportional communication. They're trying to communicate. They're the first panickers. Remember, everybody's on their iPhone texting now over the last 5 or so years, panicking to see if they can connect with anybody or panicking that they're not connecting, correct? So they're the first to put out this thing, we're trying to connect with you. He says, we have discovered a small but active audience of detractors here in L.A., consisting mainly of imposters who would usurp and corrupt a number of concepts and techniques which we developed, specifically the freak-out and the light show nirvana. These charlatans and their stooges in attendance have attempted to besmirch our sterling reputation. We would like to communicate with this that means like a burp. We would like to communicate with this audience on a higher plane, But, unfortunately, this is not where they're at, to use an expression common to this area. Therefore, we reluctantly descend. This is like the Emerald Tablets. Therefore, we reluctantly descend in the interest of higher education, momentarily sacrificing our most treasured principles. We descend to their subterranean milieu, such a Machiavellian compromise, to return logic and patient explanation for their loathsome behavior. Next week, they will say we play dirty. What do you think of that? I bet you nobody knows this. No Zappa historians know that they put ads out like this. This is stuff I found. I had to go through miles of, microfilm looking for something and eventually find something. It says super manager back
really
again.
Like these anti-advertisements he was making.
Like they're pleading to communicate. Yeah, the ad is supposed to have subliminals and be real slick and know what it's doing. They're just basically using the space to plead for someone to pay attention to them.
I was thinking that it's the same thing Ian does when he says, we are not healing anybody, we don't care if you're dead, we don't want to help.
We're not here to entertain you.
Yeah, it's the same thing. He's doing the same.
This is ionic. Very good, very good. This is part of, that person posted on I Am Bob. Bob, you're just trying to hijack Zappa for your own purposes, your measly play dirty purposes. And we can prove, these guys were doing us.
But Zappa himself said he kidnapped his musicians for his own dirty purposes.
He told them that he'll make them famous, and they all end up starving 2 years later.
Yes, and I was watching some of his musicians. They were commenting, we thought we were in a jazz band or a rock band, and then we were like, what?
They didn't even, it's like Payday. What's this show for? I thought Bob was here to entertain us, but he just keeps yelling at us to fucking entertain him. Who's the entertainer here, the chicken or the egg? Who's doing what? Yeah, you're right. He's hijacked them. They don't even know what kind of music they're supposed to do. I mean, how could you if you're just a kid and you want to form a band, you got to fucking adapt to who's going to be in your band. Frank, he just told me, come on, you're really good. Be in my band. Okay, now play these triplets and mumble. The confidence he had, as somebody was saying, that he didn't, I think his brother was saying this, the confidence he had that if these guys won't do it, I'll get someone else because I'm so good, I can always lead a band.
And it was true.
Are you there?
Yes, it was true.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, look, we heard that incredible song, Cruising for Burgers. Okay, so what did you say, Roxy? Did you have something to say?
Yes, not at the meta level of the Bolsheviks that are controlling everything, but the people of the street, the socialists, the Marxists, the people on the former Eastern Bloc, they wanted, or they saw Zappa as a socialist workers' idol somehow.
Yes.
Because he was blasting anti-bourgeois things like sex. He would praise masturbation and be anti-conventional, and they
fit their profile.
Sort of
and he always
he must be socialist.
Yeah, and he said in interviews he didn't like the socialists. He didn't like anybody. He was always criticizing everybody from a third or fourth position. And he was asked to speak at leftist things, and he most time didn't do it. But at the same time, he's criticizing the right wing too.
Just like in his music, he was Zappa. He was not doing any style. He was Zappa, and also in his political views, he was Zapatist. He was himself. He was his own party, his own agenda.
Yeah. And he even started his own party called the Interested Party. So what else? That's It's the other thing. Both the Bolsheviks are not Marxist ideologues. They don't have any ideology. They just have the might to like a mafia gang. Mafia guys aren't right wingers. They might prop up some of that, but they'll prop up anybody that's working on their sneaky level. So the Bolsheviks.
I'm sorry, Bob, to interrupt, but I just wanted to point out that was one of the things that you told me in D.C. that really stuck with me, because you said go to the wiki and look up Bolsheviks, and you'll see that they get very easily confused with the Marxist agenda. And you said that has nothing to do with it. And I did. I looked at it, and I was like, oh, wow, okay. So it's not really what people think it is, even by the word implied in the name, that they're the qualification of that group. Yeah, very good.
There's no human element, no chemical body element in power. The power is technological. You just are the guy that's a janitor for the technology that keeps the society going. See, there's no ideology at the janitor level, but you are part of something that can kill people coming in, or you can off other people. So I get people to imagine there's different factions in the Secret Service that are fighting over these goalless positions.
So the Bolsheviks were really in control of the military technologies, and that's where their thing was.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, they took over what the Rockefellers had. They just took it over. They just killed the Rockefellers and took over the office position, so to speak. Took over the bureau.
Okay, very good. So they hijacked it.
You don't have any access to the bureaucracy. You have no say. All that money goes into the black ops projects and whatever secret stuff. It's so decentralized. There's all kinds of factions in the Pentagon. Because once you get to that level of secrecy, you can rip off a lot of money and have your own going.
And with the Bolsheviks and their militaristic agendas and so on and so forth. Okay, and that's the technology and whatever. So now here's ION comes as the premier technology of technologies. And, I have been thinking a lot about it lately, Bob, and I can see where – I remember when you used to say, if you're not on the drops and not doing this, you're not going to make it. And now I'm kind of like, yeah, you're not going to make it. If you don't have your legs – I do. If you don't have your legs tightly wrapped around ION, I'm not sure you're going to make it, How could you?
Yeah.
Look at what ION's doing. It's incredible.
Right.
So I think that so comes ION with this whole new level of technology that cannot even be – there's no language to even express what it is fully. There's just things that are being said. And this is what the Bolsheviks now and others at different levels are having to react to, but they're, quote-unquote, not sure what it is. They just know they're in an upset.
Yeah, they don't know what it is.
Very good.
They've made some accusations and threatening moves on us, but they never get anywhere for some reason.
Right. Well, right. Yeah. Well, very good. Okay.
I think they don't know how much we know, so that makes them nervous. Because with ION, we can know everything about anything that's happening. So how are you going to – you would have to think, well, what do they know on us, I think it helps.
Right, like
JW. I was going to say it helps that JW is, so wealthy. They have to be a bit nervous about that. Who are JW's friends?
Very good. All right. Thanks.
Yeah, let me do this. So this one pager is pretty incredible. So they're making a case for something here. I'll just read what this ad says. The mothers are saying, and it starts off, Mothers of Invention Art Review, and it says Zeidler still eats it. Zeidler is Zeidler, still eats it. So I don't know who Zeidler is at this point. It says a critical analysis of Baron von Lockwait's latest calendar. See page 11. So maybe it's somebody who criticized the mothers. So it's forward. As an artist, or is he a drawer, I don't know which it is. As an artist, or is he a drawer, Ziedler and Ziedler's calendar boy, I guess that's Baron von Lockway, would do well to change his name to Jimmy Cretin, trundle his crayons, sandals, beatnik bongos, and toilet paper off to Burbank, there to seek gainful employment as a doodling robot in the Disney factory. Cop out for Disney, cop out for Ziedler? What's the difference? It's the bread that counts, right, little fella? Hopefully using this review as a letter of recommendation. So they're saying, use this anti-Ziedler stuff. Ziedler could use it to get a gig at Disney. And he says, you'll be happy in Burbank. They see things your way there. Then he says, analysis. Outside of a certain blandness which pervades all of Calendar Boy's ingenious attempts to serve the muse, the trained observer might note, in this his most recent turd, myriad and vibrant examples of Lockway Ziedler's adolescent, if not totally subliminal, corporate humor gestalt. Adolescent corporate humor gestalt. For instance, some might perceive the toilet symbolism here as an arcane reference to the early Lenny Bruce Ziedler FM commercials on KBCA. Remember, and it says, don't pee, quote, don't pee on those suits. You're wetting on those suits. Get out of here. That's some kind of commercial. Except for the fact that Lenny was, shall we say, on a slightly different level. Lockway Ziedler's apparent coprophilia, look that one up, little fella, tends to lose a little in the translation. Quote, a more accurate description of said feeling is bowel movement. So this is ranting on about this guy. This is what the ad is made up of. No biographers ever pointed this out. They didn't know about them. So they're going on about Calendar Boy's infantile concern for things between his legs appears once more in this fluid stanza. Quote, I can do nothing but become limp over a poor attempt to badmouth. End of quote. Wherein he secretly attempts to, wherein he secretly attempts to advise the reader not to offer, but to give him head. Wherein he secretly attempts to advise the reader not to offer to give him head. He secretly attempts to advise the reader not to give him head. Because, 1, it is nasty, in brackets, bad mouth. Number 2, it is hard for him to maintain an erection. This is the end. If in reality it is true, now, reading Bobby Zappa's book, Frank and Bobby had to deal with attackers every now and then, and he put up a good fight. It's Frank continuing his fight with assholes around him. You know, like he'll take his gloves off immediately. He has to. So he's saying, if in reality it's true that Calendar Boy's impotence, in big capital letters, extends beyond his art to his thing, in quotes, they're calling his penis his thing. The Mothers of Invention respectfully advise Reichian therapy and total abstention from beach blanket bingo. Yes, the Mothers of Invention can flush it. Better hold your breath, fellas, and watch out for those blind brown fish. That's lumps of shit, right? Mothers of Invention Literary Review. Mothers mourn McGregor's cop-out. Sean McGregor, so they're doing an art review. They go after Ziedler and criticize his penis, and then they go after a literary guy named Sean McGregor. Sean McGregor, as we learned from his recent writing attempt in the L.A. Free Press column, October 21st, 66, Tinsel City, has a great deal of trouble getting his point across. It's not merely his technical incompetence that offends, in brackets, oh well, he gets away with it in his scripts for Bonanza and Perry Mason. So they're criticizing a guy who writes for Bonanza. That's right up your alley, Roxy.
Yeah.
He writes scripts, so these are Hollywood writers. What?
Rear view mirror.
Yeah. Oh, well, he gets away with it in his scripts for, see, Frank knows is being given information. He knows who's who. In his scripts for Bonanza and Perry Mason. It is not merely his technical competence that offends, so much as the element of prostitution implied by facts we have recently uncovered. It is widely rumored and readily evident from his Tinsel City effort that Sean McGregor, famed and esteemed Sean McGregor, hates Herb Cohen's guts. Herb Cohen's Frank's manager. So they're saying that McGregor's after Herbie Cohen. Big deal. Then they say Sean McGregor, as some of you might already know, is in the employ of none other than Mr. Showbiz himself, Pat Morgan, widely famed promoter of such airsets blockbusters as The Freak In and The Freak Off. I guess that's opposite of Frank's Freak Out, who also hates Herbert Cohen's guts, it seems. Evidently, on behalf of his employer, Sean McGregor took it upon himself to subvert a quasi-legitimate vehicle, his little column, in order to hurl a few cardboard thunderbolts at a quiet and peace-loving group of local lads whose only offense was having Herb Cohen for a manager. So he's calling the mother's invention a quiet and peace-loving group of local lads whose only offense was having Herb Cohen as a manager. In brackets, and Herbie's only offense was blasting Mr. Morgan in the mouth when the top of his head, and Herbie's only offense was blasting Mr. Morgan in the mouth with the top of his head when he was attacked by Morgan on Sunset Boulevard in front of the Hollywood Reporter office and innumerable witnesses. This sounds like me and our former distributor yelling at each other. The adventure continues with Herbie filing charges of assault and battery against the aggressive Texas faker. Why doesn't he call his shows fake-offs, who, in a move of massive retaliation, summons to his side the fearsome and stupefying intellect of his top minister of propaganda, stooge Sean McGregor? Let's hear it for him, kids, to instruct him. Am I imagining any of this? Oh, there's Frank throwing in his doubt. We doubt this. Remember that? He starts doubting anything that he's doing. So, to instruct him, in brackets, am I imagining any of this? To instruct him to get Cohen Boy. You know I can't write, or I'd do it myself, says, I guess, McGregor. Maybe someday you'll need a good deal on a used car. Then I can help you. But right now I need you to type this stuff up for me. So the Minister of Propaganda, McGregor, to instruct him. Okay, who's instructing who? I guess this Texas faker guy, Morgan, in a move of massive retaliation, summons to his side McGregor to instruct him. So this is what Pat Morgan says to McGregor. Get Cohen, boy. You know I can't write, or I do it myself, says Pat Morgan. Maybe someday you'll need a good deal on a used car. Then I can help you, but right now I need you to type this stuff up for me. Almost immediately, Sean McGregor went to work. Copping out was nothing new to him, nor prostitution. In brackets, these two terms are not necessarily synonymous. Remembering his boss's instructions about greasing little Gary Ferguson, that's Morgan's Pride and Joy act. Yes, he's a manager too. A vaudeville anachronism. Quote, gee, look at how little he is. And he's up there fixing the microphone by himself and singing into it. Oh, no. Make him sing High Heel Sneakers again. Sean McGregor, where is this? Sean McGregor set about his business of doing in super manager. If little Gary Ferguson's mother ever found out how Morgan really talks about her son, she'd hit him in the mouth with her head, too. She'd hit him in the mouth with her head. For what seemed an eternity, Sean McGregor stooged his way through the Tinsel City column, finally finishing in a pool of rank perspiration from which he derived his opening lines about victoriously streaming armpits, quote. He rushed to the side of his master for approval, as he had done so many times before with TV producers, only to find the sinister Texas freak merchant on the telephone, craftily sucking Vito. Oh, now we're bringing in Vito. And in brackets, we'll call you King Carl. Maybe get you a little crown or something, or a robe. Okay, sucking Vito into his grandiose scheme to fake off the world. So here's a problem between Vito and Frank, it seems. Vito got sucked into it. And Carl would be Carl Franzoni, Vito's buddy. Sean McGregor stood by, his soiled little paper in one hand, listening intently as the big man continued his telephonic hype. Quote, we'll put a bunch of ads in the free press where a whole entire entourage of dancers and freakers can see it and get turned on by it. And then we'll go to a big radio station that all the kids really dig, like KRLA, and we'll get them in on it, and we'll all make some bread. I know you could use a little extra with Halloween coming up. There's an irony. With Halloween coming up and all and later Christmas. No, I know you could use a little extra with Halloween coming up and all, and later Christmas has a lot of expenses, and you'll be wanting to get a little something for the missus and your baby. How's about it? So all that, he's saying that Vito, the great dancer, got sucked into Pat Morgan's scene, and then Frank ends saying, somehow it worked. So if I read it right, Frank and them are pissed because one of their friends got sucked into Pat Morgan. So this is an ad. That's amazing.
Bob, did you mention earlier that some guy said that Frank was the ad guy trying to infiltrate music, or was that what the guy thought?
Yeah, that's Ralph Gleason up in San Francisco, famous jazz critic. When he saw the Mother's Invention the first time or two, he said these are just a bunch of old guys who worked in advertising companies who were trying to pretend they're young. and rip off the market.
Yeah, but Frank was using his ad business, but not what you would think of the ad. He was just trying to get attention.
Well, he worked in advertising, made greeting cards, but then he made a couple of ads. They're pretty amazing. They're odd. He did one for Hagstrom Guitars and for some other company. So he had his own little sub-ad company, and he made a couple of ads, but I don't think he did much of that. But he knew, he understood marketing, and he's basically saying, man, this is getting decentralized, and we just act like crazy nuts. We'll get an audience because there's a lot of interesting, freaky people out there who are bored of the norm. And if we act really abnormal, like this ad, I mean, it's incredible. It's a lot of typing and underlining, and it's just them having an argument in public as a joke. So if you go back to the opening paragraph, it makes sense once you read all the details. It says, many people have been under the impression that their mothers are engaged in the field of entertainment. This is not true. Their mothers are striving to communicate with, not specifically to entertain, but to communicate with their audience, no matter how small that audience might be. We have discovered a small but active... What?
It was not only communication, but they were really into transforming the audience.
Right. They had the newest educational techniques. They had me as their hidden weapon. So we have discovered it. Now, you guys might want to say, Bob, did you write this yourself? You could.
Hey, Bob.
Yeah. How come I have these are so obscure, these articles. How come I have them? Okay, it says, I mean, Dave Wall in his biography mentioned in passing Frank having a few statements in the LA Free Press, but, man, you could make a lot of headway just showing this stuff. It's pretty unique. So they go, we have discovered a small but active audience of detractors, so that would be Sean McGregor, here in L.A., consisting mainly of imposters who would usurp and corrupt a number of concepts and techniques which we developed. That means that's the freak off and the freak in. And he says specifically the freak out and what they designed is the freak out and the light show Nirvana. These charlatans and their stooges in attendance have attempted to besmirch our sterling reputation. We would like to communicate with this Barack audience on a higher plane, but unfortunately this is not where they're at, to use an expression common to this area. So they're talking like aliens, common to this LA area. Therefore, we reluctantly descend in the interest of higher education, momentarily sacrificing our most treasured principles. We descend to their subterranean milieu, such a Machiavellian compromise, to return logic and patient explanation, that's what I do, patient explanation, for their loathsome behavior. Next week, they will say we play dirty. So, that's pretty amazing. Great fun reading that. Hope somebody was entertained. Hope we haven't upset anybody.
I really like the ads.
Yeah, what an incredible. You should see how it's laid out. It's like, it's cheap. It's just typed up and underlined and capital letters here and there. It's semi-amateurish. But it's grammatically correct. That's pretty good.
He was really creating all types of anti-environment.
Right,
yes.
Right. And so we heard him talk about brain extending and all that, and that's what Suzy Creamcheese wrote in her letter. So, yes, we could say that Frank wrote her letter. I'm just organizing my papers. So we're ready to go to the next part, the next exciting development. Maybe I could put on a little music for a minute. Okay?
Yes. Okay. I'll go get something to eat and
yes. We'll take a break.
Okay?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I see on the chat column they're asking questions. Bob, did you write this? I mean, they're asking questions. They're asking questions before I get to the point of telling them. Well, it's funny. They got here. Mateo, Halloween, Matean e-commerce blog. Oh, yeah. Mateo says we are nearing the 2,100 hour mark for payday. That converts to 12 and a half weeks. We've been on the air the last couple of years for a total of 12 and a half weeks, 24/7. Then Mateo, I must have made an accusation. He says, wasn't me, Bob, LOL. And then Frank Bart
Hey, Bob.
Yeah.
Go ahead, sorry.
What?
Go ahead. Speaking of being on the radio that long. Oh.
Yeah, relax. Just submit it. Find out what planet you're on. Okay, Frank Barden, he says, Iboga bark. Eliza, the GTOs made their own outfits. Yes, they're talking about the freak part. Gene says Zappa was the first welfare reform effort. Gene says, Eliza, you are a rising Zappatist in action. Robert says, did Frank eat seeds, Bob? No, I don't know. Gene, perfect. Thanks, Ginny. I've got some musical military cousins with whom I'm going to share this show. Perfect subject to include. Gene says, makes so much sense. Quote, those guys will work for anybody, talking about the Bushes. And then she says, the three rival factions for world power. She lays out a beater statement, and beater type of statement. Eliza says, China changed their law from having only one child to now allowing 2 children per family. Eliza says, Gene, I've always advocated that if people had a daily massage, they wouldn't be panicking or running amok. So Frank Zappa / Pamela Zarubica knew what they were talking about. Did I tell you that Pamela Zarubica went on, she lives in London and she's a psychic, became a psychic person, gives readings or something. Cheryl in Vermont says, good morning all. Ginny, Bernie has anger management issues according to his past staff. So, yeah, I guess Cheryl knows Bernie. He's from Vermont. Then she gives a link to read about that. Then Gene says, Bob, did you write this? 18 says, ever ready. Bob, ever ready bunny battery. Amazing. He's calling me an ever ready bunny battery. Ginny, thanks, Gene. I wasn't aware of that post. I will check it out. Then Cheryl posts the Frank Zappa lost interview, the presidential election. Okay. I got to play some music. Bert, you have anything to say while I look for some music?
No, other than that, you can see how. You hear me, Bob?
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
I
Frank was very clever. Very clever in his presentation when he was either in the written, like in the ads, as well as when he was in a basic interview. It's amazing.
Right.
To, all this is sharing. And did you say earlier that someone was going to do an autobiography? Because I think you said earlier that there are some Zappa autobiographies that are going to present Frank's life. Or did I misunderstand?
Oh, yes. Gail and, well, it was Gail, but Ahmet and the rest of them are going through Zappa's vaults and taking out all these unseen interviews that Frank did for all different kinds of media, different opportunities. And they're going to make a long documentary by a famous documentarian where Frank explains himself. It's like they're saying it's just going to be Frank talking. With all this footage that they have that no one's seen. He's going to explain his life, because apparently I guess he talked a lot about it to different people at different times, at different levels. That's what I was referring to.
Okay, so it's going to be a video autobiography.
Yeah, or a film. It's a major movie. Major something.
Be interesting.
Bob, it's Ginny again.
Yes.
Gene posted from Ion and Bob the Peter Beaver 3 rival factions. This is written by Dr. Beater. It's a summary of his 80-tape audio letter, and in it he says there are 3 factions, and then it goes down to talk about the new Kremlin rulers, and you didn't mention them. Do they need any attention to complete our conversation?
No, that's where Gorbachev comes from. They're the native patriots who were forced to work with the Bolsheviks at the Russian Revolution. But eventually, Khrushchev was one of their guys. And then they knocked out Khrushchev and put Brezhnev, the Bolshevik, back in. And then when the Bolsheviks got really weak in Moscow and got kicked out of Moscow, that's when Gorbachev got in the middle 80s. So that's the native, patriotic group. There's the Rockefellers, the Bolsheviks, the Zionists, and then the Russian patriots. So there's 4 groups, really.
Okay, and it says in here about the satanic Bolsheviks that dominate the United States government, do everything in their power to paint Russia as an enemy worth hating. So is this playing out now with Putin?
Yeah, Putin is in there. He comes out of the KGB. It's hard to tell what the KGB are. Are they their own separate autonomous group, or are they mixed up in the middle of all of them? It's pretty hard. Now, you look at what happened to America. Just take the general mood from the last 30 years. Is there anybody who can say that America didn't become a bummed-out place in general?
Not from the demand for prescription drugs, no. I mean, everybody's on some kind of a mood killer, right?
Right. So it's a pretty bad situation, and it wasn't like that in the 60s, 70s, but this is what Beater predicted the Bolsheviks would bring. But they're actually turning America into old, depressing Soviet Union.
And this is the sense that the Americans have, which is why they're scrambling to try to relocate themselves according to some kind of a presidential candidate or whatever. But it's not working, and really all they can do for themselves really is tap into Iondom. But I think Ion's in charge of who's actually able to get access.
Right.
Okay, very good.
Okay, so we must play a Zappa break. We need a break here. Roxy, are you back? Okay, I wanted to tell you that. No, I wanted to tell you this a little while ago. Beater always said that Germany or West Germany was heavily Bolshevik controlled because a lot of the people who supported the Bolsheviks in 1917 were the people around turning taxes and that German oligarchy. And you were telling me that the radicals in Berlin say, the global arms market is run out of Germany. Remember you telling me that?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's a leftover of the Bolshevik domination in that area.
Yeah, there was a cartoon lately, and they showed Germany exports guns and imports refugees.
Right. And they do it like Merkel, sabotaging her own career with this stupid stuff she does because she doesn't have any control, and the Bolsheviks do what they want to do. If they want to flood Germany with a bunch of refugees or gangs, they'll do it. Nobody can stop them.
Yeah.
Because they got a gun in everybody's head.
Yeah, it's weird. Like that's something nobody really understands what's behind that.
Yeah.
But everybody thinks, who's really behind that? Because
well, that's why you have to go back.
Very expensive. It's very expensive for each person to come here.
Say it again.
Where are all these?
What's that?
It's very expensive for people to come to Europe.
To get there. Yeah.
And they say, how do these people get the money to come?
Right.
Who's behind that? And
Yeah.
It's almost like the old Rockefeller cartel that has a power base in Germany. So if they get the upper hand, the Bolsheviks just open the floodgates and flood Berlin with refugees and gangs. That's part of the fighting between the factions. And because they are not controlled by national bureaucracies, they can just, dominate, make things happen. They can just make things happen because the local bureaucracies can't stop it. So if you're looking at it and say, why is Merkel doing this? Well, you've got to change your view of it, that she's not in charge. And back when you could take over, back in the 70s, early 80s, that's the last chemical body history of people getting bureaucratic power, and that's why you read Beater to find out who got it, and then once they had it, no one could topple them. But they're behind the scenes. They're working on irrelevant issues. Just keeping their arms trades going, their dope business, and their refugee business. So it just inconveniences the average American or average German. But they're not a common thing. Yes.
So, Bob, is that why the downed Russian jetliner might be a significance?
Yes.
Because of what you were just
most
saying?
of these crashes are part of the battle.
Yeah.
I didn't even hear this. So a liner crashed. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. In Egypt.
Yes.
And how many people were?
What was it, 240 or 270 people?
Yes, it's a real drag because I think about that all the time. Look at all the flights that are going on 24/7, and there's hardly ever a crash. A friend of mine used to say it's safer to be on an airplane than to be on a highway. So when a crash happens, it's some kind of major tetrad management something going on. You know what I mean? Because nobody crashes.
So we may or may not find out that there were important people on that plane, or significant people.
There are a couple of, maybe I broadcast them, of Ian talking to me about when the whole Polish government was wiped out.
Yes.
Ian talks about, and only will talk about it as, well, you don't want to get involved with those people over there, and it's pretty bleak, and the guys who are doing this murdering are fighting over a parallel world depot, something like that. And so Ian basically talked about that the people in charge of these areas you have no clue of. You're just not going to know about them. And what's really good at showing that is the TV show 24. They show the secret battle pretty good. At least in the later seasons. Okay, so I want to do another Zappa interview. So let's make sure there's not too much noise. I'm just going to mute everybody for a moment just to read some of this.
All participants are now muted.
This is an interview done in March 1967 by Walter Boert. He was running the East Village Other. It was his paper. And Zappa was brought in, and so Walter interviews Zappa. So this is pretty interesting. So it says at the top, Frank Zappa is the leader of a freak rock group, the Mothers of Invention, which originated on the West Coast. An article on Zappa and the Mothers recently appeared in the January 15 issue of the World Journal Tribune Sunday magazine. So it starts off with Zappa saying, if the kids who are destined to take over the country could somehow acquire the sense of responsibility, in other words, from time to time there's lots of talk about revolution, quote, we're going to revolt, man, we're revolting, unquote. They could tell everybody where it's at, but they won't. Kids today, as they stand, have the potential to do a really big number. They could own the fucking you. Zappa's doing me? Oh, he just got that from Roxy. He must be here to bring Ion back, says Mateo. Ginny, Michael, yay, good to hear from you. Suzanne is in the house, says Jean. Every time I'm about to write something I'll later regret, Firefox resets. Apparently, this one had Russian elites on board. What happened to James Martinez, says this number 18. Jean says he died during Bobfest, November 2013. Thinking of asking him to come to Payday. That would be fun, I think. People don't talk to vegetables enough. Not in relation to James. Bob, have you seen the Norman Gunston Zappa interview? No. It gives me the link. Wonder what that is. Maybe Zappa wanted to use the platform of running for president as a way to get the truth out. Yeah, that's what he was doing. Yeah, it just was another way to talk, have an audience. So but, Michael, he should have stayed a bit. That's cowardly, coming in and running away. That's not good. Well, Roxy, you got to come up with some ideas. We're not entertaining the Zappa people enough.
No, right. Yeah.
What do we say? What's an idea? Have we done enough about the beginning? The beginning shows him being a theatrical put-on, but very serious and able to get away with it because he is so talented with his music. We don't necessarily want to go reading through every interview. Well,
was Zappa influenced by Wyndham Lewis at all?
No, he didn't know anything about Lewis, but Don Vliet did because his wife read the book to him, read Apes of God. Yep, Don Van Vliet knew about it, and I don't know if he ever talked to Frank about it. But this British interview might be interesting. See, is there what comes after that? Frank Klosky, I know that one. Hey.
Yes.
Yeah, I was just trying to see if there's an echo. Okay, so I'm going to read this interview. Melody Maker, August 67, so a couple months after the one we just read. Actually, we read a July one, wasn't it? June and July. So now it's August. If affluence and power is the great American dream, Frank Zappa is the great American nightmare. Zappa leads the Mothers of Invention. Zappa leads the Mothers of Invention. The Mothers arrive in Britain in September. September could well prove to be an interesting, if not explosive, month. Well, later in the month is when Moon Unit is born. Then Zappa says, it's difficult to evaluate the impact we'll have on British audiences. As I've only just landed, I can only go on the bare minimum of facts that I've gathered, reports I've read, and things people have told me, said Zappa quietly last week in his London hotel. This is also, I think, when he met the secretary, Pauline Butcher. He says, generally, we seem to thrive in areas where there's unrest between the generations because we tend to, Zappa smiles and lifts his head, pep things up, because we tend to pep things up. Basically, though, you haven't got the faintest idea who we are or what we do. We don't hold that against you. Is it our fault that the majority of the public choose to ignore our existence, although we've been going for 2 years? From what I can see so far, people in Britain have no idea what a real San Francisco love-in is like. There is a popularization of the flower power movement. Everybody seems to have an idealized image that love must be good. And, flowers must be okay. But you don't have the tension between the cops and the kids. I believe in love, but not phony bullshit love. It makes me feel sick. It makes me feel bad to see these kids walking about in the streets. It's a waste of kids. They're misguided and deluded. I see them blindly accepting anything offered to them by the hippie machine. Sing a song and put love in it and take a picture of the group in a flower patch and the kids will buy. The flowers and love thing is just a new way of packaging a product. Frank Zappa is 26 years old. He is a very beautiful person, very aware of everything going on all around. Zappa is very aware of the crumbling society and environment that the American lives in. After all, he's lived in it. What Zappa and the mothers are trying to do through their incredible gestures, through the freaking pastures of the mind, through the music, is to stir the young American into action. My theory, smiles Zappa, is that in America, they purposely avoid teaching you to evaluate for the reason that they don't want everybody evaluating every piece of the world they live in. The whole machinery in the States would collapse because everybody would suss the rotten society they're forced to live in and they're forced to live in, and we continue to live in unless they get up and start changing things. So then under the word image, it says everything in the States is designed to convey the impression that the manufacturers want to give. The packaging, the image, the color of the carton. The market for what the mothers do was created by us. It wasn't just there. Nobody could say, what market are you aiming of? We create the market. It took us a long time to convince people, to make them realize that they needed to own a Mothers of Invention album in the States. So he designed to convey the impression, the color of the carton, the market for what the mothers do was created by us. It wasn't just there. Nobody could say, what market are you aiming of? What market are you aiming of? We created the market. So then the next part says blood. The problem now is to convert, I've never seen this article. It's interesting how forthright of his design he is. The problem now is to convert this sales approach to the British audience, and I need to know enough about the scene here. I've got to know enough about it to convince the British audiences that they need to know the things we have to say. And what we have to say can be useful to any young person in any country in the world if that person wants to get a true picture of the environment and society that was established by his fathers and which he'll have to take over. We're the Ways and Means Committee. I'm not talking about hot teenage blood in the street bashing society over the head. It's just a matter of phasing them out. There are certain aspects of the ways of doing things. It's got to the stage now, of course, where the kids don't give a fuck or fly or something. This is why I'm also speaking out against drugs. One of the most important trips to try is being responsible. Drugs are just blotting out the social environment. I think that if you're young and you have a chance to do something about the world, but you just drop out, you're worse. You're worse than all those old people. They're old and they're wrong, but you're still young enough to do something about it. The system is fucked. It's crumbling, but only the young can see this. The old people don't see the muck they have caused and are wallowing about in. Their egos won't allow it. But the kids say, quote, well, society is a joke. It's falling apart. We'll go to San Francisco and drop out and join a tribe and live back to the land, unquote. So what happens to society? What happens if it does crumble? What happens if it does crumble and there's a chance to change it? What happens if it does crumble and there's a chance to change it? All you got is a lot of tribes who are not equipped to take over on the technical and political side. Say that again. All you've got is a lot of tribes who are not equipped to take over on the technical and political side. But are you on, Carol, on the show?
Muted.
Okay. Okay, so under the topic strange, Zappa explains how the mothers create their market. Quote, one way we seem to appeal, I've found, is that in every small town there's one person who's crazy. But in a strange way, that screwball, that village idiot, is respected by the rest of the community. People fear something they don't understand. In the back of their minds, they're thinking, quote, is it possible that not know something I don't know, unquote? And there are times when this strange person will come across new, unexplored avenues of free expression. Quote, originally the mothers were discovered by every small-town creep in every small town. Then, of course, the creep's best friend, who isn't quite so creepy and manages to communicate to a few more people in the town, gets turned on and gradually find more and more people trying to dig the mother's records and gradually go up and up the social scale till even the highest people in the village get a mother's album just to be in. Sometimes we say things nastily and bluntly and obscenely to get our message across. To do this, we've had a lot of trouble with everyone. When we first came on the scene with the Freakout album in March '66, we were so radical that no so-called straight-lifed guy, boy or girl, straight-life boy or girl, thought that they'd be seen dead. We were so radical that no so-called straight-lifed boy or girl thought they'd be seen dead with the Mother's album. Now, though, things are different. Freakout sold a lot of records, and our new one, Absolutely Free, hit the album charts straight away. Zappa may look like a creep. His hair may be long, 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 but he's after reaction. His whole philosophy relies on reaction and multi-action. He is idealistic. Youth is idealistic, but it's not yet fighting for its ideals. And if you don't fight for an ideal, you'll be sucked under. So Frank is trying to start a revolution.
But that's all nostalgia, Bob, because we know there can be no revolution unless it's an individual revolution, and we've got that covered. So what's the point of keeping on hammering a dead horse?
Okay, so he is idealistic. Youth is idealistic, but it's not yet fighting for its ideals. And if you don't fight for an ideal, you'll be sucked under. So we've seen the baby boomers get sucked under. Generation X gets sucked under. The millennials get sucked under. Now the little post-millennials are getting sucked under. We've had to watch this for 50 years, Connie and I, from our lonely wooden tower. Quote Leonard Cohen. Now Carolyn's proposing to do something about it.
No more looping.
What'd you say?
No more looping.
No more looping. Who's looping?
Well, you call it getting sucked under. Maybe it's looping.
Yeah, what's your name?
It's Susanna.
Oh, your voice changed again. So Carolyn's saying that this review of Zappa is nostalgia. No, we're defining what he did. I haven't heard anybody discuss these particular interviews and quote them. But we're not saying enough on the discussion level. Well, I know the Frank Kosky interview And he does talk about politics in that one. Maybe we could read that part. So Frank Kosky says, how do you envision the connection between what you're doing now and generating that kind of a movement? Maybe some parts of Frank Kosky would be relevant. Okay, Kosky says, so he was talking about the little creep in every town in that other interview, and he brings that up again. Okay. Kosky says, it strikes me as a kind of musical version of Bertolt Brecht. Might that be a correct inference? Zappa, well, I'm not a Brecht fan because I don't know that much about what he does, but people keep saying that, so maybe it's true. I've read hardly any of his stuff. I've heard the Threepenny Opera, liked half of it one time. Couldn't sit through the rest. Kosky, I don't necessarily mean that you were copying him. It just seems to me that his idea was that you could use art to galvanize people into some kind of action. Zappa says, I think we could definitely galvanize people into some kind of action. We galvanized somebody into singing Louie Louie tonight who was asleep. In brackets, in the mother's first show at the Garrick Theatre that evening, a young man who was apparently tripping out at the time had volunteered to come up from the audience and sing Louie Louie, accompanied by the mothers. Back to Zappa says, from zero to Louie Louie in 10 seconds is not bad. We can generate that sort of wave. And I hope that once we get on a footing where we can reach more people at once, more mass media exposure, then we'll be able to get more of that happening. Some of the stuff we get for fan mail, although it's not huge in quantity, what those letters are saying, no other group in the world is getting. We get fantastic letters from anarchists, 13 years old. Quote, help me in my town, unquote, and all that stuff. So that's like Carolyn getting letters from patients. Kosky, are those people you want to appeal to? Are those the people you want to appeal to, or is that what you want people to do then, destroy the system? No, not exactly destroy it. I want it modified to the point where it works properly. A lot of people think that a new political movement, that the ideal new political movement is to bust it all up and start all over again with tribes and feathers in your hair and everybody loves everybody else. That's a lie. Those kids don't love each other. They're in that because it's like another club. It's like the modern-day equivalent of a street gang. It's clean pachucos, a little hairier perhaps, but it's not right. First of all, the idea of busting it all down, starting all over again is stupid. The best way to do, and what I would like to see happen, what I'm working towards, is using the system against itself to purge itself so that it can really work. I think politics is a valid concept, but what we have today is not really politics. It's the equivalent of the high school election. It's a popularity contest. It's got nothing to do with politics. What it is mass merchandising. Kosky, then your kind of politics is something that raises real alternatives, say a thorough revamping of American foreign policy, doing away with the American empire, really discussing the issues that exist and not simply running two television candidates. Zappa says, right. How do you envision the connection between what you're doing now and generating that kind of a movement? First of all, I would like to manufacture a thing called the Interested Party. I'm taking steps in that direction now, which would be a third party that lives up to its nose. Kosky, then it would be a second parter, really. Zappa says, actually, yes. The people that would be active in such a venture would have to be the ones in every small town, would have to be the ones. The people that would be active in such a venture would have to be the ones. In every small town, there's a little guy that lives there that knows what's happening, and everybody thinks he's a creep, and he's the only one who's right, you know? We have a way of reaching these people because they come to us. They find us because they say, quote, maybe there's a chance, unquote. So suppose we don't sell 10 million albums. We reach most of those kids in those towns. A lot of them have written to us, and the other ones have heard and at least been made aware that somebody's thinking in the direction that they're thinking. I think what we do is really constructive, although a lot of people are repelled superficially by the sound of it, the way we look, and some of the grotesque action on stage. But those are all therapeutic shock waves. Okay, where are we? Kosky says, sometimes when you insult the audience, as in you're probably wondering why I'm here, and in the notes of the first album, this is all part of the thing of stinging them into action, isn't it? You're trying to arouse them and make them angry instead of apathetic. Zappa says, yes, I think that it's easier to make somebody mad than to make somebody love. And seeing as how hate is the absolute negative of love, if you can evoke hate and it's really there, you can polarize it, and then you really could have love. Does that make you cold? Did you get cold listening to that one? So Kosky says, don't you think that this emphasis on love that we are seeing among hippies really reflects not so much their ability to love at the moment, but their desire to create the kind of society where it will be possible to love? Zappa says, no, I think that what they do is a definite indication of their inability to love, because the whole hippie scene is wishful thinking. They wish they could love, but they're full of shit, and they're kidding themselves into saying, quote, I love, unquote. And the more times they say it, the more times they think they love. But like it doesn't work, and most of them don't have the guts to admit to themselves that it's a lie. So, okay, where are we at here? Do you think that this is because it's an early phase of the thing, that they don't know how to love? Oh, yeah, I see it growing into something that really works. I'm glad the kids are pretending they're dropping out, because when they find out that doesn't work, they'll be ready for some sort of action. Kosky, revolutionary action? Sure, I think a revolution, not the sloppy kind, but the kind that really works. You know, it's about time for that. Do you want to distinguish between the sloppy kind and ... The sloppy kind is blood in the street and all that bullshit. Today, a revolution can be accomplished by means of mass media with technical advances that Mass Avenue is using to sell you washing machines and a loaf of bread and everything else. This can be used to change the whole country around, painlessly. How so? Because all those facilities are available, and facilities that the people are using now on Madison Avenue. There are techniques above and beyond that which they aren't aware of, and which I think I've come onto. Okay, there's an interesting sentence. There are techniques above and beyond that which they aren't aware of and which I think I've come into, things that they're not ready to believe exist yet. But because they have a tendency to get into a formula, like they get into their bag with their motivational researchers with their degrees, we have only scratched the surface of what the youth movement is about. They don't know youth from shit, and that's the market. You know, they're still selling products to the youth on a glandular level. There are ways to move the youth to action through their brains and not through their glands. You have to start off part of the thing. You have to start off part of the thing on the glandular level just to get their interest. So, somebody want to comment on that? He's actually being quite radical in the sense of constantly talking in this period about what he intends to do. And so, you know what he did? I mean, after a couple of years, he came over to me and Carolyn, and he said, look after my stuff. Remember that? Or am I hallucinating, Carolyn? I can't remember. Did we get unplugged? Did everybody go home?
You're still alive, Bob.
Yeah, but why don't you guys say something? Getting ridiculous, you know, talking to myself.
Well, did Zappa go through many phases as he began with his first interview, playing with the bike, and all the way to his presidency?
I only got a few of those words, Leon. Could you start over again?
Sorry about that. Yeah, how many phases, or did Zappa go through many phases as he became, more known? Because as I hear through, the interviews,
He was pretty consistent, but
okay.
Events changed. The Reagan came in. That was a big thing. He has on the third album, We're Only for the Money, it says, is this phase 2 of Lumpy Gravy? Lumpy Gravy, I think it says, is this phase 1 of We're Only for the Money? So he did talk about phases. But to go through phases, new technologies made different music. Basically, his history is the bands he was with, the bands he created. And the people in the band were the people that... the people in the bands were the massage that determined what he did.
Yeah, because, he didn't practice much, but when he did, actually do his concerts, he improvised with the bandmates he was actually with.
His band actually what?
Oh, the band that he was actually with, because he always changed up his band members, right?
Yeah, there was additionings and changes, yeah.
Yeah. And then just, automatically, linking up to them or improvising as he would be on the road and performing.
I don't know what you're saying. He was on the road performing.
Yeah, but improvising,
into a depression and want to quit again.
Oh, that was his. Oh, okay. I didn't get that part.
Well, you're not being clear. You're not evoking anything interesting from me. And I end up criticizing you.
I didn't want the dead air. I was like, there's dead air.
Yeah.
What about the dead air?
Well, there was a lot of dead air, so I wanted to throw something out there.
Well, come on with something better.
Okay.
What are you asking? And look at what you're saying. I've always had this problem with you. You don't really know how to talk and make a fucking point, right? Have you noticed that? Yes, you've noticed that.
Yeah.
Like you're saying,
especially when I'm
actually saying
trying to
too
jump
much.
into it.
You're going, well, he went out and he performed. Yeah, he performed and he improvised and he improvised.
But from his better way to ask this, because what I'm gathering so far, he was really solid in his one position, but he would definitely, like you mentioned, change to the medium in which he's working with, or someone has a certain
he changed the medium he's working with.
Yeah, I'm like, what?
Well, he added new technologies. Yeah. Okay, that's partly correct.
Yeah, but I was just thinking in the sense of how he would go, for example, when you mentioned the interviews that he had with you and then some other individuals, that how he would conduct the interview accordingly to the individuals that he was actually with.
He would talk to the people he actually was with.
Well, in a manner in which they would ask their questions.
In a manner in which they would ask the question.
Yeah. Because everyone has a certain way of asking questions.
What?
Because everyone has a certain way of asking questions.
No.
Yeah.
That's not necessarily.
Sometimes they can be sincere. They can be just a journalistic
Yeah, what about it? You couldn't get away with that kind of talk to Frank. If he perceived you being silly, he'd hang up or he'd turn off the tape recorder right away.
That's what I'm saying, yeah, in that manner. But more in the sense if he had to actually complete the interview, he would conduct himself in a certain manner.
So, what's the point?
So I thought that was kind of cool and interesting.
The same thing.
Yeah, I know.
Well, it's cool and interesting that he lives and breathes and presents himself in a manner.
Well, in that, but also when he performs too, to be able to link up with different, performers.
You say these words to Roxy if she's still here. Are you still here, Roxy? Doesn't look like it. Hey!
I think she ran off. She was like, "Oh, Leon's on. I gotta leave."
Yeah. Direct your questions at. Let's see.
There's a lot of dead air, Bob.
Yeah. Okay, try another statement.
Okay. Let's see. All right, so you said, all right, so Zappa and Marshall McLuhan, did they ever meet, or?
No.
Okay, but they just had, like, almost the same kind of intuitive awareness about what's going on, or had a good awareness of what's going on.
A tool full of awareness? What was that?
Sorry about that. They had an awareness of what was going on at that moment in society.
Well, on the surface, it was very different. They had very different awarenesses. But there is some interesting overlap depending on certain theories that I might present that you have to accept before you can get there.
But did Marshall McLuhan have any, like, a motivation to have some political say?
Did Marshall have any motivation to have a political say? He considered it.
Yeah, like in society to have like that. What was that again?
All of his work was political.
Well, yeah, but like Zappa actually ran for president. Did Marshall McLuhan do anything which would like put him in a position of leading or?
No, he didn't engage with that kind of politics. And he was a Canadian.
What are Canadians that actually like to stay away from like the whole political BS?
No. Canadians
or people aren't interested in the college or the whole like university atmosphere.
The college?
Yeah, because
he was.
I mean,
he was interested in awareness. He was interested in awareness, making people aware of certain issues and questions. Which you could say the same for Zappa.
But Marshall McLuhan had more of a religious background. What kind of background did Zappa have?
He's a pagan, he said, a devout pagan.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because what did his father do again? He did with chemicals, correct?
Well, he did many jobs. Many jobs. Did a new one every year. He'd move and buy a house and get a new job.
So he was already kind of seasoned. Yeah. It seemed like Zappa was already seasoned to do the on-road, like, tours.
Yeah. Right. Okay, so I want to go back to reading this interview.
Right.
Let's see. Do you want to distinguish between the sloppy kind of revolution and Zappa says, the sloppy kind is blood in the street and all that bullshit. Today, a revolution can be accomplished by means of mass media with technical advances that Madison Avenue is using to sell you washing machines and a loaf of bread and everything else. This can be used to change the whole country around painlessly. How so? Now, did I read this before? Oh, yeah. Because all those facilities are available and facilities that the people are using now on Madison Avenue, there are techniques above and beyond that which they aren't aware of and which I think I've come into, things that they're not ready to believe exist yet because they have a tendency to get into a formula, like they get into their bag with their motivational researchers with their degrees who've only scratched the surface of what the youth movement is about. They don't know youth from shit, and that's the market. You know, they're still selling products to the youth on a glandular level. There are ways to move the youth to action through their brains and not through their glands. You have to start off part of the thing on the glandular level just to get their interest. Klosky says, as you do now. Zappa says, but we're not nearly as glandular as most of the rock and roll bands because we're not selling sex that much. Klosky, well, you insult people too much to be really glandular. You challenge them. Zappa, but we've got enough so they don't lose interest in us completely. If we tried to just be straight up there and sing our songs and go away, we wouldn't make it because we're old men compared to rock and roll standards, and there's no sex appeal to an old man singing a straight song. So if we do something that makes us bizarre, we got that happening for us. We start off at that paragraph by saying, but we've got enough so they don't lose interest in us completely. Well, I don't feel like reading all this without Roxy here since she's the main dialoguer. You know, visibly own it because they own it now without knowing it. They are the important consumer group. They've got the nation by the economic balls, but they have to be made to understand what a responsibility that is. Directly and indirectly, they control the output of all major manufacturers. Cars are designed so that the young man in the family will suggest to the old man in the family, quote, that's a spiffy model, Dad, unquote. And it also works so the father says, quote, that's a hot little number. Makes me feel like I got some of my youth back, unquote. The older people identify with youth, and the younger people are responsible for a lot of the attempts at taste-making. Of course, up to this point, most of the major manufacturers haven't the faintest idea of what the kids really want or where they're at. A few of them manage to succeed in giving the kids something that is really up-to-date youth appeal merchandise. So Bowert says, for the EVO, East Village Other, what are you thinking of? Zappa says, a few clothing manufacturers. The record business tries to keep up. Doesn't make it most of the time. I'd say they're about a year behind, but almost everything also is based on what some young executive, which means about a 30-year-old cat who probably did a lot of balling in college, and all the rest of the guys in the factory look up to him. He says, quote, I know what those kids want. Look how youthful I am, unquote. He beats his chest, says Zappa, and exerts his influence there at the place. He says, quote, I know these kids. They want something snappy. Here, unquote. Sketches it out. The guy sketches it out at the board meeting, and they all say, sure, youth approach. That's what's happening. Pop heart. Yeah, unquote. So they make some pajamas with Campbell's soup cans all over them and sell a lot of them. Yes, sir. That's the way it's been up till now. If the kids would get themselves together and take stock, get an orderly program, they could take over the country and run it. Personally, right now, I would hate to see them running it. Okay, now he says this. Personally, right now, I would hate to see them running it because they're not ready to run anything. They can't even run back and forth to the bathroom without tripping on the wallpaper the way they are now. I would say that in the elections of 1972, it's possible that a candidate like Frank Zappa, as Frank's thinking, it's possible that a candidate who would be neither a Republican nor a Democrat and youth-oriented could get it. It's possible that an 18-year-old vote could be lobbied in that time, and we could have an 18-year-old president. I know a lot of people would be afraid of an 18-year-old president, but I'm afraid of the ones that are over 30. So Bowert says, what's your viewpoint on Peaceniks and Johnson and South Vietnam and Paul Krasner? And Frank says, I don't know who Paul Krasner is. And Walter's shocked. What? And Frank says, who's Paul Krasner? Walter says, he edits The Realist, and Frank Zappa says, I never read The Realist. Peaceniks, bullshit. Demonstrations of that sort don't do anything. They're not effective. People have a misguided conception of what is effective politically. I can't believe those people really believe that marching around with a sign saying peace. I would say, quote, sure, if you just keep on marching around with your sign and it's going to happen, unquote. That's really dumb. I was uptown Christmas Eve and got caught in the middle of a Vietnam peace march. And here are these people, man, just walking along the street, and it's cold, and they're carrying shopping bags with, quote, stop the war, unquote. Then there's this one woman out there with her shopping bag and a mess of leaflets singing, quote, stop the war in Vietnam, bring the troops home, stop the war in Vietnam, bring the troops home, unquote. All the way down the street until she was hoarse. For nothing. Maybe in their minds they think, quote, listen, somebody in town, some important person in town is going to see us marching, and he's going to say, quote, the public is upset about the war in Vietnam, unquote. And he's going to tell one of his influential friends, and that guy's going to go to Washington, and they're going to hear about it, and they're going to stop the war, unquote. That's possibly what's going on in these protesters' heads. But that's a terrible fantasy. The war should be stopped. It's a war of greed. They all are, I guess, even the Crusades, but that's not the way to do it. Bowert says, what's the way to do it? Zappa says, it's only going to be stopped by the president. And if you want somebody who's going to run the country the way you want it to be run, and if you're a peacenik and you want something done about it, I mean peace, get somebody in there who's going to be effective. Get somebody into Congress that's going to do the job. Those assholes, man, they've got no idea about who or what is behind their government. For the most part, the people that you can turn to and say, quote, yeah, he's in the government, unquote, really aren't doing anything because the power is really in the hands of a few. And a lot of them are outside of the government because the government is like partly controlled by the military and partly controlled by big business. So that would be your state socialists, the military, and your corporate socialists, big business, in Beater's terms. The power structure is very similar to South American governments where the leaders are protected from the people by the military. The leaders are protected from the people by the military. Where would the presidency be without the SS men around, or Secret Service men or Nazi men, I don't know which. Without the CIA, what are we? I think it's time that most of the kids found out that they are part of a nation that was built on a giant lie. And because they live here, they have to bear the stigma of all the bullshit of their ancestors, man. They come to a land and just raped it. They came to a land and just raped it. They ruined this whole fucking country. In the beginning, the original settlers here were assholes. They take a bunch of people out of debtors' prisons in England. The original Americans, Plymouth Rock, Shazam, they arrive over here, you know, the ones that lived through the ship ride, terrible middle of winter on the Atlantic. They probably lived because they ate the bodies of the ones that died. You got a bunch of religious maniacs that land here who are afraid to fuck. And they set up an industrial society. And here you've got a bunch of groovy Indians who are already happening on a spiritual level and own the fucking country. And you get these creeps, you know, who come over here and claim the land in the name of Jesus Christ and the cross and the rock and the buckles in their hats and get a turkey and write all that shit down so the kids can identify with it. And here we go, we got a nation. From the beginning, it's all wrong. It's been carefully smoothed over. They keep putting Vaseline on it every year. They say, quote, well, George Washington didn't really cut down a cherry tree, and he didn't really tell his father, I cannot lie. He didn't really do that. It was only kind of like that. Pretty soon we're going to find out that he was a sodomist and all the real facts about the guy. The actual case histories of Lincoln and all the rest of the heroes, you know. But maybe they won't. Then he says, I think the kids are in a very ambivalent situation right now. They actually control the country from the economic point of view. But they're the ones who must be the target for the hatred of everybody else in the world towards this country because of the greed that's been exhibited by the people that have been taking care of things before. Their own mothers and fathers, man. And in a way, to get the whole revolutionary job done, they're going to have to disown their parents. They're going to have to take an honest look at what mommy and daddy really are, which is going to be rough for most of them. I mean, it's one thing to say, quote, I hate my mother, I hate my father, he won't give me the keys to the car, the son of a bitch, unquote. But it's something else to look at him and see that he's a coward. And he's an alcoholic. And if he's not an alcoholic, he's taking pills of some sort. And he's a liar, and so is your mother. And they're all just rotten, man. And they have bad taste. They select the ugliest drapes and furniture in the world, you know. They're shitty. Try and get a nation of teenagers to really see mommy and daddy that way. That's a little bit of a job, but it can be done. Now, the question is, once they perceive mommy and daddy in the proper perspective, what do they do about it? Let them replace it with the truth. You don't want to give them a mommy-daddy surrogate or any of that other kind of bullshit. Let them replace it with self-confidence. Let them fill the gap themselves. They should all do a mass penance, man, for the sins of their parents. And then big letters, because my folks were so rotten, I'm really going to be pure. That's a quote. Because my folks were so rotten, I'm really going to be pure, unquote. They really ought to do that. They ought to really get out and be real people. What a fantasy that is. Bowert says, do you think there's any kind of psychotherapy that helps you to be a real person? Frank says, yes, indeed, the mothers. There you have it, the therapeutic part. How about psychiatrists? Zappa says, those rotten motherfuckers, those assholes, those idiots, those cowards. Man, that's your mother and father with a different uniform on. Those poor people that are deluding themselves. And then he puts a mocking tone on and he goes, I'm going to see this analyst. Or I'm going to this analyst. And it's very hip here in the village. Quote, I got me this analyst. He don't charge much. Listen, he can really help you out. Look, he told me all about why I can't come. Unquote. Meanwhile, the psychiatrist himself is so aberrated he can't stand it. Did you ever try to listen to everybody's problems for so many hours a day and try and come out unscathed? That's like working in a TB ward with no mask on, man. Those guys got to be the sickest people in the world. There's no way they can avoid that if they hear all those cases every day. That's got to be the most depressing, ... How about Zen and yoga? Bowert says, how about Zen and yoga? Zappa says, I was interested in Zen for a long time. That's what got me away from being a Catholic, fortunately. But it's my observation that Eastern religions are wonderful if you're living anywhere but the United States. The best they can do for you here is give you a certain feeling of calm if you can practice meditation and absence by yourself away from everything else that's happening. The real goal of Eastern religion, with mystical experience and all of that, those aims are difficult, if not impossible, to achieve in an industrial society. And I think that most of the people who claim to have made Satori someplace in the States today really got to be pulling your leg. And I think that that sort of enlightenment bears very little relationship to the amount of chants that you can sing. People tend to today anyway equate that with all-knowing sort of intellect, which don't happen. It's a great tragedy that the underground doesn't really exist, because if it did, man, it sure would be a scary thing. Most of the people that are supposedly a part of the underground now are very cowardly and dumb. Read that again. Most of the people that are supposedly a part of the underground now are very cowardly and dumb. So Bowert says, you mean they're just in it because they can't make it elsewhere? Zappa says, they're in it because they didn't want to do something else. So what's he talking about? The military? So he's talking about the military. Most of the people that are supposedly a part of the underground now are very cowardly and dumb. You mean, says Walter, they're just in it because they can't make it elsewhere? They're in it because they didn't want to do something else. They're too lazy to do anything else. Quote, hey, I found a way of life where I can be a vegetable man. I found a way of life where I can be a vegetable man, and nobody's going to say anything to me. Quick, give me another hit on that, unquote. And if anybody bugs you, you just tell them, quote, what man? I'm an individualist, and this is the way I do it, unquote. I found very few of the people that I've met in this supposed underground who are really willing to work for anything. I don't mean a 9-to-5 job, keep yourself alive, but to work for any cause, real or imagined. It's also superficial, man. Assholes. If the kids that think they're in the underground could match even 5% of the dedication that you see in the camp of the enemy, you've got to, like these people that are running the war machine are really dedicated to it, man. You've got to be into that to do it so good. You've got to be into that to do it so good. Those people are very sick that are running that machine, but they're very dedicated. And the ones that are running Madison Avenue are just the same way because they got something to believe in, man. They got money to believe in. And the kids that are in the supposed underground don't have anything to believe in. And most of them that are tripping out on their shoelaces and the wallpaper and cosmic consciousness and everything else don't even really believe that's happening because they're still wondering whether or not that's a fantasy or is this a fantasy? Or is that a fantasy over there? They're not sure. They're all twisted around. But those guys out there, they know where it's at. Quote, I got $1, and if I can do this and if I do that, I'll have $2. And I believe it. And it's true, and I'll show you. And it works like this. End of quote. And Frank says, and they're on that level, and they're tenacious, man. They hold right on to it. And they have built a country, an ugly fucking country. And here it is. They did it with their own minds the size of raisins. And that's the end of the Bowert Zappa interview. Yeah. What? Oh, you said wow. That's pretty impressive, Frank.
What year was that?
March 1967. Okay, where? I have to unmute people. Where are they?
All participants are now unmuted.
Damn, Bob. Damn.
So that's pretty harsh, what he's saying.
Pretty honest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he's always funny, like saying the system is your parent with other uniform.
Yeah. Now, Walter told me after the interview, Zappa looked around the office, and he looked at Walter, and Walter was a pretty cool guy back then, and he looks and he says, "Are you guys CIA?" That's Frank asked forward. And Walter never got over that. He loved telling that story. Unfortunately, he didn't, stay in touch with Zappa. He should have. But, Bert doesn't ask very long questions. What about this? What about that? So it might have looked a bit cold to Frank. So what's the next part? We have to get some theories out of this.
Well,
fill up airtime.
He also mentions there that he saw himself as a therapy.
Yes, he is talking about therapy. Now here's a long interview, and I don't think I read much of it. So, you could go online and read these interviews, so maybe it's redundant to read them, but I'm interested in our comments about them. Anybody can read it, and then they just keep it to themselves, but we have to come up with interesting interpretations. So Frank is being a doctor. He's Dr. Zircon. He wants to change the structure of America. He's part libertarian, part socialist, part anarchist, part monarchist. He's quadrophenic, ready and able to do anything that comes up. He's from Italy.
An entrepreneur.
What?
He's capitalist.
Capitalist, yeah.
He's trying to sell his product.
Yes, but he's also saying... He wants what?
To assist the younger generations.
Right, and I wonder if it's valid what he's saying, that the kids could run the country. Were they actually that big a part of the economy? McLuhan has a New Yorker cartoon in The Medium Massage where these two businessmen are looking at these younger kids with their long hair and stuff, and one guy goes, and the problem. One guy says, and the problem is they provide $30 billion in our economy. They're looking at them saying, well, we can't touch them. They're such a big factor in our economy.
Bob, did he say at the beginning of the article that he wanted to be a candidate? Was he at the beginning?
Oh, yes. I've read that is in one of the articles, but I haven't come across it. So let me just check. Is it in the Lisa Williams? Yeah, the first question back in December of '66. Do you see a political solution to what has been happening on the Strip? What I would like to propose, he says, is another party. We have the Republican and Democratic parties. I would like to propose the Interested Party. Posters, pins, a platform that was a little more logical than two chickens in every pot. These might draw some kind of popular support from people who are interested. A platform that stood for reevaluation of everything in the light of, in terms of the Constitution as it stands, not as it has been diluted. Okay, and temper that with certain advancements in modern technology and certain advances in sociological fields. Take into consideration where we're really at in terms of the sexual revolution, and just look at everything the way it actually is today and set it up all over again. That's your only chance to make it work. So there he's starting a political party. Okay?
Yeah. It's really hard to try to describe him. You could say he's radical, but a lot of the points are pretty valid. Would you consider him quadrophenic?
Oh, yeah, he's quadrophenic, but he never explained it that way. One night I was in his studio, and the young guy, Bob Stone, who was a pretty good engineer, he was a follower of Frank, and he was telling me the problem is that people aren't rational. And I knew he got that from Frank, that they thought Frank was in a particular position, that there's too much irrationality going around. He wasn't I'm going to try to understand it in Zappa, in McLuhan terms, but that's what they believed. The people around Frank was to be tolerant, rational, and use reason. So they're very old-fashioned that way. That's actually a literate bias from the 18th century.
Hey, Bob, I thought it was interesting how he was very, he wasn't very respectful of the kids who were protesting the war by carrying signs saying we want peace, and was actually ridiculing them, saying that's totally ineffective, and then later on says that the kids could run the world, or they could, but then he really wouldn't want them to. So and then it's interesting to note that those same kids are the ones that are running the world now. They're the ones that grew up to be the establishment that we have now.
Right. Yep. The establishment always has the same content. User is the content. So
but certainly the numbers were there to run it, but I don't think the mentality was.
Right. Well, he said he didn't want. He's telling that they could take it over, but he's not supporting them unless they do their homework, because they're not qualified to run it. They could, but it wouldn't matter.
Well, he called them irrational.
Yeah. Did you note the power of Zappa, playing his music?
Yes, but I think unless you reset and you are in your power and your cells are again perfect and all this, you are in like this rabbit hole of cocaine decisions, and I think in this situation there won't be any change really.
No.
The change had to be really at that level to.
Yeah, you're on your own, and if you're lucky, you find out about us, and then you have fun. That's the secret. You have good medicine, whatever you want to call what we offer.
Yes, because whenever everybody's in their power, there is no more politics.
Yeah.
I mean, there is just this xenocracy thing, this strange democracy or something. What would you imagine it will be like? Everybody in their power.
You mean when we take over?
Right.
It'll be just like it is today, but there'll be a lot of happy people you won't even know about. They ain't telling anybody. But they'll all have radio shows, and they'll all be trying to imitate my record collection. They'll all be clones trying to redo Bob.
A bunch of freaks.
Yeah. A bunch of kooks. And, of course, they'll try to rip each other off and steal each other's products and claim that they're doing it and the other guy's an asshole, and just like it always is. Nothing different.
Is that because of human nature? Is that why you say that?
No, it's because we're going to redo it as actors. It'll be all faked.
Oh.
We'll be fallen as an art form.
It was like a play, like an entertainment.
A play, yeah.
It's like Zappa performing. Everybody has to sing.
Right. And people get up and say, I knew a guy, he's 93 years old, and he had the best DJ, and the government paid no attention to him. And then one day they decided to give him a trophy. So they invited Washington to give him the trophy, and they shot him. But then he still showed up on his radio show 3 days later.
But that would be Bob's world, and it's our choice to participate. We could create our own world.
That's right. You'll be doing your world. what were we talking about just before? What were we going to do? Oh, yeah, I was going to read something. Why didn't I start reading it? Why do we have this interruption?
You segued.
I said wait?
You made a segue. Yes, yes.
Okay, so this, I think we got some stuff here that we haven't heard before. So this is in Hit Parader magazine, June 1967. So the article written by Don Paulson, he says, the most amazing, outrageous, and ambitious rock and roll group anywhere in the universe is the Mothers. I remember reading a bit of this last week. Their music, best appreciated in person, combines today's pop sounds with symphonic music, satire, the primitive rock and roll songs of the 1950s, and social commentary. And you can even dance to it. The Mothers were organized by Frank Zappa, an ex-advertising man who had been writing songs since he was 14 and had experimented with abstract music. Using motivational research principles, Frank created a group unlike anything the world had ever seen. For one thing, they weren't seeking a hit record. Then they quote Frank, "Our aim is to kill top 40 radio. Certain concessions must be made before a record is playable on the air. I'm not in the business to compete with the makers of Hanky Panky. That record can be played because it won't hurt anybody. It won't move them either. I'm not writing music like that. I'm a composer, and nobody wanted to hear my music, so I organized the Mothers and did the Freakout album. Now people are listening. Sometimes they wonder what they're hearing and why it sounds like that, but sometimes they like it. Top 40 radio is unethical, unmusical, and it stinks. Classical music stations aren't much better. They all have very rigid, limited programming." The Mothers, there's an important statement, the Mothers were created to fill most of the gap that exists between so-called serious music and the mass public. Really good music with advanced tendencies has been kept from the public at large. This includes classical and popular music. A filtering system of little old ladies selects the music played by symphony orchestras and on radio stations. Once some people get to the position where they own a nightclub or control the goings-on in a concert hall, they become critics and tastemakers. Once some people get to the position where they own a nightclub or control the goings-on in a concert hall, they become critics and tastemakers. Usually they hate music. They love business and just want to make money. Whenever I have to deal with this kind of people, I always tell them that I hate music and I'm only doing this for the money. See? He's practical. They slap me on the back and we get along fine. I tell them I wish I could drive a cab instead, but I can't get a license. Yeah, I tell them I hate music. They probably think that his music is horrible and that you would have to hate music to make music like Frank does. So he actually knows that the people that he has to do business with won't understand his music, and he can get away saying that he hates music, because to them it sounds like he hates music. So he says, the public knows nothing of what's really going on in the outer limits of music. There are kids writing music who think they've just made up the most fantastic things. They don't know that the best they can write today was already written and performed in 1912. A piece like Ameriques by Edgar Varese, written in 1912, would scare the average teenager to death. Really scare him. Varese lived and died in New York. The average American doesn't even know he existed, yet what he wrote has virtually changed the shape of all the music of the other composers who have heard it. One of the composers affected was Frank Zappa. After convincing some rhythm and blues musicians he knew to become the Mothers and embark on a new musical venture, Frank and his friends starved for 10 months. But gradually people came to see the weird new group that insulted the audience and did songs no one had ever heard before. While playing at the Whiskey A Go-Go in Hollywood, the Mothers caught the ear of MGM record producer Tom Wilson. He heard them do their Watts Riot song, told them he'd record it, and left 5 minutes later, thinking they were just another rhythm and blues group. At their first recording session, Tom found out what else the Mothers had in the repertoire and decided to do an album. Frank came up with some arrangements, and the 17-piece orchestra was added to the 5 main Mothers. Most rock and roll albums cost around $5,000 to record. Freakout cost $21,000. It was released as a 2-record set, selling for the price of one. The word spread through the underground, and the album turned up on the bestseller charts. Not many groups can have a hit album without getting a hit single first, but Frank put his knowledge of motivational research into the album cover. This is the kind of article that someone who heard us do the Library of Congress stuff, they'd say, yeah, Frank planned this. He was a clever, what do they call him? Where was what? Trying to find what they didn't I just say that he was something? No. $21,000. Oh yeah, Frank put his knowledge of motivational research into the album cover. Quote, the Freakout album was distilled and packaged very purposefully to sell on site. Like when in the history of teenage music has an unknown group come out with a 2-record package that looked like that, asked Frank. The packaging was designed to say, hey, look at this freaky piece of trash, 2 records for only $3.12. Then he says, quote, the Suzy Creamcheese line was a carefully planned hype. It has little or no meaning on any level. People can make it as bland or as nasty as they like. Girls come up to us and say, I'm Suzy Creamcheese. And I say, I know you are, but really it doesn't mean anything. The success of Freakout enabled Frank to carry out the next step in his carefully plotted musical master plan. Quote, our second album called Absolutely Free is not exactly rock and roll. It's an oratorio. Each member of the group sings a character part. There are about 8 songs edited together in a continuous piece of music presenting a panorama of life in America today. A complete libretto is enclosed. Quote, Frank says, there's a section about 10 minutes long about a man in a city hall who has a fetish about 13-year-old girls covered in chocolate syrup. The result of this is that he makes bad laws. There's also a song about vegetables. People don't talk to vegetables enough, Frank says. The packaging is more tasteful. Frank says it's closer to what the music is really like. The cover resembles a movie soundtrack album, sort of. The cover resembles a movie soundtrack album, sort of. What could Frank do for an encore? Says the journalist. He told us he wants to stage a Broadway musical science fiction horror story based on the Lenny Bruce trials. He'd also like to conduct an 84-piece rock and roll orchestra on the stage of Carnegie Hall and hypnotize the audience with his music. If anyone can do all those things, it's Frank Zappa. So isn't that a wonderful article? Oh, yeah, I got to unplug you guys.
All participants are now unmuted.
You're free to talk. Free to move us into unbounded, unfiltered areas of scintillating conversation. Go. Put your mouth to the mic.
Put your mouth to the sax, blowing up.
Put your hand on the
Bob.
and light. Yes.
Okay. I was wondering, as I was thinking about this whole thing about this, what the new world and this new environment is like, to me it sounds like a economy contextually that's built on life and not on depth. I mean, it's a huge contextual shift to build economies and worlds and everything based on the principle of eternal life versus, death and taxes.
Oh, someone burped.
Is that accurate? Do you see that that's what's occurring?
You said something about death and taxes? I didn't get that part.
Okay, hold on. Sorry. Okay, contextually, a new world, a new environment, a new economy. It was talking about, I was listening to the part about saying, could the kids run the world type of a thing. and the issue about their role in the economy. Well, the Bolsheviks and all these people always trying to control the military economy, and military economy is strictly based on death and domination and authority. Okay, so now here comes this radical shift with Ion, which would, and Ion's the antidote to that, and the antidote to death is life. And so now you have a world and worlds being created strictly on the premise of life.
Yeah. That's us?
So that's us, that's the shift, and that would be our experience in the new, like somebody said, well, Bob, what do you think that's going to be like? You were talking about everybody having their own radio show and competing with products and saying that they came up with something or whatever. But I mean, to me, contextually, the shift is to life. All economies, all technologies are life-supporting and life-extending, not life-terminating, like the military.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, do you think that's an accurate assessment of Ion?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Life-affirming.
All right. Life-affirming, life-extending, and all the economies. I mean, think about what, like the RNA drops and cold fusion and, other things would all be surrounded around all, life-giving. Yeah. Okay, very good. I just wanted to check in. Thanks.
Yeah. Well, we got to come up with some more ideas. So we've decided that Frank, we pretty well beat the horse to death about what he was and how he was a one-man army or one-man political party. Wasn't he? Anybody demur?
Yes, and the thing is, people thought he was just making weird music, but other people like you could see that he was much more than that.
Yeah. And we liked his music.
Yes, it's the perfect soundtrack to McLuhan and Joyce.
Yeah.
And Bob,
yeah.
Of course.
Yeah. Here, okay, so this Hit Parader article, we were going to do that, July 1967. It says, in the March Hit Parader, Eric Burden, of the Animals, Eric Burden told a British reporter about the way out people he had met on his last American tour. Quote, before returning to Britain, I recorded some material with Frank Zappa, the leader of the Mothers of Invention, who is regarded as the leading light on the freakout scene in America, unquote, said Eric. Then he said, Zappa is a very interesting character, about 28 years old. He makes these weird movies and puts the soundtracks on them himself. He showed me one of a guy picking spots on his leg and another with the sequence taken by an infrared camera of a guy necking with his typical Hollywood blonde, all lipsticky and high-heely. It's not meant to be entertaining so much as effective, and that it is. When we showed the article to lead mother Frank Zappa, he exclaimed, quote, Gad, spots on his leg? Oh, no. There's a guy just had a motorcycle accident. I got a picture. He had scabs on his legs, and he was squeezing them, unquote. Frank also explained that Eric had his age wrong. Frank is really only 25. But that's not true unless, no, it's going into 67. He's 22. So, continuing the article. After discussing the mother's music at length, we got back to the encounter between Frank and the Animals in Los Angeles. Here now is a true story with more action, suspense, and laughter than Abbott and Costello meets Frankenstein, Hercules meets Dr. Zhivago, and the Bobbsey twins meet Fanny Hill. Take it away, Frank Zappa. So he says, on July 4th, 1966, and what you might describe as a moment's notice, I was asked to manufacture, on behalf of Tom Wilson, for the Animals, a musical organization from England, a set of arrangements. I was told, just go in there, tell the musicians what you want, and they'll play it. So then Frank says, I get to the studio at 11 o'clock. I'm the only one there. Then Tom Wilson comes in. He asks, quote, where are the Animals, unquote. I say, gee, I don't know, Tom. I had called the musicians union and had brought down a girl who plays the bass and 12-string guitar, who's a monster named Carol Kay. She's a member of the Wrecking Crew. Remember that name, Carol Kay? I had called the musicians union and I brought down a girl who plays the bass and 12-string guitar, who's a monster named Carol Kay. She's really good, one of the top studio players in L.A. Also, Don Randy on piano, Johnny Guerin on drums. I was playing guitar on one tune and the bass on the other side of this life. And I had a guy on harmonica, the guy who originally wrote Hey Joe. Eric shows up with his drummer around 1:30 or so because they had been to a monster party the night before, and they'd been out being spectacular celebrities, having a wonderful time in show business all over town and paying very little attention to minding the store. They come walking in, and everyone starts playing demos for them because they didn't even know what they were going to record. Meanwhile, we all have these union people sitting around at triple time because it was a holiday. They were waiting to find out what to do. Finally, they decide what they're going to cut. We make 2 tracks with the union guys, and then the Animals themselves show up around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and they run through 4 or 5 old R&B songs like Long Tall Sally and Hit the Road Jack. The 2 songs the Union Cats played sounded pretty tight. They sounded better than the Animals, different. It was a different mix. Then Zappa says, after we did the session, I started talking with Eric Burden. Showbiz is wonderful, said Frank. Yes, sir, Frank. Yes, it is, Eric. So showbiz is wonderful, says Frank. What's his name? What's his name? Who are we talking about? Yes, sir, Frank. Eric. Oh, yeah, Eric Burden. Yes, sir, Frank. And then Frank says, yes, it is, Eric. Anyway, they came over to my house that night. I had never entertained anybody at my new house. I lived with about 6 people. They entertained me, but I had never had any groups over. One of the guys who had been coming over was Ray Elliott, the organ player from them. He was a really groovy cat. I really dug him, but he'd get blotto and fall all over the furniture and just make a disaster. The Animals were there, just sitting around in the dimly lit room, getting wasted and having merry fun and grabbing girls as they walked by. Meanwhile, Eric is going through my collection of R&B records and going out of his mind with joy. Quote, here, the original record of, oh no, wow. And we played some of them. Then I set up my projector and screen and proceeded to show them my home movies of an experimental nature, accompanying the movies with a collection of electronic music. Everybody sat there looking at the spots on the leg, not knowing how to take it. Some of them got very paranoid and wanted to leave. It made them very tense. Eric Burden, though, dug it. He stayed until 4 o'clock in the morning. Then he split. Then, without notice, they all come back the next night and proceed to almost demolish my house. In the middle of that, Roy Elliott of them comes walking in, and he really did demolish my house. We wheeled him out and put him in a cab. I didn't know that it had affected Eric that much until I started reading all these things he said in the Hit Parade article. I must have really blown his mind, ha-ha. So, any thoughts by anybody?
Come on, anybody.
Yes. Somebody contribute.
Bob, did Zappa abandon his desire to be president? Or was that always not serious?
No, he was serious, and he started running in 91, and then he had to face up to the fact he had cancer, so he stopped.
Oh.
Oh, he stopped because he had got cancer?
Yeah. Well, that didn't help. He couldn't function doing that, the road trips.
He seemed like he had such a handle on the mental status of the people. Did he really think he could win the presidency being so honest, about the status quo? I mean, about what this country really stood for, like his speeches. It seemed in. I don't know how he thought he could actually become president, saying the things he said.
Yeah, I'm here. So what did he say?
Well, I mean, just like, from the beginning, they came over and wiped out the Indians and the culture, and, just being very honest about everything that this country really stood for. And
you humble Frank.
Yes. People just don't talk like that and expect to become president.
Oh, I see.
And
is this,
that George Washington was a pedophile?
Yeah.
Right. This is Leslie talking.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, well, they don't, but Frank talks like that about issues today. I mean, he would have talked. He did until he died. He didn't talk exactly like that. I think he measured what he did later depending on who the medium was, what the organ was. But there's my interview, which is pretty straightforward and serious. But then there's these other guys that went up to Frank's house and they tried to beat my interview. And they have a rather silly interview or a lot of trivial stuff. And Frank talked to them that way because that's the way they were. So I think Frank would have adapted to what was required as a president, to be a president. You know what I mean? He wouldn't be talking about what you were projecting on him from the past.
Mm-hmm. He just seems so open and honest about everything.
Well, he's not totally honest. He keeps things away from the public. Now, you had to read Barry Miles' book. Barry Miles, who was a long-time journalist friend of Zappa. He was like one of the first to appreciate Frank. He did good interviews. He's written this book that shows all the warts in Frank. And apparently, I think he was vengeful. There was some problem Miles had with Frank. But it's incredible what he goes through everything that we know Frank did, and then he shows the bad side effects of it in different ways. That's a test of your integrity there, Leslie. Can you handle it? Your hero is a doofus.
Yeah, I can handle it. But he was refreshing to me because hardly anyone really spoke truth to power back then like he did. I mean, now we see more people doing it, but yeah.
Yeah, he did it.
Yes, he really did, and on so many levels, like someone was saying about the protesters. He told this one girl, you'd be a lot better off sleeping with the guy you're protesting again. You'll probably affect more change that way.
Yeah. Yeah. Where did you find that? Where did you find it? Because I was looking for that interview. I can't find it. He called it suck power.
This is the same. I don't know where I was that I ran into these just interview after interview. I got it from you guys because the second I got home, I got on Ion and Bob, or I got on Achieve Radio. I forgot which one I went on to. So usually August does all this for me. He has everything downloaded before I wake up, but he wasn't here, so I just was up to my own devices, and somehow I found it somewhere, and it was just, gosh, Where am I? I'm trying to find it right now.
You've already said all that. You repeated yourself.
Right. So I know, but what I'm trying to say is I don't know how to tell you where to find this interview, and just one after another for hours. And he said that.
Well, can you look in your history? Can you look in your history?
History. Let's see. Zappa on John. Okay, so what would you want me to tell you? Like the www.youtube.com? That's what it says when I come up to it. Maybe I can. Oh, see, I'm not very. My chip body isn't very good, Mom. I'm sorry, but it's really an awesome thing. It's got 40-something different interviews. Some are 7 minutes, some are an hour, some are 2 minutes, some are 9 minutes, and just on and on and on. It just kept going and going and going. So I don't know really how to tell you how to get there. But it had so much.
Well, what's your history say?
Well, my history. Okay, so my original history. Get back to when I first. It was Wednesday. So it's all the different ones. It just comes up, Flo and Eddie, Frank Zappa, Late Night Special YouTube. Each one comes up separately. But when I was listening to them, they just rolled. I didn't have to do anything. And it's all YouTubes. I'm sorry.
Just a minute. Did I fall asleep? I didn't read. I'm reading the Eric thing. I didn't finish it. What the hell happened to me? Like he said, he says, then I set up my projector and screen and proceeded to show them my home movies. Proceeded to show them my home movies of an experimental nature, accompanying the movies with a collection of electronic music. Everybody sat there looking at the spots on the leg, not knowing how to take it. Some of them got very paranoid and wanted to leave. It made them very tense. I remember that. Eric dug it. He stayed till 4 o'clock in the morning. Then he split. Yeah, and they demolished his place. I read that. Put him in a cab. I didn't know that it had affected Eric that much until I started reading all these things he said in the Hit Parader article. It must have really blown his mind. Ha ha. Oh, I had not read that last line. Okay, sorry, I'm back here. Now, to go to YouTube and see if we can find the Flo and Eddie interview.
This one was 1989. Flo and Eddie talked to Frank Zappa in 1989. Tom Tidler won. That's what it says right underneath it.
I've heard of him. What, Carol? No, I'm here typing. Flo and Eddie talked to Frank Zappa. I've never seen that. 19 minutes. I have to look at that.
Yeah, that's it.
So that would, but it's part of a whole bunch of them. Not in this case, but you.
Not in that case. Darn, too bad. Yeah, there's one about him talking about John and Yoko stealing his music.
Yes. Yeah.
There's
about that.
There's a Captain Beefheart full documentary, which was pretty good. I didn't really realize that they were kind of antagonistic to each other. They had different opinions.
Different time. When I visited Don and Ben Lomond in 1971, he was mad at Frank, and he went on about Frank is not an artist. He's just a good engineer, a good editor, so he tried to play down. But then he ran out of money. He was forced to work for Frank, so he was on the media 4 years later saying that Frank was the most creative person on the planet.
Yeah, he actually lived, when he died, he lived in a little town called Trinidad, and my land partner lives there, and he owned the only store in town, and he said Don came in all the time. He was quite a character, even up to his last dying day. So,
who said this?
My land partner. I have 60 acres, and I have a land partner that owns it with me, and he lives in Trinidad. He comes here.
Wait, are you saying LAMB or LAND?
LAND, land partner.
Oh, okay, land partner.
Yeah, and he lives in Trinidad, and he owned the only store in town. So Don had, everybody went into the store, and
right.
He talked to him a lot.
And he doesn't have it. You should have a bunch of stories to tell us, but you don't. Why don't you talk to your land partner and sit him down, tape him, and see if he can tell a few stories about Don?
Oh, okay. I'll ask him some stuff. Yeah. Maybe should get him to phone in. Tell everybody to phone in. I talk about you guys constantly.
Yeah.
Okay.
What'd you say? You talk about us constantly to him?
Yes. Yeah, to everybody. People they roll their eyes at me because I just can't stop talking about Bob.
Well, how do you describe us?
Oh, well, one thing I say about you is that, I've been studying this stuff. I have been studying ascension for my whole life, it seems like. And that I'm so happy to find you because you call yourself the completement of it all, and maybe you are. But,
No, but how do you say it to them? I want to hear how you go. There's this guy.
How I say to them.
He lives in paradise, and he knows all about ascension, and he invented the oracle. No, let's hear how you say it.
Well, I just talk to people about some of your...
No, you got to do it. I'm that person. Talk to me about Bob.
Well, there's this radio show we listen to, and the guy's name's Bob, and he has a guy named Ion who is the non-physical, and they just talk a lot about ascension, and oh gosh, I can't really,
Come on, you're doing okay. It's childish, but it's okay.
Well, there's specific things I talk about sometimes, like not trying to understand things so much, overlay, your concepts, and people really actually love that. And I said, it's not a thinking man's game. Get your head out of it. You're overthinking things, and just all the stuff you guys say, and all the stuff I have said over the years, and it's fair. Oh, and then the portal stuff, because on all the anomalies that happen around me, and the fruit disappearing, and just the smoke disappearing, and it's just all the stuff you guys talk about. I can't.
You just parrot it back to other people.
It dominates my whole thinking process. If I know it's not a thinking man's game here,
but we can't get Augustine to call in. He'll never call in.
Well, he may and he may not. I don't have much control over him, but he's the one who tells me that you are like a university course, and that he doesn't say you should. He wouldn't say the words like that, but he said you could study this as if it was you were in college, and you could take more time to read all the McLuhan and all the stuff that's out there, and and he knows a lot more about you guys than me.
Yeah, you do the comfy street version.
Yep. I take the easy road. He studies you.
He doesn't have anybody to talk to about it, the way he talks about it.
I wonder, He does talk to people about it, but not. He doesn't have time for people who don't want to listen to the Bob Show on Saturday night. He doesn't like it when people come over. He puts his headphones on and just scowls at us if we're too loud. But,
okay, well, we got to get some ideas here.
Okay.
Okay, so Bert, are you still here, Bert? Did Bert go home? After she usually leaves a message.
Maybe he just dropped out?
Yes, maybe he's on, I haven't checked. No, it's, let me check the green room. Yep. A while ago he said, I'm cutting out now for dinner prep. Catch you next week. Thanks for everything. And then Gene says Michael Brown might have just posted. Well, I guess we'll go over and see what they say on the chat line. Michael. Oh, yeah, I guess it is. He goes, just tuned in after a few years away, and Bob is still chatting. Ginny is still commenting. Zappa is still playing. You. What does that mean? Zappa is still playing you. Bob, you appear to have discovered permanency. Big love to you all. Okay, I'm going again. See you in another couple of years.
Wow.
Well, he missed everything. He missed everything, and that's not a fair judgment of what's going on. Ginny's hardly on. There's other people who talk here. He missed what's going on. And what? Zappa.
That's true.
Okay, so we're back. We have Roxy on the phone. I don't know why she didn't show up on the board, the template.
Yeah, something is wrong with my Skype. It was dropping out all the time.
Okay, so you're there. So I want to finish the Kofsky article. So let's go back to that. You might have missed some of what I was talking about, right?
Yes.
But we'll just pick up where it is. Okay, so the guy, Kofsky, says, well, Zappa says, you have to start off. There are ways to move the youth to action through their brains and not through their glands. You have to start off part of the thing on the glandular level just to get their interest. And Kofsky says, as you do now. And Zappa says, but we're not nearly as glandular as most of the rock and roll bands because we're not selling sex that much. Kofsky says, well, you insult people too much to be really glandular. You challenge them. Zappa says, but we've got enough so they don't lose interest in us completely. If we tried to just be straight up there and sing our songs and go away, we wouldn't make it because we're old men compared to rock and roll standards. And there's no sex appeal to an old man singing a straight song. So if we do something that makes us bizarre, we got that happening for us. So when he says we want to get back to real issues, practical issues, that's after he sucked them in with his bizarre image, and then he tries to get them thinking. You know what I mean? So he's doing a total Al-Qaeda terrorist fake-out.
Yes, because I think he was maybe intuitively trying to communicate to all the different bodies of people.
I don't think he thought of it in terms of different bodies, but he certainly understood there were different kinds of people. He knew there was an ecology.
Yes, maybe not in a conscious way, but something in him knew that his communication was not only the verbal or the music.
Right.
There was also other types of communication going on, like he was aware of that because he did some advertisement, that there is like the subliminal.
Well, in an interview he did in '69, he's asked if he believes in ESP or psychic stuff, and he says no comment. So then Bob Marshall, 20 years later, asked him why did he say that he had no comment to say about the psychic world, and he said, because I don't discuss that with someone who wouldn't understand it. So he was saying that he understood the psychic world, the ESP world, and that would support your point that he knew that was going on too.
Yes, and I think he was already too far out. So if he started to talk about this type of New Age topics, then he will not be taken seriously, and he knew very well that even he would not dare to do what you do.
Yes.
To say openly, I'm engaging iron.
Right.
And or the evergreens, because that's really a way of being like he was always being criticized like
for everything.
The full village. He's just saying, making weird stuff and entertaining people. He was. I think that the worst thing they could say about him was just to limit him to be an entertainer.
Yeah, and he did make that known. He did make that known that he's not trying to just be an entertainer. Okay, so let me now. It was interesting talking to David Wally through the years. He got disappointed in Frank, and he said, I didn't like his audience he had in the 80s because the people were just interested in being entertained, and Zappa did great entertainment, and he even got better and better at it. But he couldn't get them interested in the ideas. I mean, people weren't capable of doing ideas anymore by the 80s. So that's why he had to go into politics.
No,
hear that. That's why he had to go into politics. That was the only way to get serious.
Right, but many people thought he was doing like a very sophisticated stand-up comedy.
Yeah.
And then when he went into politics, they thought it was a big joke too, like.
Yeah.
No, they were impressed on the censorship issue. They didn't think of him becoming a presidential candidate, but they were impressed that he stood up for his business and for anti-censorship. They had the normal cliche response to that. Now he wrote in his autobiography about failure, and he said he was a big failure in many ways. So in terms of his big ambitions, as we're seeing in the Frank Kosky interview in '67, he certainly didn't get anywhere that he thought he could get to with the youth vote.
Yes, and there are several interviews when he's debating with these very conservative people, mostly about just freedom of speech. He's not saying, and they're trying to put things on his mouth, like they're just talking about dirty things and sex and masturbation and this is really pathetic that he had to debate with people who will not understand. But he was willing to do that because really he wanted to change the environment. And he was doing everything he could in the musical arena. Really, he had already changed a lot. He was the first to do many things and to expand the musical horizon. But he was ready to go beyond that.
Right. And he talks about, I don't know if you heard the quote, he says, we just need to update the Constitution or get back to the constitutional issues while recognizing how the world has changed. We want to preserve the American traditions, but he knew that it didn't work anymore the way it was. And he didn't want to change.
Yes, from what we know from Ian, I think it's very interesting that he was focusing in America, which is like a parallel world nation that came to be from another place, and we don't really know what is America and what's the role of America, but it seems that it's very important in Iandom too. He was focusing first in changing what had to be done, changed in America. So he was in a way fertilizing the soul for you, for what's to come.
Yes, and he wanted to change the content to get the bureaucratic structure modernized. He recognized there was nothing wrong with television and what was happening as a multimedia environment. But he said people weren't educated enough to understand how to have poise within that situation. So he thought maybe if educators and politicians talked more intelligently about the situation and weren't disgusted by things like, for example, he said that Rush Limbaugh just talked trivial stuff. Yet Rush Limbaugh, for many Americans, talks about the real issues. So there was a conflict in Frank about his certain image of what civic life was, and he ignored the McLuhan multimedia effects that created a different kind of people around him. He was sort of like Bob Dylan, who himself said that he felt quite remote from Americans. They weren't like what he knew when he was growing up. So there's something where he missed some of the points that Einden is on about. But,
yes, because even outside America, we have everywhere a fascination with Americana, with the pop culture. And it has invaded the whole world.
Yeah.
And it's like the thing with media. There is a lot of things that can be attractive and fascinating. This kinetic, the dynamic, and just the idea of the place where the dream can be true. Like the place where you have no limits and you can reach and achieve the goals you dream about.
Yeah,
that's a big motivation for many people to migrate to America.
Yeah,
and I think he really valued that, and he somehow wanted to preserve that part of America.
Yeah, and create a little justice.
He was criticizing everything, but at the same time, I think he was a big patriot.
Okay, so he was a critic enhancing psychological awareness, but he also dealt with sociology, and he talks about that. You know, he talks about the difference between sociology, media, and psychology. So he was quadrophenic. He was working on several revolutions.
Yes, I think I said he was a real prophet once. He was,
yeah.
Like you said before too, he will be like the new version of John the Revelator.
Right.
The John the Revelator of modern times, of the replay.
Yeah. Let me just get into this Kosky interview. It sort of wraps up his political motives. So, you know, Kosky's saying you can't be sexy, too glandular, because you insult people too much. And Zappa says, well, we want to keep them interested in us, so we have to be bizarre because we're old men. So then Kosky says, the thing that occurs to me at this point is we know the powers that be in this country are pretty much opposed to people revolutionizing their society. Witness the way Johnson deals with Vietnam when the Vietnamese try to do that. Do you think that those same powers would be any more lenient with you if it looked like you were trying to take everything they had away from them? Now look what Zappa says. First of all, it will never look to them like I'm going to take everything away from them, because I'm not taking it all away from them. I have no intention of taking it all away from them. So he accepted certain American structures. You could say he was visually biased and had no problem with an industrial consumer society. But he would have to do eventually with the changing of people's natures that McLuhan talks about, as the media made people, quote, dumber or more lost in their subjectivity. It would have been interesting if he stayed alive to deal with a population that was staring in their texting apparatus all day long. You know, what would he think of America 2015? I almost think that he couldn't have taken it.
Yeah.
Okay, so then he says he won't take it all away from them. So That's what some radicals didn't like about Zappa. He believed in private property and was not a total socialist. So Kofsky says, well, taking their power, I didn't necessarily mean taking their personal possessions, but their power right now is the ability to command what the man on the street thinks through their control of the mass media and so on and so forth. Now, there's Kofsky not understanding what McLuhan was saying. I mean, the media do not control people today. There's total freedom to express yourself in any way possible. But to translate it into the outer kingdom and deal with the bureaucracy of bureaucratic power, the people have no say in that. But do they have to have a say in it? So Zappa says, that's where I have one basic human drive on my side that they can't defeat, greed. You see, they're so greedy, and the powers that be are not necessarily the government. So there he is talking about the hidden part. But you're talking about the industry and the military and all, and that's greed-motivated activity. Industry wants to make money, and I'm getting into a phase now where I'm being used by industry to move products. He admits that he is used by the music industry to sell a certain type of image. A lot of the industries now are aware of the fact that they're in a vicious cycle. In order to sell their goods to the youth market, which accounts for the major market of most American products, that same market that buys most of the records, you have a weird situation where, in effect, record companies especially are helping to disseminate the information which will cause the kids to wake up and move and eventually destroy what they stand for, and they can't help it. Now, by the 90s, there were a couple books about how the whole alternative culture was compromised. So Zappa doesn't see that coming. Doesn't see that they're not going to be freed by getting this new information. And the people became decentralized anyways. You see?
Mm-hmm.
See my point I'm making with slightly a McLuhan point?
Yes.
So then Kofsky says, Ralph Gleason tells me that this is happening to kids in the Haight-Ashbury in particular by simply turning their back on big corporation society and going out and creating a parallel society of their own. Now, Zappa is correct in what he says. He says, that doesn't work. They can't survive. That's like saying, quote, we're going to secede from the Union. We'll have our own town secede from the Union. That's stupid. So he has a practical understanding of the interdependence of all the different parts of society and the different environments, right? He knows you can't drop out.
And it's like LaRouche and other people that really saw a change is needed, and they really, really were looking for solutions.
Yeah.
To the situation, but or McLuhan and they really look everywhere, studied everything, and at the end the solution is not only political; it goes beyond. It's organic. It has to do with the ISIL and the completion. Otherwise, only political cannot be solved. That's not the solution. And
let me tell you something. Let me respond to that. I don't know if Toynbee in his Playboy interview, he said there were three kinds of intelligence: scientific intelligence, artistic intelligence, and spiritual intelligence. So let's look at these McLuhan, Zappa, LaRouche. They're usually doing one or the other, or at most two. I would say that Ion is spiritual intelligence. Zappa was artistic intelligence, and LaRouche was scientific intelligence. They have three kinds of intelligence that have institutions around them. That give you an idea?
Yes, and you absorbed all of them, and you studied all of them.
Right.
And you have a more complete solution. You're offering what everybody has been trying to offer, the solution, the real solution. But the thing is, you are not the savior. Everybody has to step in the power and change. But Zappa was a big influence on the past generations, because he started to bend, like he said, the minds.
Yeah. He also set an example of doing it on your own. or at least becoming spiritually aware on your own. Not like he just blatantly says, you know, you want to hurt your kid, send them to school or send them to a religion. That would appeal to a lot of the young kids now in America because they're atheists as a fad.
Yeah, and I think he had a lot of integrity because he never sold out. He always stand up for his music and the whole work he was presenting, which was also his big agenda.
Right. So Zappa says it's stupid to drop out and secede from the country. And Kofsky says, in a sense, I agree with you, but it also seems to me that there's a certain element of wishful thinking in what you propose, too. In my rigid Marxist bag, so this is 1967 when there were still Marxists around, in my rigid Marxist bag, it does seem to me that the power elite or ruling class, when you get to that point where it looks as though you are somehow going to emancipate the population from taking orders from them, they simply aren't going to let you have it that easily. They're going to try to do the same thing they tried to do to Fidel Castro or to Ho Chi Minh. Zappa, that's all a question of how you perceive what I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to take power. Kofsky, no, I'm not saying you're trying to take power, but you are trying to. And then Zappa interrupts and says, you originally brought up the question of power. Now, power is a thing that bears on this case, but what we're really talking about is modifying the system just so it works. You must modify the system. The present principles of democracy that were originally set up when they invented it aren't being applied today. And I think that with an educated population, democracy works. So what we need are things that would change the shape of education. Now, there is a biography of Zappa by, I forget his name, but in the mid-'80s, and he called Zappa Don Quixote. And he is like a Don Quixote going after windmills because these sort of liberal humanist sentiments get a better educated population, democracy works. He's missing the huge storms that the media world that McLuhan is describing is bringing in.
Yes, and in another interview, he also mentions that we need help to solve the problem. But he talks about mental health. He says when people is mentally healthy, then their decisions and their actions are okay, and then things fall on their own. But in a situation where most of the society are taking drugs, alcohol, and psychotropics, and the decisions like McLuhan was saying in the view line also, of this management that is taking cocaine and drinking their cocktails and are being promoted to the level of their incapacity.
Yeah, their incompetence. The Peter principle.
Yes. When the management is sick, there cannot be a solution.
Right.
And he was already seeing also that health is very important for the completion.
Yeah.
And that was like the first step in the ionic, is to reset
the health,
to gain your health, and then to bend your mind.
Right.
And it's like a conversation between your inner kingdom and your outer kingdom. You are resetting not only yourself, but your environment starts to change. And I think this has to do with the change in your frequency. Things cannot stay as when you were not healthy, because many things that were affecting your health had to go, and you had to start making these very radical changes, and that's the thing when many drop out, because this is the thing. The revolution is your own environment first, your own inner and your own outer. You have to
do the changes first in your own immediacy.
Right. Okay, so he says what we need are things that would change the shape of education. So Kofsky says, I didn't mean that you personally wanted to take power, but I do think that you meant that you wanted to undermine the power of those people who have it now, the power to control people's minds. So Zappa says, it's like this. A person likes to feel useful in the society. People have certain things that they can do. I happen to have a knack for doing that sort of thing, and if I can apply it to good use, it gives me satisfaction just to know that I'm functioning. Where normally, I wouldn't have a chance to use my trade because what I can do is spread out over a broad range of activities. I like to do them all because it feels good to do that. If I can help at the same time, that's groovy. If it works, fine. If it doesn't work, at least I kept myself occupied for a while. So he's avoiding a bit of what Kofsky's saying. So then Kofsky says, so in other words, this isn't some rigid prescription that you're trying to force on people. Zappa screams, no. If I thought it was like that, I'd be wearing armbands or be out there with a costume on, the robe, and doing it with some showmanship. But we're taking our time about presenting our case, and the scene itself has been developing at a rate. It seems like it's developing slower than I wanted it to. But I'm not in a position where I can govern the growth rate. Kofsky, no, isn't it a question of feedback from your audience to you, I would imagine? Zappa says yes and no. We keep track of what's going on out there, but what they do and why they say doesn't have a hell of a lot of bearing on what we're going to do for them, except that I try to forecast certain social political events. There he is saying he's trying to forecast stuff. We have some material that's going into the next album about the concentration camps in California. You're seeing this before the world even knows what the tune is because I turned these out the other day. These are going on the album. The album's called The Mothers and Lenny Bruce, which is due for September release. Kofsky, well, how does that go? Is it going to be real Lenny Bruce on there? Zappa says, yeah, I'm editing the tapes of Lenny's and interspersing these special tunes, so we come up with an oratorial thing. And the name of the album is Our Man in Nirvana. Kofsky says, I suspected that you and I had a lot in common, and one of the things we had in common was being turned on by Lenny Bruce. Zappa says, yeah. Kofsky says, besides growing up in Los Angeles, putting twin pipes on our car and reprimering the right front fender and going to drive-ins, I wonder if anybody understands all of that kind of thing. Zappa says they don't. Kofsky says that whole album is Southern California. Freak Out is Southern California. Nobody else knows what a swimming pool is. Zappa says, no, this is a new type of lyric that I'm getting into. These are also socio-political things. This is straight bizarre lyrics based on, and he says, I made research tapes of behavior of some 17-year-old kids in Ontario, California, and this is based on those tapes. So I don't know what that is. That's interesting. How long do you carry some of this stuff around in your head? And he says, well, Colony Vegetable, for example, was written 2 weeks after we finished Freak Out when we were in Hawaii, and it took a year to learn how to play it. Son of Suzy Creamcheese took a year to learn how to play. Can you tell why? The time, it's fantastic. It's 4 bars of 4/4, 1 bar of 8/8, 1 bar of 9/8, okay? And then it goes 8/8, 9/8, 9/8, 8/8, 9/8, and then it goes 8/8, 4/8, 5/8, 6/8, and back into 4/4 again. To get it together now, we just toss it off and it becomes a flop. To get it together now, we just toss it off and it becomes a flop. Then Kofsky says, are there a lot of splices on Absolutely Free? I thought I detected places where there were very abrupt changes, and it hadn't been like you paused and changed tempo, but that you'd splice one part into another. Am I right about that? That was, oh yeah, there was a lot of editing. Since that time, we've adjusted our playing so we can sound like we've been edited. I like that effect. Kofsky, when I've heard jazz groups change tempos, they usually pause and make it quite apparent that the tempo is being changed. Zappa says, that's silly, though. Kofsky says, yes, it is silly, because you lose the impact, says Zappa. Yes, why are their lyrics Absolutely Free? And Frank goes, more intelligible? He goes, no, let me back up. I've heard rumors, I know rumors are unreliable, that there was some censorship problem making this album. Zappa says, yes, there were. Kofsky, and I wondered if you deliberately made the lyrics unintelligible. Zappa says, no, the censorship problem was not the lyrics being unintelligible on the record. I wanted to print the libretto as the liner notes. That was my next question. Why wouldn't they let you? Zappa says there's a legal difference between what's on the record and what's on paper. In other words, you can say it and not get Zappa says you can sing it, and that's part of a work of art, but the liner notes to an album are not. You can't defend that in court as a work of art. And Kosky,
wow.
Yeah, you can't, or not. Kosky goes, who's the genius who decided that? Zappa says, the MGM legal department. And this is the one that'll really kill you. You see that copy of the libretto to Absolutely Free you've got in your hand? Look what they censored out of it. The word 13. So there's this line, she's only 13 and she knows how to nasty. From brown shoes don't make it. You know what they took out? The word 13, not nasty. Yes, they want us to say that she was, and he then has, look, he quotes, magnificent instrumental, ejaculation number 1. They had to cross it out and change to climax rather than ejaculation. He goes, you dig? They wanted to change, I like to make her do a nasty on the White House lawn. They wanted to change it to, and then Kosky says, White House bathroom. And Zappa says, no, I'd like to make her do the crossword puzzle on the back of TV Guide. Kosky says, are you kidding? And he says, read it. You want to know something else? MGM says, quote, now we know, you and I both know that you want to make her do a nasty on the White House lawn can mean only one thing. You want to make her shit on the White House lawn. Kosky goes, oh, wow. Zappa says, that's what he said. Quote, now look, there are some things that are in bad taste. Kosky, napalm, of course, is perfectly in good taste. Zappa says, like, dig the way these guys think, man. Also, quote, she's only 13, I hear she gets loaded. MGM says, we might run into trouble because in some states, and Kosky says, you're not supposed to drink until you're 18, you know. In some states, the legal drinking age is 18. I reviewed the record, and I reviewed it without the libretto, and I admit I was very uptight by not having the libretto at hand. And I kind of thought that this might be some kind of publicity or money-making gimmick on your part. Zappa says, the whole logic behind that is the only way you can teach an American is by example because they've gone past the point where they'll believe what you tell them, post-information society. Then he says, that's the way it is. They have to get it from a different source. They have to be shown by example. So in other words, the American advertising system, which is one of the main evils of contemporary society, the whole idea of making people buy things that they don't need is morally wrong. And the only way you're going to make them know, is to do it, really overdo it. Buy, sell, cram, until they finally say, what the fuck is this? Now, the way the libretto is going to be handled is it's going to be printed in the Evergreen Review, I believe, either Evergreen or Ramparts. The idea is to carry the whole liner notes, and it will also be available in booklet form if they want to send for it.
It's amazing, but 2 days ago I posted on Facebook a GIF of the David and God is playing with his penis,
God, what did you say?
God is pointing his finger to David.
Yeah.
Usually to their hand, but in this case, God was playing with his finger and David penis. And Facebook censored that. They sent me a message that was in German. It said unangemessen, I don't know, not proper or not right.
Right. Wow.
And it's this type of censorship is still going on. It's amazing.
Right. Oh, my phone's going. But I noticed, I think it was your mother. She says, is that all you're going to do on your birthday? Did you see that?
I didn't saw that.
That's what she was asking, right? I got that right in the translation. She couldn't believe you were. She thought, you put the costume, the mask on, and then she says, is that all you're going to do? Right? Is that what she was saying?
Show your bra?
Yeah. Yeah, that was cute. So this is a very long interview. It's pretty good, but, what I'm made up of, my revolution has to have a bit of the artistic intelligence, that's Zappa. Has to have a bit of the scientific intelligence, maybe that's Zarubica and whatever other science. And then they have to have the spiritual intelligence of the evergreens, cosmic, that's what I've put together. So yes, this is where I'm quite comprehensive in this revolution. At the same time, got a sense of humor, and I'm detached about it.
That's what I was asking Ian about coherence, because for me the coherence is like this type of intelligence at all levels, but he didn't agree with the word coherent.
Yeah, that's interesting.
So maybe the word is, intelligent systems where things are not biased by our perception or the labyrinth of our mind, but are taken from the decisions are taken from the knowing,
right,
or from this intelligence that is part of the completion.
I'm just calling in on the other line. This phone's going dead. But, Michael Brown came in and he didn't stay around. See, people in the end are isolated and by themselves. And people are ornery. And they'll keep their sense of independence. Oh, I got to do this. Bob Neverick, pound key. Conference is in something. So then you go, And then you go, I'm now a host. Okay, so then I take this out, turn that off. Take this out. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, good. So when that on the Zappa thing we posted on alt fan Frank Zappa, they said you're trying to hijack Zappa for your own scene at Iondom, and that's what we are doing. Now, this could be seen as aggrandizement.
First Zappa, then the whole environment.
Yeah. First we take first we take Manhattan, then we take Berlin. So, first we take Manhattan, then we take William Aaron Thompson, then we take Arthur Coker, then we take McLuhan, then we take Babe Russell, then we take LaRouche. That's what we're doing here. And then Ion shows up, and Ion tries to take us.
Yes.
Hey?
We are fusing. That's the thing. It's the most amazing.
Right.
We are fusing. We're finally fusing with the media that is expanding.
There is no world because in the end, you become happy if you can handle your situation of what you are and your powers and all that. That's the main thing. That's what I would say. That's you're spiritually aware of yourself. You've come to some kind of, you don't want to say ego death or any kind of death, but you've come to an understanding. And you don't know when anybody gets there unless they somehow can demonstrate a pretty good vibe. So that's the ultimate thing. But then you got social mortar. So you have Frank trying to fix the social mortar world, make it more efficient. But the social mortar is always creating upset. So we're talking away here for
I think
18.
LaRouche and Zappa and McLuhan, they were all really brilliant, but they were missing the ionic.
Right. And
but now maybe as ghosts working on your conversations, they can see it.
Yes, as ghosts. Now, we got a few other people. Do you want to say anything, anybody? Are you trying to say something, Ginny? Yeah, I see a red thing coming out. No? I don't know if anybody is here. There are a few phone calls registered, but nobody's speaking.
Bob,
what do you say,
Carol? Did want to tell you. Can you hear me?
Go ahead. Yeah.
I just did want to tell you that I emailed you that link, and I emailed it to myself, and it came through. So hopefully you can get it on your email, and then you'll have that whole series of interviews I've been talking about.
Oh, great. Well, where did you email? Did you email it to me personally?
How Ionic?
Yeah, good. So you found it.
I just was experimenting, and I emailed it to myself. And it came through, and they all came through, so I went ahead and emailed it to you. I don't know what you mean by found it.
But I don't know what you mean when you say you emailed it yourself. How did you find it?
Well, I mean, I always had it up. I just wasn't really sure how to get it to you. So I highlighted it and then copied it and then went to my email address and pasted it, and then it came up, so I did that for you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're talking about simple emailing, creating an email.
Yeah. Yes.
So what do you think of my revolution? What are you going to do about it?
Well, I think it's amazing. I mean, like I said, I've been studying this stuff all my life, and the one thing I do know is even if you guys go away, it all goes away, and I can't listen to you anymore, I'll still keep evolving. I'll still keep ascending. And I just
you're going to need us in the final turn. No, I'm sorry, Leslie. You're fucked if we go away. You will not make it.
I don't believe that. But the only thing I really believe truly know in my heart is that, nope, I'm going to keep on ascending no matter what.
Well, that's what I was just saying. That's the individualness of reality. That in the end, it's all just about you. It's just your own creation.
I think that's what Carolyn came on and said, but you poo-pooed her, so she quit talking.
What were you going to say, Carolyn? I definitely poo-pooed her. I poo-poo her all the time.
It was like an hour and a half ago before I went for my walk.
What'd you say?
I forget what I say, Leslie.
Well, that's what you said. You go, basically we're all figuring out that it's all inside of us, so we can do it for ourselves. So we don't need all this junk, all this stuff we've been talking about for weeks and weeks and Frank Zappa.
That's right. We should just delete the whole history of payday. We don't need it.
But it's like the RNA drops and all the conversation does help reinforce it because the mind will forget. The mind will, go on to the next little gimmicky thing that attracts it. So if you want to stay on track, I thought you were going to say you could just listen to the archives if we went away, because the archives will always be there.
Which hopefully I do have on my computer, and that won't go away. So, yes, that's, yeah. Who knows? But, you talk about the time when the computers may just shut down. And on that note, is there ever going to be a time that we can order, like, say, a gallon of RNA drops at a time?
No? Yeah, I don't know about that, but, I mean, it's a good question.
Okay, so, Roxy, what do you say to what Leslie's saying? Do you have another twist on that? Or did you get disconnected? She might have dropped off. Hey! Wait a minute.
What?
I disconnected her when I disconnected the other phone. I forgot. That's right. Okay, so I got to go. So are you on my phone, Carol?
It just went off.
Yeah. Okay, you there, Roxy?
Yes.
Okay, I wanted to get you to interact with Leslie. So.
Hey, Leslie.
Hey.
Okay, so there seems to be an email from Sheila. What's she saying? She goes, the 1%ers. Charlie and I are in the food and fashion edition of a local magazine. Very 1%.
Yeah, they're looking very chic. I just saw her picture on Facebook.
Did you say sick or slick?
Chic.
S-I-C-K?
Sick.
Very sick?
Sick.
Oh, chic. Yeah, chic.
Yeah.
Yeah, Charlie's, Sheila has been not attending church the past 3 months, and she's been off building up her social mortar profile by being in this fashionable restaurant. You see this, Gal?
They look wonderful. Very elegant.
Very elegant, yes. So Leslie's saying, if we go away, she can...
Somebody said, you look like royalty.
Somebody said that? Do they have comments?
Yeah, they look really good, yeah.
Well, Charlie's not that great looking. Let's be honest.
She's elegant.
Charlie's a beef ball. Look at his face. That's ridiculous, Charlie.
Oh, that's pretty.
Well, she is, but not Charlie.
He looks very distinguished.
No. Charlie, your chakras are all out of balance. Your fucking crown chakra's heading out of your left earlobe, and your sacral chakra's not working good.
You're just jealous.
No, I'm not. I'm being honest. This is the way Charlie looks at me. This is the way I look at Charlie. And he said that he would never relate to me.
They are wonderful.
Anyways, so she said that she could go on ascending if we disappeared. Do you have any different view of that?
No, I think once you start the process, it's like it just goes on.
Did you get that, Leslie?
Yes. Thank you for not popping my balloon, Roxy.
Well, it doesn't work the way, if I present it the way I just did. You had to go into the debate we were having.
All right, well,
yes,
okay then, Bob, don't go away, okay? How's that?
No, we might have to go away, so...
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so you'll be on your own, and Carol says that in the end we're on our own, but... and then Roxy says,
it's part of the process because, one starts becoming too dependent, for example, on Ion, on what he's saying, and this helps things to evolve and not to become a cult or like law or...
Well, it becomes your rate of speed.
I think it's very healthy that I know they're communicating, but they seem as they're gone or they're not there. But they're there, but they're not.
You feel that they're not. You feel they're not there right now, in proportion.
No, I know they are here and they're communicating.
Yeah.
But they're not talking on the radio.
Right.
But they're still communicating.
Okay, so listen to this. So if I engage Ion every other day, been doing it for years, am I dependent on Ion? Well, if I work at a rapid speed, I get involved with Ion for an hour or two every other day, affected by it for a couple more hours, then drop it, and start reading LaRouche or something, or just doing something else, and I've dropped it. I'm not dependent on it. But then the next day I start over again, or 2 days later, and I get involved with Ion, depending on what he's saying, or become dependent, and then drop it. Is that a fast cycle? Whereas you're saying, okay, you don't want to get too dependent on Ion, so you take 6 months off, and then you come to an effect on yourself, and they say, well, I think I can go back and talk to Ian, but I'm not going to fall for it anymore. And it's a slower thing.
The thing is, each person has a different process. Or, I mean, we are all doing this ascension. It's very individual how things are working for each of us and what's happening. And
hey, we said some interesting things about Zappa way back, many hours ago. Maybe we should post a whole show as a Zappa thing, because...
yes, actually, we talk about Zappa all the time.
Right.
Wow.
And so Mateo has Payday Review. There was 2 hours of music, 3 hours rewrite, 2 hours on McLuhan, 8 hours on Zappa, and 2 hours on other ? 17 total hours. And now there's another hour because he did that an hour ago. So maybe we'll just make the whole show, even with the McLuhan, that, because we said some good Zappa stuff at the beginning that I said, let's save it for the official, but maybe, what do you think?
But it's part of the continuous continuity. It's really all
good point.
Part of the conversation.
Right. We don't have to be talking about Zappa.
Related.
We don't have to be talking about him to be dealing with him.
Yes, I think even the Dulan was connected to to many of the topics we were talking later on.
And I would be like Walter Boert. Roxy, you're not going to find anybody who gets what you're saying in your Zappa series. You haven't met them yet. You might get one or two people, maybe someone from the 20-year-old generation.
Yes, but we're just talking for the 1%ers now.
Yeah, that's right, the 1%.
We're not assisting the whole humanity.
Did you hear Ion last week or this week? I think it was last week, he said, Bob is the head of the 99%ers. Did you hear him say that? He did. He categorized me as what I say I am, union leader of the 99%ers. He did not include me in the 1%. That was funny.
You're the mother superior.
What did you just say? What did you just say, Leslie?
Was he just needling you, or was he serious, or what? He kids you.
You can never. I don't know with Ion. He needles. He's serious. He considers me a total fuck up. Other times I'm great. What do you say, Carolyn? I don't know if he's that precarious, that fickle with you, Carolyn, but he is fickle with me, right?
Yeah, I think he feels he has to keep you in some sort of line because you're so off the charts and a loose cannon. So he just mimics your loose cannon-ish to talk to you.
Yeah.
But I think that he does that to everybody.
Yes, that's true.
He has said things to me like, I'm not that intelligent.
Rather slow.
Things that it's just like a way of bending your mind and
bending your mind, right? Now I'm thinking, does he put down Carolyn? Do you get
well, on the sex bits, he uses me as the prude, Puritan foil to bounce off. So that's my role. I'm the machete and the prude and the one who...
You're the actual Illuminati bitch.
And the one who does all the work and lets everybody know it.
Well, no, you don't let people know it. You let me know it, but you don't make an issue of it with other people.
No, I've said it before on Payday.
What? I'm doing all the work, and Gene, you're doing fuck all, Gene. I've never heard that.
Yeah, like that.
Gene says the whole show is a Zappa show, Bob. Even Ginny's questions early in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to. We posted 7 hours. This week you're going to get an 18-hour Zappa hour.
Yes, and the most amazing is that there is almost no Zappa music. It's really Zappa from another angle.
Yeah, we like the idea of
hidden
Zappa.
ground of Zappa.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, I think Bill's
that was a
asking
huge part of Zappa. His ideas and insights were amazing, truly amazing.
Well, we've just been going through criticizing the Cossi thing, and in some ways it's not that amazing. He's too much of an American. He doesn't have enough college anthropology. He doesn't have enough. I mean, he's a brave person and everything. He's
maybe that's
almost as great as me. He's almost as great as me, and that's being something. But the thing is, I can criticize, and I don't think I could have had nutrition studying Zappa on the idea level as much as I got out of McLuhan, through the 80s and 90s. But if I was a musician and could understand music the way Roxy does, then maybe I'd get nutrition from him. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I don't get that part. I don't get that part of him. I just enjoy the music.
But isn't that nutrition,
I think it's not necessary to
get
understand the music.
No, you just get the vibe, and that's what.
Well, I get the entertainment part, and he doesn't want to be limited to entertainment. But if you go there, Frank, you're not completely as knowledgeable as you think you are.
But you get the intellectual part too, in his complex clairvoyance and his, how he's done this from day one. What do you call that?
Well, he's got the spiritual intelligence, Roxy says.
Mm-hmm.
Now, here's an interesting thing. There's a guy named Craig Pincus who I met 40 years ago and was a lawyer consultant with Frank. And then he eventually got into the music industry through Frank. And I called him up a couple of years ago and said, you've got a story. He's very involved with Frank that nobody knows. He said, well, I have a deal, a contract with Gail. I would only talk to you and record it if Gail gave me permission. And so
Gail's gone. Get in there, Bob.
And Craig Pincus, I have to be polite and wait a few months. You can't just rush in the day after. Mm-hmm. But it would be interesting to get he knows a lot about Frank on another level because they did industry law together, and he has a lot of interesting things. So I was thinking about him the other day, Craig Pincus. So I'm just dropping it into this show for the Zappa fans or Zappa fanatics to say, who can get to Craig Pincus and get the stuff out of him?
Well, I think you already said a lot of things that have never been said about Zappa.
That's right.
And all these things you were reading from the ads and also your talk for the Evergreens, I think those are amazing.
You like the Evergreens thing with him? Sounds like really Frank? Sounds like Frank?
Yes.
Yeah. But, that ad, go ahead.
Seems like since Gail died, I've always been a little obsessed with Frank, but he's permeating my whole being. I wonder if there's a factor there. If she
I think so. I think there's a
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I think like he was making his musicians go beyond his limitations and play all the styles, force them to sing and perform. To gain his minds and
but what's Gail got to do with that?
No, they're doing the same with, for example, presenting the Evergreens.
Yeah.
You're forcing people to expand and go beyond their limitations of what they think is possible.
And with Zappa,
it's possible to communicate with the eternal.
Right.
Person.
Yeah. Good analogy. Yeah.
You're not limited to what we think we exist only when we are living, but
when we are leaving. Good.
Yeah, alive. Alive.
We are leaving. That's what Joyce would spell living, Leaving.
As entities, we cannot be destroyed. We are individuals that are there like the egg.
Solid, Jackson.
Always.
Here comes Frank.